So hey guys, welcome back to my channel. What if Naruto was teleported into the Pokemon verse and had the ultimate Pokemon as his slave? Movie 2. Silph County Building. Naruto was running through the night as he passed by the few who were out late, before finding himself in an alley across from the Silph Co building as he looked across to find some Team Rocket grunts patrolling around the building, making sure not to be seen by any pass-byers so as to not alert them. He looked up at the building, finding it to be very large and the biggest one out of every building in Saffron. Thus he found only one solution and called out his flying type Blaze, who took him up to the top so that he could try and enter from the top. But once he was in the air he noticed that wasn't an option either, as he saw even more grunts up top with their Pokemon on guard. Damn, I gotta find some other way, Naruto thought. Cha, what's up boy? Naruto asked his fire Pokemon as he flew down to the middle of the building, where Naruto noticed an open window. Good job Blaze, you found us a way in. With Blaze flying in closer before Naruto jumped right in and returned his Pokemon after finding no one was around. He quickly looked around the area, finding that the floor he was on had the least amount of grunts guarding it, as the others were farther up with more patrolling around the area, and Naruto found himself going through the vents to avoid getting caught with the amount of guards around. Did you hear? Some of the boys upstairs finally got the last batch of Pokeballs ready, a grunt said as Naruto listened to their conversation from above them as they guarded a heavily sealed door. Really? It's about damn time. These prisoners were starting to get annoying, the other grunt said as Naruto smirked, now knowing where the hostages were, as kept on crawling through the vents till he came into an empty room right next to the one the grunts were guarding. Alright King, help me out. Naruto then sent out his Poison Pin Pokemon, who looked around confused on where he was. King, the first need you to use Drill Run to get to the other room. King quickly nodded and started to break apart the wall until it crumbled away, revealing a room full of people who were all scared as he came through the hole. Who are you? Asked one of the workers. My name is Naruto and one of your fellow employees sent me to help you all escape, he said as he saw most of their worried and scared faces turn hopeful. Is Sasha all right? A female worker asked. Yes, she is with the Saffron gym leader and they are getting the police. In the meantime all of you need to come with me out. Suddenly the door to the room started to open. Hey, what are you? What the grunt yelled upon seeing someone that wasn't a worker. Quick King, tackle, Naruto said as his Pokemon jumped up, smashing into the grunt as he was sent flying back into the other grunt, both knocked unconscious. Alright, does anyone know a quick way out of here? Naruto asked, knowing that escaping would be a little bit more difficult now. I know a secret route that are used for transporting heavy equipment. One man stepped forward. Alright, lead the way then, Naruto said. Wait, what about the president? He was taken up to the top by a bunch of those Team Rocket guys, another employee spoke up. Damn, alright then Bolt, come out. Naruto then let out his electric type. Bolt, I need you and King to protect these people and you lead the way. They will protect you, but you gotta make sure they are safe along with yourself, Naruto spoke in a serious tone as the guy nodded. I promise, he said. Alright, now the rest of you go, I'll try and save your boss. Naruto watched as the guy lead everyone down to the exit with King and Bolt both in front, making sure they weren't caught up in trouble. Excuse me, but you might need this. The women who spoke up early walked up to him and handed him a key card. What is this? Naruto asked. That will allow you to unlock all the locked doors and get into the president's office. But please, you must stop them and make sure they do not take any of the Pokeballs or Pokemon, the lady said in distress. Don't worry lady, I'll make sure they are safe. Now go with the others, Naruto said as he watched the lady smile, thanking him, before heading off as he sighed, before making his way through the building with Z coming out of her Pokeball. So what's the plan, Naruto? Z asked. We need to make sure they don't get away with any of this and that all the Pokemon they are experimenting on are safe, Naruto said. And how do you plan to do that and save the president of Silph Co? Z asked, curious on his plan. Well, from what I was able to take in last time I was in here, the testing room is usually further above, either below the last floor or close to it. The two quickly stopped as they waited for grunts to move about down the hall before continuing on. So you wanna go after the Pokemon first? She asked. No, I want you to go after them first, Naruto said as Z stopped running, with Naruto looking back with a raised eyebrow. Naruto, I am not gonna let you go up there to face who knows how many are up there with him, Z said with fury. I can handle them and I have the others to back me up, Naruto said, referring to Blaze and the others in their Pokeballs. That still doesn't worry me any less, Z said. Listen, we don't have time, before they realize that the hostages are gone and the police arrive. We have to stop them, and I know your speed will make you great in taking them out, before they even see you, so please Z, I need you to do this, Naruto said as Z looked down almost in thought before sighing. You better be okay when I come back, she said with a serious expression as Naruto smirked back. Don't worry, I always come back in one piece, Naruto said as he pointed Z in the direction she would be going before heading his way. Laboratory room. Boom. This one is a little more rowdy than the others, a Team Rocket scientist said as he along with others were doing some work on the ground-type Cubone who was being injected and shocked with all types of equipment. At least it's putting up more of a fight than its mother, another scientist said as he walked away from the cages which held all the Pokemon. Pokemon are so emotional, one of the scientists said as he laughed at the worried and scared looks they all had. Boon, see you. I think it's about at its end, one of the scientists said. Well, at least it gave us some food info. Ghost hypnosis. Suddenly the scientists all looked towards the door only to get hit with the psychic type move as they all fell down asleep. See you, Cubone. Naruto quickly went towards the caged Cubone as he looked exhausted and drained of his energy, with Naruto getting angry at seeing the state of the Pokemon. But almost lost it when looking at a corner of the room and finding the dead Pokemon they experimented on with Cubone's mother, one of them. With the ground-type Pokemon crying at the loss of its mother as Naruto stopped him from moving closer and held the Pokemon close to his chest as it let out its wails of anguish, with Naruto comforting it and telling Ghost to let the other Pokemon go as he carried the ground-type out of the lab, with he himself letting out tears of his own. Damn you, Team Rocket, I'll get you for this. Naruto opened his eyes as they had turned red. Gengar Gen, I need you to lead them out of her. Ghost, take them through the vents and lead them out of here. I need to deal with something. Naruto then handed Cubone to Ghost, who looked at his trainer with worry, feeling the anger rolling off him, but couldn't call out to him as he had already been halfway down the hallway. Ghost, said Ghost type, turned around to see Z running up to him and noticing the ground type in his hand. Gengar Gen, what? Where did he go? Z asked once Ghost had explained the situation to her as he pointed to where he went, and she quickly went down the hallway hoping to stop Naruto before he did something stupid. Upper floors. Hey, stop him, ARGGG. One grunt stood in Naruto's way as he got punched in the stomach, sending him flying back, knocking over a couple more grunts as Naruto ran through them, before they could even react or throw out their Pokemon. How is he so fast? One grunt said as the others tried to stop the fast-moving Naruto. Luckily Z trained me to as fast a Rapidash, Naruto thought, before jumping over a couple of Rattata and using the wall as a platform to knock more grunts down. Stop him. But the grunt was knocked back as Naruto used him to break down the door to the president's room, where once inside he saw what looked like an old man, a gray business suit with a red tie, as he looked towards the door in shock at seeing a young boy. Well, look who we have here. Haku. A familiar voice in which Naruto recognized as he looked to his right to see Zabuza and Haku just standing there, as he quickly got up and took a defense stance as well as pulling out one of his Pokeballs, but was stopped as a glow surrounded him, stopping him from sending out one of his Pokemon. I don't think that would be wise, another man, this one with glasses and white spiky hair, said as he pushed his glasses up, looking in his direction with his hypno, using his power to stop him. Now what do we have here? But a young naive boy who thinks he can meddle in the affairs of the grown-up. The last person in the room who was facing the president stood up and turned around to face Naruto, who looked at the supposed leader of Team Rocket, a man in a black businessman-type suit with a red tie and the Team Rocket logo on his front pocket. Screw you, was all Naruto said, before he was flung back into the wall as he grunted from the pain. Now Kabuto, no need for that, the man said as he raised his hand, with the now named Kabuto nodding and letting the boy go from Hypno's attack. What do you wanna do with him, boss? Kabuto asked. I could take his Pokemon and dispose of him with no one finding the body, Zabuza said with glee as he still found their last encounter a salt in his wounds. No Zabuza, I think I'll deal with him. He's piqued my interest, the boss said as he watched Naruto get up slowly as he held his ribs, which he felt were slightly injured. You won't get away with this, Naruto said as he raised his Pokeball. Tell me, young Naruto, what is it that drives you? The boss said, stopping Naruto as he raised an eyebrow. What drives you? To keep going, to always persevere no matter what the situation presents. The boss walked closer to Naruto as he started to walk away to try and get closer to the president. You should already know. I mean, I have stopped your guys' schemes at every turn I get, Naruto said. Yes, you have. In fact, you haven't even beaten some of our top agents. For that I thank you. This confused Naruto. What do you mean, thank you? Naruto with confusion asked. When Team Rocket was first created, we were a mere group of thugs whose plan to take over the world involved the need to capture every type of Pokemon. Whether they be normal day encounter ones or even the rare ones. He walked towards the large glass of windows which allowed him to view the open city and below it as he saw the many police cars just now arriving. Of course we were stopped by a kid just like yourself, and in the end I failed them. I soon left to gather myself and gather more skillful and powerful members to our cause, and in that time I left Team Rocket to suffer. Though it hurt me to see them suffer, it was for the better, because upon my return did Team Rocket not only return with a stronger goal, but a stronger team. It was at that point my drive to make Team Rocket #1 in all of the regions, with me Giovanni as the one who did it. The man then turned towards Naruto, who had gotten in front of the president for protection. Yeah, I know your story, and I know your team was once defeated. Of course no one remembers it, because of fear, and of course you use that to your advantage. But for me, I know that deep down that defeat still haunts you, and you're still afraid that one day a trainer just like before will stop you and that eats at you every day, Naruto said as Giovanni narrowed his eyes at him, before smirking and walking towards his briefcase as Kabuto opened it and allowed for him to choose of it the 3 Pokeballs inside. Then I guess I'll do what I should have done last time and stop that fool, before it's too late. Giovanni then sent out his Pokemon, which happened to be a Nidoqueen, only this one was bigger. Nidoqueen use Hyper Beam. Naruto widened his eyes as he quickly pushed the president behind the couch, with the attack hitting the place he was in, causing the top to come collapsing down along with the floor they were standing on as they fell down, but a yellow blur quickly grabbed the two, before disappearing in a flash. Sir, the police have entered the building and the chopper is waiting above for you, Haku said as she put away her phone. And what of the Pokeballs? Giovanni asked. They are being packaged and are being taken up along with the plans for them, she said as Giovanni smirked before returning his Pokemon and walking away from the ruined office. Then let us head off, shall we? The 4 then walked out, followed along by any Team Rocket member that hadn't been captured. As for the ruined office, the rubble and smoke was blown away as Z appeared with both Naruto and the president in her arms as she lay them down, with Naruto rubbing his head as he looked at the unconscious man, checking to make sure he was okay. Thanks Z, though I think I had it handled, Naruto said, but was smacked in the head as he held his already injured head. That's what you get for being reckless. Next time be sure you have the situation handled, else you'll have me and all your Pokemon worried, Z said as she looked at him, showing how worried she was, as Naruto felt bad for making her worried and gave her a hug as his eyes returned to normal. Sorry I let my emotions get the better of me. But right now we have to stop them, because I think they are trying to leave, Naruto said. I heard from some of the retreating grunts that they are packing at least dozens of Master X balls along with data on the creation of them, Z said as Naruto looked down, knowing that if they were able to escape with either of the 2 things it would be disastrous. We have to stop them, Naruto with a determined face as Z gave a vicious smirk. Then what are we waiting for? Rooftop. 3 helicopters were on the rooftops as many Team Rocket grunts packed inside them, with others trying to make sure the officers didn't send in any flying types. Suddenly the commotion stopped as Giovanni stepped on the roof looking at all the grunts, before his eyes settled on a pair of scientists who were ordering a couple of grunts to finish packaging some things into boxes. Ryan, how goes the process? Giovanni asked as his head scientist turned towards him. All the X balls are packed and we are just trying to load them into the chopper, the man named Ryan said. And the data? Giovanni asked as Ryan pulled out a small hard drive. Here you go, sir, Ryan said as he was about to hand it over to his boss. But in a red blur the drive was taken out of his hand, with him getting shocked. Before 2 bolts of lightning struck the chopper with the Master X balls, and the one next to it as all the grunts on the roof turned towards the entrance to find Naruto standing with a smirk as Bolt and Z, who had clothes wrapped around him, standing by his side as Talia and Blaze flew around the area, each ready to stop any grunt, along with Ghost scaring the ones by the working chopper, with Kurama appearing by his side along with King as he handed over the data drive. Where do you think you all are going? The fun is just starting, Giovanni just sighed at the persistence of this kid. Somebody deal with that kid and get that flash drive back. Ryan, get the Master X balls into the other chopper, Giovanni said as he started to walk away with the other grunts and Zabuza pulling out their Pokeballs. So was this part of your plan? Z mentally asked Naruto. To be honest, no, but I take what I can get, Naruto said as all his Pokemon rolled their eyes, before getting serious as Team Rocket released their Pokemon. Now go in all of you, Zabuza said as he sent his Aggron to assist the others. Blaze, deal with the Aggron. The steel type was suddenly slammed into the ground as Blaze had used its tail to push it back to Zabuza. So your little lizard grew, Zabuza said as Aggron got up and growled at the smirking Blaze, before charging in. Zubat Supersonic, one grunt said. King, dodge it and hit them with Drill Strike, Naruto called out as his Pokemon jumped out of the way of the attack, before starting to spin towards the flying bat as its horn grew as well, hitting it and causing it to be knocked out. Bolt, wanna help me with a Thunderbolt combo? Z asked the other electric type, who gave a smirk as the two unleashed a wave of lightning that hit a group of coughing, knocking them out in the process. Talia, go in and help Ghost by using Steel Wing, Naruto called out over the mass chaos as he saw Ghost was having trouble with a couple of Spearow and Zubat with his flying shiny quickly diving down on the unsuspecting bat and bird, who were taken off guard as they flew straight into the awaiting Ghost, who hit them with Ice Punch. Naruto, don't you think this is overwhelming you a bit? Z asked as she used Thunder Punch to knock more Team Rocket members and Pokemon out. Nah, in fact this is good experience if I am in multiple battles. Call it multitasking. Kurama, use Flame Charge to save King, Naruto called out as his Fox Pokemon become unguided in fire, before rushing over and slamming into a group of Rattata as King gave a cry of thanks. Ah, you always gotta be difficult, Naruto, Z thought as she continued attacking the grunts. Sir, we are barely holding them back and the Team Rocket members we sent to distract the cops have been captured and they will be up here any second, Kabuto responded as he walked towards Giovanni, who boarded the helicopter. Are the Master X balls on board? Giovanni asked. We are getting the last of them on right. Hey. Ryan was cut off as Ghost appeared in front of him holding onto one of the boxes, before tossing it to Blaze, who threw Aggron off him and caught the box, looking at the Ghost type with a raised eyebrow. Gengar, General Gen. Blaze nodded before throwing the box into the air as he unleashed a fire blast that blew it apart along with the X balls inside of them as Giovanni narrowed his eyes and saw Ghost taking the other box with all the X balls inside. That kid is starting to become really annoying. Giovanni then saw Kurama scaring away some Team Rocket members and grew a smirk. Kabuto, would you mind distracting our friend so that we may escape? Kabuto looked to where his boss was pointing and gave a cruel smirk as he sent out his Hypno, who used Psychic at Kurama, who was taken by surprise as Naruto looked at his Pokemon with wide eyes. Kurama! Naruto yelled, causing his other Pokemon to stop what they were doing. Now Naruto, unless you want your Pokemon to not fall to its fate, I suggest you tell your Ghost type to hand over the box, Giovanni said as Naruto glared at the man, before his eyes softened as he looked at his struggling Fox Pokemon, who looked at him with those same innocent eyes the day they first met each other, those same eyes that had been through so much, just like him. Vulpix, but I can't, not without hurting you, Kurama, Naruto said as Kurama looked at him with determination. Vulpix. Naruto, Z thought as she saw her trainer look down, clenching his fist, before looking at the smirking Giovanni. Fine, you win, Giovanni, Naruto said as the head of Team Rocket smirked as Naruto looked up at Gengar and told him to come down as he pulled out the data drive and looked at the retreating Team Rocket, who got one of the chopper working. Now give me the data and the box, boy, Giovanni said as Naruto and Ghost came closer, before stopping just a few feet away as Naruto looked up with a smirk. Ghost now. Naruto then threw the drive up in the air as Ghost did as well, with Kabuto telling his Pokemon to throw Kurama over and catch the two items as Kurama yelled out, being thrown over the side as Naruto ran like a blur, jumping over the railing and down towards the falling Kurama. Talia, go after them. Bolt, let's go, Z said as she and Bolt quickly unleashed bolts of lightning that destroyed the box and the data as Hypno was blown back by a flamethrower by Blaze. PIDGGG. Talia in a blur was diving down towards the falling duo as Naruto had Kurama in his arms, making sure if they did hit the ground that he would be safe from harm. with Talia trying to quickly reach them as they seemed to only get farther and farther away from her as she saw her friend and trainer, the one who caught her, the one who saved her from being hurt or worse. The one who showed her that just because she was a small bird doesn't mean she was weak, and brought out the best in her, something no tiger trainer would have done if they saw her getting attacked by groups of Spearow. She would not let her trainer die, not now nor never, because his dream was hers as well, and together they would reach their limits and beyond. Suddenly Talia started to glow as her size started to grow and her wings started to grow wider, with her speed increasing as she was a blur. With Naruto seeing the ground coming closer closed his eyes, expecting the end to come, only to feel something pull his shirt, and a sudden jolt up made him grunt as he slowly opened his eyes and looked down on the lit city as he found himself being flown through the air. And as he looked up into the eyes of Talia, only this time she was different. "Talia! Talia!" Naruto yelled as he smiled along with Kurama as the two smiled upon the newly evolved Pokemon that was now a Pidgeot, as she gave them a smirk, before down towards the others. "It would seem her resolve to save you allowed her to evolve," Z said as the other Pokemon smiled and congratulated the flying type, before focusing back on Giovanni, with the rest of the grunts having left, with only Giovanni and his group being the only ones remaining. "You are really a pain. But maybe it could be useful if you join us, Naruto," Giovanni asked. "Sorry, but it'll never work for you," Naruto said as his other Pokemon growled at them. Shame, you would have been a great addition, but alas you're just another obstacle for us to go over," Giovanni said as he signaled the chopper to take off. "Yeah, well, you'll learn that I am not as easy to get rid of as others, so good luck in trying," Naruto said as Giovanni just gave a small smirk, before closing the door as the helicopter started to fly away. "We're not going after them?" asked Z. "No, besides I think some of us are too tired to chase," Naruto said as he looked at his exhausted Blaze and Bolt, with the others having minor injuries. "Sir, why didn't you allow us to get rid of him? We could have dealt with him," Kabuto asked as he knew him, Haku, and Zabuza still had Pokemon to deal with all of Naruto's injured Pokemon. "If you're receding to how his exhausted Pokemon would have made it easier for you to deal with him, then you are mistaken. You wouldn't have been able to deal with him," Giovanni said as the three looked at him with raised eyebrows. "What do you mean? That kid wouldn't have lasted a minute with my fully prepared Pokemon," Zabuza said. "But his Pokemon were prepared for you. Did you not see their eyes? They showed something all of your Pokemon don't have," Giovanni spoke. "What did they show?" Haku asked. "Trust in their trainer and themselves. Even if you were able to beat them, who's to say the police wouldn't show up to support him, or if they stopped you? You must think more clearly and never underestimate your opponent, otherwise we will fail as we have now," Giovanni said. "What do we do now, sir?" Kabuto asked, realizing their goal was lost. "We regroup and wait for a better time. Besides, we still have Project MY as insurance," Giovanni said with Kabuto nodding. "How do you want us to proceed, sir?" Zabuza asked. "Continue your assignment and watch out for any sighting of it. We may not have the tools to make this as simple as catching it, but we do have the tools to still capture it," Giovanni said as he stared out into the rising sun, all the while his mind thought back to Naruto. "You remind me of him too much, and I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing." Giovanni then thought of way back when a young child stopped him and his team. No word of where that person was or where he had gone, only that he had disappeared once the death of his mother occurred. "Maybe if our paths cross again, will you be a changed man just as I did when I grew up?" "Hey, it's okay buddy, look, see, it's just a couple of Caterpie," Naruto said as he tried to get the scared bike Pokemon to come out from hiding from behind his leg. "She's still scared of everything, isn't he, huh?" Z asked as she came from gathering firewood with Bolt. "Yeah, Annie is still scared of even the most harmless of things," Naruto said as he picked up the baby Cubone, who cuddled up to him as he sighed and fed the baby Pokemon some milk while his other Pokemon started to help set up for food later. "Just give it time, Naruto, she did lose her mother recently," Z said as she helped Samuel with setting up bowls or plates for everyone. Naruto sighed as he sat down underneath a tree with the baby Cubone in his arms as he smiled sadly at the orphaned Pokemon. Ever since he stopped Team Rocket's plot from taking the Master X ball, he became a hero in Saffron City News, with the president of Silph Co personally thanking him along with all the staff, and even though he didn't want to accept it, he had to, as they gave him not only a Master Ball, but a few Master X balls that Team Rocket weren't able to take. Though Officer Jenny did have to make him stay in order to get more answers of the situation that occurred, with Sabrina of course worrying about him and nearly pulling his ear off, but of course was glad that he made it out okay. And it was at the coming end of his days in Saffron that he was called back to Silph Co, where Sasha wanted to talk to him about one of the Pokemon that usually stayed with her and her sister Marcia, acting out as it kept trying to get to a screen that showed him, and he knew why, as he was the one who saved him and comforted the most out of all the Pokemon who were being experimented on, as he had known that losing a parent was not easy on most, especially baby Pokemon. Though once he showed up in the lab did the Cubone stop its crying and tantrums before cuddling up to him as if he was a parental figure to her. It was soon apart that Naruto had to take the baby, as it had grown attached to him, and he had decided to do it with Sasha and her sister allowing it, as they knew that if anyone would take care of the baby Cubone it would be Naruto. And so here Naruto sits after journeying a couple of days with Cubone and getting him introduced to the others after a little bit of struggle. Though Cubone seemed to take a liking to Kurama, which Naruto assumes was because both weren't far off from age and taking into account that both had their mothers taken from them at a young age, so Naruto allowed Kurama to hang with Cubone whenever he had to do some training or to allow for more calmer meets with the other Pokemon, especially Uza. "It seems she tired herself out today," Z said as she stared down at the small baby Pokemon. "I know you're a little upset she finds you scary, Z," Naruto said as he lightly laughed at Z's upset face as she huffed. "Well, it's not my fault I am a big scary cat," Z said. "Haha, it's okay, I am sure she'll come around to you." "I mean she already came around to Blaze," Naruto said as he put Annie inside her sleeping crib that he made with the wood around. "Still can't believe that big fire lizard got her attention and not me," Z said with a huff as Naruto laughed a little. "Easy there, Z, or you'll wake her," Naruto said as he sat her down near where they were gonna eat, as he stood up and gathered his Pokemon, which were Leo, Samuel, Talia, King, Kurama, Z, and of course Annie, who had fallen asleep. "So Naruto, we are taking a different path that doesn't lead to Celadon City. Care to explain where are we going?" Z asked as she was eating a couple of berries she had collected from the forest around them. "Well, I know Annie is still suffering from the trauma of that day, and even with us trying to consult her she may not heal. So I've decided to take her to the Healing Mountains, where a village known for producing not only untold medicines, but also to help with a Pokemon who has gone through some traumatic events," Naruto said. "Ah yes, you told me about this village a ways back. Though it is known as a hidden village, so finding it may not be as easy," Z said. "Don't worry, I'll find a way," Naruto smirked as Z just rolled her eyes at him. Cubone. Everyone looked over to find that Annie had woken up and not in a good mood, as she started to cry with her waving her bone club around as Naruto was about to get up, but Samuel beat him to it as he quickly ran over and used his vines to soothe the crying Cubone, who quickly quieted down before laughing as it tried to play with the vines as Samuel smiled down at the ground type. With Naruto smiling at the two, noticing that out of all his Pokemon Samuel had taken to watching the baby more than anyone, with him doting on it every second it tried, was upset. "You know Samuel would make a great father," Z said as Naruto nodded, agreeing with the electric type. Soon the group was on the move again as Naruto had Samuel out of his Pokeball carrying the awake Annie, who was on top of his large seed playing around with the vines he was using to keep him entertained, as Naruto smiled at the two, before Z appeared beside him walking as if she had been from the start. "I found the entrance, though we may have a bit of trouble when entering," Z said before entering her Pokeball as Naruto came upon the entrance, which was a small tunnel with grass and vines all around it, though he had to stop when he heard a loud screech and looked up as two Firo landed in front of him with two trainers on each of them. "Halt, state your business here," one of them said. "I am merely here for medicine," Naruto spoke, raising his hands to show he wasn't a threat. "We do not allow outsiders into our homes for merely medicine," the other guard spoke, only more harshly as he glared at Naruto. "Easy, Asher. Sorry, but my friend is right, our medicine is of our own and you must be a resident to our village in order to acquire any of our medicines," the man said. "Then at least help my Pokemon here. She has gone through a terrible traumatic event and your village is known for the healing treatment of such Pokemon," Naruto said as the one who glared at him was gonna speak out, but his other companion stopped him with a raise of his arm as he stared at Naruto for a brief second, then looked at his two Pokemon, seeing the Ivysaur and Cubone with the ground type hiding behind the large seed as the man sighed. "We do provide help to Pokemon with traumatic experiences. Though you may need to speak to our leader, as he would be the better judge of character," the man said as his partner looked at him as if he was crazy. Are you kidding me, Thomas? What if he's a thug just trying to steal our medicine? Asher said. Which is why we are bringing him to the chief, Thomas said as he told the Firo to keep on patrol before leading Naruto into the tunnel. It's okay little one, nothing is gonna happen, Naruto said to the Cubone while also giving a signal to Samuel to watch over her as they entered the tunnel, with their journey taking only a few minutes. Once they exited from the tunnel, Naruto had to stop for a second and take in the beautiful villas which from what he could tell housed families along with gardens full of plants he had never seen. Welcome to Sunrise Village where the world's problems are not our own, Thomas said. What he means is that any problems you bring in and you will be kicked out immediately, Asher said with a harsh tone as Naruto raised an eyebrow at him. Don't mind him, he's just like that to non-villagers, Thomas said as they walked further into the village as some of the villagers took notice of Naruto and stared at him, making him feel slightly uncomfortable. You guys don't usually get a lot of guests, Naruto asked. Usually our village is hard to find, Asher said. So I assume all those flowers and trees grow the things you use to make your medicine, Naruto asked. You assume right, Asher said. How is your information on medicine making? Sorry, but we didn't get your name, Thomas asked as he rubbed his head in embarrassment. No, you're fine, it's my fault for not introducing myself. My name is Naruto and unfortunately I don't know much, just a little bit I was able to gather from my journey around the region, Naruto said. Well, even a little knowledge can come a long way, Thomas spoke. We are here. Now wait right here while we get the chief, Asher said before he and Thomas walked into the large hut as Naruto found a tree to lay underneath as Samuel lay next to him, handing him Cubone, who snuggled into his arms. Your Pokemon seems to love you very much, a soft feminine voice spoke as Naruto looked to his right to find a woman with green hair cut off to make her look like a tomboy. Wearing a white long-sleeve shirt and black yoga pants as she was barefoot, feeling the cool water on her feet. Well, Annie is just a baby, so her fondness of me is natural, Naruto said. Ah, I see, but what if the baby's mother, the lady said as Naruto looked down at the baby Cubone, not speaking a word. I see, and I assume you are here to help heal it, she asked. Yes, I've done my best, but even I know I can't heal the pain of losing a mother, Naruto said. Never say can't, not until you have at least tried, and you look like you haven't tried hard enough, she spoke. I guess you're right. Hey wait, who are you anyone? Naruto asked, wondering who this lady was. Fu, there you are. Naruto turned to see an old man in a red and black kimono as he walked towards them. You must be the leader of this village, Naruto said as he shook the man's hands. Yes, and you must be Naruto. It is nice to meet you. I am Vector. I see you have met my daughter Fu, the now named leader said. So you're his daughter, who would have guessed, Naruto said as he saw no resemblance except for maybe certain facial structures. She always looked more like her mother than anyone. Now young Naruto, I have been told you have need of one of your Pokemon to be healed, Vector said. No need, father. Fu then got up from her position on the boulder. I have seen how much pain this Pokemon is in and have decided I will help it, she said, causing both Thomas and Asher to go wide-eyed as her father gave a small smirk. You hardly help strangers with their Pokemon, daughter. What makes this one different? Vector asked. I don't know yet, but I'll find out. Now come on Naruto, we must get going, Fu said as she started to walk away, with Naruto having a raised eyebrow, with Fu stopping and turning around, giving him a hurry-up motion as he quickly tried to catch up. Sir, do you really think we should allow him to go with her alone? Asher asked with clear evidence that he didn't like it. Don't fray, Asher, they will be fine, and Fu usually doesn't do this without a reason, Vector said before walking away, followed by his two guards. Upper Mountains. So where exactly are we going? Naruto asked as they have been walking for almost an hour. To allow a Pokemon to be free of its mind and heal properly, we first have to bring it in touch with nature, and what better way than this? Fu then pushed aside some bushes to view a large clearing with Pokemon of many different kinds all roaming about, each with a mind of peace and calmness. Whoa, was all Naruto was able to say, with Samuel and Annie finding the area amazing. Now let your Pokemon be free, Fu said as Naruto let Annie down, who looked at him questionably as he gave her a go motion, who looked back at the open field and Naruto a few times, before walking into the field as it looked around. Bulbasaur. It would seem your Bulbasaur would like to join her, Fu said as she saw Samuel struggling with joining Annie out on the field. Samuel, would you like to go? Naruto asked his seed Pokemon, who nodded his head as he smiled and motioned for him to go as Samuel walked into the open area and stood by Annie, who looked at him a little jumpy. Before her eyes softened and she went to hug her father figure, but Samuel stopped her with his vines and started to talk to her. "What are they talking about?" Naruto asked, not able to hear from this distance. "You say Samuel has been taking care of Annie since you first got her, right?" Fu asked. "Well, technically the others pitch in to help, but Samuel has been the one who's spent more time with her other than me," Naruto spoke. "So Annie has grown more attached to Samuel?" Fu questioned. "I think it's Samuel who's grown more attached to Annie," Naruto said. "Really? Why is that?" she asked as Naruto sighed, looking at the two just walking around the field, as Annie was a little scared of the bigger Pokemon walking around, but he saw that Samuel was showing her they weren't hostile. "Samuel is unlike my other Pokemon. He isn't hyperactive, timid, nor battle-hardened. He is simply a calm and caring father, brother, and Pokemon to all. To be honest, I am shocked he is that way the day I found him." Naruto looked at him with a smile, reminiscing about the old days. "So I take it Samuel wasn't your starter then?" Fu wondered, curious about the two's bond. "No, in fact Samuel wasn't a part of the starter lineup. He was a wild Bulbasaur that I met on a simple trip through Johto with Gramps. I was left to my own doings, and of course being my young self I wandered too far that I soon got myself lost, I was a scared kid in a big forest with dangerous Pokemon that when the first one showed up in front of me it happened to be a Bulbasaur." Naruto had a sad smile. "Something tells me there is more to the story," Fu asked. "I was taken back to Gramps later on in the day and oh boy was he worried. But during that small time I was with Samuel I saw how much he cared for me like he does Annie, and you're probably wondering what a Bulbasaur was doing in Johto. Well, apparently he belonged to an old lady that lived in the village me and Gramps were in, and once we returned I found out that the old lady passed away and that her Bulbasaur had wandered into the woods with her family thinking he ran away. So it came as a shock when they saw him again and with me, haha." Naruto smiled, remembering the old times. "So Samuel was a child who had been taught to care and love just as he is doing with Annie." Fu words broke Naruto out of his memory lane as he gave her a small smirk. "You can say if it wasn't for Samuel I'd be a lost kid in Kanto about now." Though the old lady's family didn't want to let him go, they eventually saw how much Samuel took a liking to me and decided as long as I look after him and make sure he doesn't get to hurt that I'd be fine to take him with me. Naruto watched as Annie started to converse with more of the Pokemon in the area as Naruto smirked at the display. "So Naruto, why don't you let your other Pokemon out to enjoy the open field?" Fu asked. "Maybe you're right, it would let them stretch their legs." Naruto then released the Pokemon he had, though he had to keep Z in hers, but the others came out with cheers as they spread throughout the field, enjoying the feel of the place. "It seems like everyone is enjoying themselves, so how about we find a spot where you can release your own frustrations?" Fu said as she started to walk in a different direction. "And what do you mean by that?" Naruto asked. You'll see now, come." Fu led Naruto away from the Pokemon as they went to another part of the forest. Annie was walking through the large field as she looked back at Samuel, who urged her to go on as she turned around and looked at the relaxing form of a group of Sandshrew as she walked towards them and stood before them, looking up at them as one of them opened their eyes upon feeling someone was staring and looked down at the Cubone before walking towards it as Annie flinched, but held it together. Sandshrew. See you, Cubone bone." Samuel smiled upon seeing the Sandshrew shaking Annie's hand as they decided to play together, though Samuel made sure they didn't hurt one another before going to go sit on a large boulder as he waited for the two to finish their little play date. Though he looked up upon seeing Blaze flying near him. "How's the kid?" Blaze asked. "He found himself somebody to play with, so that's a good thing," Samuel said. "Hey, at least that's a start, and maybe the kid can start to gain some confidence," Blaze said. "You know it will take time, and he ain't a big fire-breathing dragon like you," Samuel retorted. "Haha, you're real funny, Samuel," Blaze said as he flew off. Samuel just smirked as he looked at Annie and the Sandshrew playing on some rocks as they each jumped from one of the another, though he did raise an eyebrow or whatever he had above his eye as he saw that the big rocks were all connected in some way, almost as if in a line. Then suddenly the ground around started to shake as Samuel and the Pokemon around them stopped as the ground started to break apart, almost as if something was trying to break through. OOONNNIX. All Pokemon had wide eyes as they saw large Onix erupt from the ground all around them as one of them, the clear leader of them, roared into the sky as he narrowed his eyes upon the two Pokemon, with those being Annie and the Sandshrew, as they jumped back in fright. Bulba. Samuel quickly leapt off his rock as he rushed in, with the others quickly getting the other Pokemon in the area to safety as some of the Onix started to attack them, but Blaze and Leo managed to hold them back as Kurama and Bolt got the others to safety. Cubone. Annie started to run away when the Sandshrew left him and ran the other way as the giant Onix had his sights set on Annie, with it barreling towards Annie at a fast pace with her running, but she knew she wasn't fast enough and just tucked into a ball waiting for the pain, but it never came as she felt a pull and a warm feeling as she opened her eyes to see she was in the protective grasp of Samuel, who had put her behind him as he glared at Onix, giving a small growl. "Get out of here, Annie, I'll handle this," Samuel said, and before she could give a response he charged right in and used Razor Leaf to stop the charging Onix, before jumping on top of it and hitting it with his Vine Whip. "Oh. Onix roared in anger more than pain, before trying to shake the grass type off of it as Samuel held on tightly with his Vine Whip, making sure not to lose his grip, until suddenly Onix stopped moving as Samuel looked up, only to widen his eyes as he was hit with a headbutt by the Onix, sending him flying back into its tail, where he wrapped him up and started to squeeze him. Bulbaa. Annie started to let tears slip from her eyes as she cried out for help, looking at the rest of the Pokemon who were dealing with the other Onix and knew they wouldn't be able to help, as Annie looked at Samuel crying out in pain, with Onix using Headbutt to cause him further damage. "I have to do something," Annie thought as her fists tightened around her bone club with tears spilling out from her eyes. I have to help. Can you truly help him?" "Yes, I can. I just need to use one of my moves." "Can you even accomplish that? Can you even use a ground-type move?" "Yes, I can. I must, to protect Samuel. Just like you protected Mother." The dark voice in her head spoke as Annie widened her eyes, with everything around her slowing down as the memory, still fresh like an open wound, just grew bigger as flashes of that day occurred. From the moment that her and her mother were taken from their home, to the moment they were brought to Silph County, where they were subjected to dozens of tests and forced to watch and hear the screams of many Pokemon, to the moment where she felt helpless as they killed her mother right in front of her. Maybe the voice was right, maybe she was utterly useless, and just like before she would lose someone she cared about, all because she was helpless. Flashback. "Hello young one, my name is Naruto and this here are my Pokemon." Back then she was afraid of everything and she knew they were scared to talk to her, but her trainer who always took a chance to make her feel happy. "Hello young one." Till that day he introduced the others. From the big scary Gyarados, to the small little fox Pokemon who took to making him feel as comfortable as she did with everyone. But out of all of them, this green seed Pokemon was the one that got her to come out of her shell, to look up and see the world. "I know you're scared. I was once like you, a child who had lost everything, but whenever darkness comes into our lives there is always that one ray of light to guide you. But remember, that light will always be there and will be during all your dark days to guide you and give you strength when needed." Present time. Those words gave her the light she needed in her darkest time and allowed it to grow to not only Samuel, but to everyone. Her trainer, his Pokemon, and to allow that little light to fade, because of her she would not allow. Cubone. Onix glared at Samuel, who was growling at the rock type as he felt the tail nearly popping his seed, but suddenly a whirling sound was heard, before a fast spinning object slammed into the Onix face as it turned towards the source of where the spinning object came from, only to find no one but Annie, who instead of fear was now replaced by determination and anger as she tightened her grip on her club. Onix let go of Samuel, who landed in a huff and tried to get up to help Annie, but fell back down upon realizing his left foot was injured as Onix rushed towards Annie, who bent her down a little and waited for Onix to get a little bit closer. With it only a few feet away, Annie jumped up and used Onix momentum against it as she raised her club, which glowed a little as she slammed it into its head as it cried out in pain upon feeling the full might of the bone club. Annie didn't stop there as she rushed in and used Iron Head to cause Onix to lose its balance as it fell down with its head slamming into the ground hard as it roared in pain, but wasn't given breathing room once Annie jumped up top and threw her club as it hit Onix in the face, sending him back down and jumping up before slamming back into its middle section with Iron Head. "Ooh, don't mess with my family," was all Annie said as she caught her club and walked towards Samuel, knowing Onix was down for the count. "Annie, that was, whoa." Samuel was a little shocked over what just happened as he just saw little Annie take down a giant Onix. I guess I didn't want to lose you, Papa, Annie said as Samuel stopped moving and looked at Annie, who looked away shyly, thinking maybe she shouldn't have said that, but then a hug from Samuel's vine whip made her look up and let out tears, only not of sadness, but of happiness. You will never lose me, my little brown daughter. Samuel felt so much happiness from her words and couldn't let his tears slip as well. Well, it seems something big happened here, Bolt said as he and the others came once handling the other Onix and were shocked upon seeing Annie take out the boss Onix. And it would seem the little one had grown, Blaze said as Annie gave a challenging smirk. Maybe it'll grow stronger than you, she said. Ha, in your dreams, kid, Blaze said, but knew deep down she would grow stronger over time. What the hell? Naruto yelled upon entering the clearing with Fu as he saw all the knocked out Onix with all his Pokemon looking over to him sheepishly. Guess we got explaining to do, Leo said. Not it, Kurama said as he hid behind a tree with everyone else laughing. Naruto sighed as he sat cross-legged on a giant flat rock in the middle of a raging river as the sounds of the water moving along and the feel of the wind on his skin allowed for a cool and calm center of peace, one of which he needed right now. To become centered you must first be one with yourself. Your rage I can feel is unbalanced, and with that comes havoc for your other emotions till you are nothing more but a confused search Pokemon. So close your eyes and become one with nature whose balance is shifted through her. Those were the words Fu said to him as before he had returned to his search Pokemon she had told him that she could feel his inner struggles and that they have been bottled up for so long that they have destroyed his inner balance. Of course she was referring to his spikes of anger, and the sudden jolt of energy he always gets whenever he is angered or upset causes him to sometimes think rash and pull off stupider stunts than usual, though he did question her how she knew and she didn't say anything, but leave him to his own doings. So now here he was sitting on a rock in the middle of a raging river as he tried to think to himself and focus on his inner self, which of course was something he had been doing for the last half hour. This is starting to feel pointless, he thought. Just like yourself. Naruto's eyes opened wide at the sudden voice as he looked around and found no one in the area. That probably because it wasn't anybody. The same voice spoke as Naruto looked around trying to find the source of that voice, before he stopped and looked down in the water at his reflection, only something was different. Just who are you? Naruto asked his image as it started to ripple and change, with the hair changing to a dark red with black streaks and his eyes becoming a dark red as he took on a more animalistic look. Why isn't it obvious? I am, you fool, only the stronger version of what you could become, the reflection spoke with a sinister smirk. And what version would that be? Naruto questioned, though he probably knew what he was talking about. Why me, of course. Your anger, rage, betrayal of what those you considered blood have done to not only you, but to us. I know it eats at you every day. I am a part of you. I feel your every thought. Why do you think you're able to do some incredible things for a human? The dark Naruto said. I know, and I also know that it's your influence that always gives me the strength to keep going and make more rash decisions that further hurt not only myself, but my search Pokemon, Naruto said as he glared at his darker self. Well, search Pokemon are used as both a search sword and shield, his darker half said as Naruto glared even harder. You should watch yourself or else, Naruto growled out. Or what? I am you, only much more powerful. After all, I feed off your anger and rage, both of which you have built up over the years, so trying to get rid of me now won't help solve anything for yourself. The dark Naruto spoke as Naruto sighed, knowing he was right. Yes, I know that over the years since my arrival here into the Kanto region, one have held nothing but hate and rage, letting it fester and grow into you, and because of that I have made some mistakes, ones that I refuse to let happen again, and to others, especially my search Pokemon, Naruto said with so much conviction on the last part that his darker half was taken aback slightly by it. I admit I didn't expect our first meet being so surprising, his darker half said with a feral smirk. Well, I am known to surprise most people, Naruto smirked back. Just know this won't be our last meeting and that I will see you again, whether it's for a talk or more, his darker half said, before he started to disappear, and Naruto was staring back at his own normal reflection. Guess I got a lot more inner demons than I thought, Naruto said as the rustling of leaves drew his attention back to land, where he saw Annie and Samuel walking into the clearing, and he couldn't help but smile as he saw the newfound confidence brimming in Annie. See you, Cubone. Yeah, I am on my way. Naruto said as he got up and jumped back onto land as he followed his two search Pokémon back into the village where he saw Fu and her father Vector tending to his search Pokémon. "You have raised some fine Pokémon, Naruto," Vector said as he petted Blaze, who smiled at his touch. "Thank you, Vector, though I can't take all the credit. I mean, my Pokémon put just as much work and wouldn't be what they are without their own strength," Naruto said as he got down and started to pet Kurama. "Yes, but only when the bond between human and Pokémon is as strong will true strength be unlocked," Vector said. "Are you referring to Mega Evolution, Vector?" Naruto asked, as that wasn't the first time he had heard that phrase. "Yes, Naruto, in fact our village hold much history with evolution," Fu said. "What do you mean?" asked Naruto. Now Fu, why don't we show our guest what you mean?" Naruto said as he started to lead them further into the village until they came to what he assumed the center was, and his eyes widened upon seeing a giant statue of a Venusaur. "Whoa, what's up with the giant statue?" Naruto asked. "This Naruto is the guardian of the village and the source of all our medicine," Fu said. "Long ago, when this land was untouched by any known human, a search Pokémon of unimaginable size and power came into contact with a meteor that fell from the sky, impact the ground and turning everything you see around you to the opposite of it. For when we are given life, death is just around the corner. But even object of such destruction can be changed into something more, and a newly evolved Venusaur made contact with the rock, changing it into something more, and with it came new life to the surrounding area. New land for which our ancestors were allowed to come and live in harmony with the search Pokémon, as you can see, giving us much medicine and harmony with each other," Vector said as he got on his knees praying to the statue along with Fu and any other villagers who came. "So Gramps was right in saying Mega Evolution was around far longer than most think," Naruto thought as he started to pray to the statue of Venusaur, with his other search Pokémon doing the same, not wanting to be left out. But Samuel was the only one not doing it as he stared at the statue with wonder and awe as his eyes almost became mesmerized. "Hey Samuel, you okay?" Naruto asked his grass type, who didn't seem to hear him as he was still looking at the statue and started to walk towards it as Naruto went to stop him, but Vector raised his arm to stop him. "Let the lad, as I think he feels a connection to the statue," he said as they, along with those who came, watched as Samuel walked up to the statue in a daze, before being right in front of it. "What is happening to him?" Naruto asked, curious on why his search Pokémon was so entranced in the statue. "You will see soon, Naruto," Vector said as they watched as Samuel started to let his vines come out and wave around in the air, before the seed in his back pulsed and released small balls of light that floated around the statue, and the eyes of the Venusaur started to glow a little, before the vines of Samuel touched the statue. White light started to shine throughout the area as Naruto was taken aback slightly by it until his vision refocused and he, along with Vector, Fu, the villages and his search Pokémon, watched in amazement as Samuel started to grow and change in size, with the giant seed on its back growing almost as if blossoming, with the balls of light converging back into it and the light dying down until something new stood in front of Stot. "Vensaur. What?" Naruto said in shock as he saw his newly evolved search Pokémon roar into the sky, with the statue almost looking like it nodded its head in approval, before the light in its eyes disappeared. "So it seems your Ivysaur finally evolved." Naruto turned around to see Asher walking towards him with his own Venusaur. "You act like you expected this," Naruto asked. "Well, I didn't, but the chief did," Asher said as he looked towards Vector, who had a big smile. "You knew he would evolve?" Naruto questioned him. "Yes, I did actually. For as long as this statue has been here, all and every known grass-type search Pokémon has been drawn to it, almost as if they have a connection to it with its power, giving those the ability to evolve. Though the Bulbasaur line has had a stronger connection with it than other grass types," Vector said. "Probably because it's a Venusaur, Dad," Fu said. "Is it because of that? Remember, my Ivysaur never evolved when near the statue along with yours, Asher," Vector said as said person grumbled, knowing his Ivysaur wasn't able to evolve upon being in front of the statue. "Then why did mine evolve?" asked Naruto. "That is a question you will have to solve yourself," Vector said. "Okay then. Well, what do you think, Samuel?" Naruto asked his newly evolved search Pokémon, who looked at him with a little bit of shock as he too had been taken by surprise by his sudden change. "I think you two can talk about it over dinner, as this small evolution calls for a feast," Fu said. "And one we shall give. Now, Asher, I need you to tell everyone about it, okay?" Vector said. "Really, Chief? What about the patrolling guards?" Asher asked. Tell them to take a break and join us. There is no need for any when our village is safe, Vector said. I mean sir, you can't be too safe, he said. Do not worry Asher, I believe it will all work out, Vector said, before walking off to assemble the cooks. If you say so boss, Asher said before walking off to info the guards. Let us go Naruto so that we may prepare, Fu said as she led him and his search Pokemon through the village. Undisclosed location. So that's the village huh? A male voice with a smooth southern accent said as he looked through his binoculars to view the village below and the statue everyone was standing around. Yes, and the target seems to be more than we expected. Another voice, only this one was feminine, spoke with a high French accent. Dawn, Janet, I need both of you to gather the others and prepare for tonight. If this is to go without any problems, I need all of you at your top game. A man who towers over them and whose voice spoke of years of wisdom. But Kakuzu, what about the newly arrived trainer? The now named Dawn asked. He means nothing, though treat him as you would the other trainers in the village, Kakuzu said as he stared at Naruto, who was congratulating his newly evolved Venusaur. I'll go get the rest of the team ready Kakuzu, Janet said, before walking away to prep everyone. Payday has never looked so good, Kakuzu thought as his mind flashed with the amount of cash he would get for that rare statue. Night time. Naruto was sweat dropping as he watched a couple of villagers perform dances that, from what he heard Fu say, were traditional moves they used to celebrate big events or parties of celebration. Which for him seemed like they were confused as to what they were doing, but nevertheless he continued to eat as the others around enjoyed the show and food. Though once he was done with his meal and noticed everyone was up and moving, he decided to step out for a bit as he felt the room was getting too hot and smiled upon feeling the cool night air. So you couldn't stand the heat as well? Naruto turned to find Asher sitting on a large boulder looking at the clouds which were blocking the full moon. Yeah, it was getting a little hot in there, plus I am not a big fan of big parties, Naruto said as he leaned on a tree by Asher as the two sat in silence just enjoying each other's company. Tell me Naruto, about your Venusaur, Asher said with Naruto looking at him with a raised eyebrow. What do you want to know about my Venusaur? Naruto asked, confused on why he wanted to know about his grass type. I heard that it wasn't your search Pokemon to start your journey with, nor was it one that Professor Oak has on his ranch, Asher said as he looked down towards Naruto. Yeah, Samuel was from the Johto region and joined me upon bringing me back to the village where his former owner lived. That was the day I truly had someone to teach me, he said. What do you mean teach you? Asher asked. Back when I first met Gramps, or as you call him Professor Oak, he has always watched over me. Though he always made sure I was healthy and active, always learning about search Pokemon, he never taught me how to interact with others or the other search Pokemon on the farm. When Samuel joined us, he was there to teach me not to be afraid of the bigger Pokemon on the ranch. He taught me to be more confident, especially when standing up to bullies. Naruto pulled out Samuel's Pokeball as he thought back to a time where Samuel as a Bulbasaur urged him to communicate with a Tauros, and he slightly laughed thinking of how scared he was back then. So Samuel became yours after a while and you took him along with you on your journey, Asher said. Yup. To be honest, he and most of my search Pokemon are closer, because of the experiences they each have had throughout their lives, from being abandoned, mistreated, and lost. Till I found them and have them a look at what a true caring trainer is and once was. Naruto smiled as the journey he has had with his team is one they have had together and one they knew will grow their bond even further. Huh, you're different from other trainers, Asher said. Really, you sure it's not because of your award-winning personality? Naruto said with a laugh. Huh, very funny kid, but there is a reason I was harsh to you, Asher said. Really wanna enlighten me? Asked Naruto. Huh, if you wanna know, just look at the statue. I mean, I am sure you noticed the damage upon it, Asher said as Naruto thought about it, remembering that the thing had multiple scratches and marks on it, almost as if it had been beaten by some kind of object. A long time ago our village was once a hot spot for trainers to come and heal their search Pokemon, but also themselves, and back then I was more open to it. Till one particular trainer came and challenged Vector for the right to take Fu as his wife. Apparently his family was famous to the search Pokemon world. Tell me, do you know of the Uchiha? Asher said, immediately noticing the flash of anger in Naruto's eyes gave him the answer he needed. I assume you're not a big fan, he asked. You could say I have a bad history with Uchiha, especially one of my Pokemon, Naruto said as he thought of King and his previous trainer Obito. At least we have that in common. But this Uchiha was far more arrogant than any I have seen, and not only wanted to make Fu his, but wanted the statue, Asher said as he grew more angry the more he thought of it. What did Vector do with him? Naruto asked. He beat the kid so bad that he ran out of the village crying home. Both of them laughed as one imagined what it looked like while the other laughed as he remembered that day very much. I guess he didn't take the lose very well, Naruto asked. No, in fact he and a bunch of his friends snuck into the village at night and tried to break the statue with that boy going to where Fu lived and trying to take her. Of course I was there late at night, because I had to patrol, though when I saw him I made him pay deeply, Asher said as Naruto just looked at him with a raised eyebrow. Is that why your village was basically hidden from the world now and not many are allowed to enter? Naruto asked. Yes, and since only those we deemed worthy could enter, not many knew how to find the place. So our village's secret was kept. That, and my reaction to you finding our village was because I didn't want something like that to happen again, Asher said. Well, at least I know now you're not a total ass, Naruto said as Asher laughed at his remark. Well, you're not so. Boom. What the hell was that? Naruto asked as he looked up to see a column of smoke coming from the center of the village. I don't know, but that's where Thomas is right now, Asher said as he rushed to the smoke with Naruto sighing as he followed him. Center of the village. You won't get away with this. Thomas struggles to stand as his Firo and Dodrio were both being pinned down by rocks coming from a massive Raiden and Arbok as the owner of these search Pokemon walked up to him. Ah, but you see we already have. By the time anyone comes we will be long gone, Janet said as she gave a smirk at the poor Mont's attempt to get up. Janet, enough fooling around, we got the thing hooked up, Don said as he along with several masked men tied ropes from the statue to Skarmory and Firo. Fine, Abrok, finish him would you, Janet said as her search Pokemon hissed before lunging at Thomas, who closed his eyes accepting his fate. Kuram flame charge. Suddenly a red blur slammed into Arbok, sending it flying back into its trainer, who cried out in shock, before it turned to anger as she got up and glared at the newcomers. Looks like we have company, Don said as he radioed in for more help. You won't take the statue, Asher said as he glared at the thieves. Then try and stop us. Go Honchkrow. Don then sent out a black bird with a large chest and wings that spread far and wide as its head looked like a hat. Arbok, Raiden, deal with them would you, Janet said as her two search Pokemon glared at the little fox, who growled back. Not gonna happen. You ready, Asher? Naruto smiled as Asher gave him a smirk. Always. Now Venusaur, let's go. Asher then sent out his own large bulky grass type, only this one was a light green as it glared at the search Pokemon in front of him. Whoa, looks like you got your own Venusaur, Naruto said. He was my first Pokemon and my longest partner, and whenever he is around that statue he feels more calm and determined, so this is personal, Asher said as Naruto nodded understanding. Then one of his Pokeballs shook as it opened, releasing Samuel, who sensing the danger roared. Whoa Samuel, you wanna join in? Naruto saw the determined look in his eyes and smiled. Ha, this will be easy for me. Honchkrow use air cutter, Don said as his search Pokemon raised its wings as blades of wind formed before they shot off at the two grass types. Arbok, assist and go in and use Ice Fang. Raiden, you use Horn Drill. Her two search Pokemon rushed in, one with its horn spinning rapidly and the other bearing its ice-covered fangs. You take care of the two on the ground, I got the one in the air, Asher said. I am not one of your lackeys, but I'll do it anyway. Kurama, move in with Flame Charge and use Iron Tail to deflect those fangs, while Samuel, you stop that charging Raiden with Vine Whip, Naruto called out as his search Pokemon each took on their own targets, with Kurama racing towards Arbok and jumping above its strike as its tail turned a metallic sliver, before slamming it into the top of its head as it hissed in pain. While Raiden's horn was stopped by the vines and it was lifted up by Samuel only to be slammed into the ground. Now Venusaur, use Light Screen, Asher called out as a pink screen appeared in front of his search Pokemon, blocking all the air cutters. RRRRR. Honchkrow, move in and use Aerial Ace, Don called out as his Pokemon rushed in, with Asher not saying anything and his Venusaur just waiting for Honchkrow to come as Naruto was about to call out to him. Now Venusaur, use Sleep Powder. Venusaur then releases a cloud of green smoke which Honchkrow couldn't dodge at its speed and flew right into it as it coughed and shook its head, missing its attack. Honchkrow, Don yelled. Now bring it down with Energy Ball. Asher said as his search Pokemon unleashed a ball of green energy that went flying, hitting Honchkrow, who cried out before falling down. Damn them, all of you get those birds flying, Janet said as the others they had with them quickly got on their search Pokemon and told them to start flying as they flew up with the ropes tied to the statue become tight as they used their strength to lift it as they struggled a bit before they saw the thing moving. We have to stop them. Kurama used Flamethrower, Naruto called out as his Pokemon unleashed a torrent of flames, but another torrent of flames came out of nowhere blocking his search Pokemon's attack. What was that? Suddenly a rumble from underneath Kurama stopped them from moving as out from the ground popped a Weavile as Kurama jumped back, but wasn't fast enough to dodge the slash that came from Weavile as he went sailing back. I leave the transfer of the statue to you two, and when I comes to see what's taking you so long I come to find you're getting beat by one guard and a kid barely out his diapers. Kakuzu came flying down on his Aerodactyl as both Dawn and Janet became slightly nervous upon seeing his impatient face, with Asher looking shocked at Kakuzu. Sorry sir, we underestimated them, Janet said. We could have gotten them sir, please let us handle them, Dawn said. Enough, I will handle this, besides I have some unfinished business with one of these two. I mean, it has been years since our last encounter, ain't that right Asher? Kakuzu said as he waved at him. Kakuzu, what are you doing back here? Asher said with sudden anger as Naruto was shocked at it. Well, I just came back to see how my old home is doing and to take something while I am on my way out, Kakuzu said as he waved for the birds to continue. You won't get away with it, you damn traitor, Asher said. Wait, what? Asher, who is this? Naruto asked, confused on how they knew each other. Kakuzu was a former member and teacher of the village's guards. In fact, he was Vector's student and Fu's first love, and my brother, Asher said as Naruto grew wide eyes as he looked at the smug look of Kakuzu. Ah yes, the good old times when I was tied down to this village, but now I am much more and no longer tied down to this village. For as you see, I have grown to be very powerful while you and the others grew weak here, Kakuzu said. Wrong Kakuzu, we grew stronger and I've become the best in the village, Asher said. Oh really? Well then show me, will you? Kakuzu said as his Magmar stepped up. I'll show you now, Venusaur, let's go, Asher said. No wait Asher, stop, Naruto said, knowing he was letting his emotions get the best of him. Venusaur, use Frenzy Plant, Asher said as his search Pokemon slammed its legs into the ground with a giant tree coming out from the ground and heading towards Magmar. Magmar, use Sunny Day, Kakuzu said as his search Pokemon raised its hands as a large light suddenly shined down, brightening everything just as the giant tree slammed down on it. Guess you lost your touch, Kakuzu, Asher said, but was taken aback by his smug smirk. Oh, you still have much to learn, Asher. Magmar now Flame Charge. Suddenly the free got burned away as in a blur Venusaur was slammed by Magmar as he went skidding back and grunted in pain. Venusaur, are you okay? Asher said as he saw that his search Pokemon was badly hurt from that attack. Coming at me with a grass type, even if it's your best search Pokemon, it won't help you here, I am afraid, Asher. Now Magmar, go in and use Fire Punch. Magmar then rushed in as Asher got in front of his Pokemon, with Venusaur looking up at his trainer, with Asher having a determined look, not letting his own arrogance become the reason his Pokemon get hurts even more. Now Samuel used Body Slam. Suddenly from out of the corner came Naruto's Venusaur as it used its heavy body to stop Magmar and send it flying back. Naruto, Asher said as he looked at Naruto, who was holding Kurama and walked near his search Pokemon, who stood in front of them protectively. You know, I was told my emotions would get in the way of my battles and force me to make rash decisions, and was told what I am gonna tell you now. To be one with your search Pokemon means to be focused on the battle now and let all emotions flow and connect with your Pokemon, and that's what me and Samuel are gonna do, Naruto said as his Pokemon nodded, agreeing with him. Ha, Fu was always the wise one, Asher said as he looked at Naruto with a confident smirk and nodded. Go get him then. And who might you be? Kakuzu asked, curious on the newcomer as he wasn't someone who lived in the village. My name is Naruto Uzumaki and I am here to stop you. Both he and Samuel glared at Kakuzu. A Uzumaki? Well, haven't seen one in a while. Though what you're doing here is beyond me. It doesn't matter, for if you're in my way you'll suffer, Kakuzu said as Magmar got up and glared at Samuel. Well, I am not like them, as I have been known as the unpredictable one, Naruto said. Yes, but coming at me with a Venusaur, you're more dumb than unpredictable, Kakuzu said. Samuel is different from other Venusaur and Hell show you now use Razor Leaf, Naruto said as his search Pokemon unleashed Sharp Leaves at Magmar. Pathetic. Magmar make this quick and use Flamethrower, Kakuzu said as he shakes his head at the kid's dumb choice with his search Pokemon unleashing a torrent of flames that burned the oncoming leaves heading straight towards Samuel, but Naruto just smirked as Samuel in a surprise burst of speed dodged the attack shocking Kakuzu a little. Now Samuel move in and use Body Slam, Naruto said as his Pokemon moved in quick. Magmar stop him with Fire Punch, Magmar raises its fist which caught on fire as it went to strike the oncoming search Pokemon. Samuel quick use Vine Whip to dodge, Naruto said as Samuel's vines came at it and slammed into the ground using it to launch himself above Magmar's attack. Now use Razor Leaf to cut those ropes, Kakuzu had wide eyes as he realized they were going for the statue which had finally gotten into the air. Magmar stop him with Flamethrower, Kakuzu said. Venusaur use Solar Beam, Asher said as his search Pokemon unleashed its attack not needing the charge with Sunny Day out. Magmar was blown back as Samuel unleashed Sharp Leaves cutting the ropes attached to the statue freeing it, but causing it to come slamming into the ground as a part of its head broke off with it rolling in front of Samuel who looked down at the broken head of the Venusaur statue. Kakuzu himself was fuming as his objective was ruined and he was raging inside before his anger-filled eyes turned towards the source of his anger being Naruto who looked shocked at the outcome thus he wasn't prepared for what was coming. Weavile use Ice Beam, Naruto was thrown out of his thoughts as he saw the attack coming towards him and turned around making sure Kurama wouldn't be injured, but was pulled away by Samuel's vines as he was put behind him to make sure he wasn't injured anymore. Samuel, Naruto said as he saw his search Pokemon looking a little worn out. You'll pay for ruining my score. Now Magmar, Weavile, Aerodactyl finish him off with True Element attack, Kakuzu said as Magmar prepared a Fire Blast, Weavile a Blizzard, and Aerodactyl a Hyper Beam. This would be a good time for the others, Naruto said as he went for Blaze's Pokeball but found his missing along with the others as he looked around finding them where he was standing before. Venusaur, Naruto looked at his search Pokemon who stood defensively in front of him as Kurama jumped out of his arms and stood ready to help, but was stopped as a vine held it back and he looked into the eyes of Samuel who gave him a stern look. Venusaur, Vul Vulpix. Naruto watched as the two had a small argument, before Kurama with a saddle look stepped back with Naruto realizing Samuel wanted to deal with them by himself and as he tried to reach out to his search Pokemon he looked back at him as the two stared at one another almost as if having a conversation with just their eyes as Naruto saw he wanted to do this to protect the ones he cares about as Naruto stepped back allowing Samuel to do this by himself. So you're just gonna come at me with him huh well it's your funeral. All three of you attack, Kakuzu said as his three search Pokemon fired their attacks. Naruto, Asher said as he tried to go in and help, but Dawn and Janet were in his way. Not so fast sweetheart we still got some unfinished business, Janet said as her search Pokemon and Dawn surrounded him. Now Samuel used Solar Beam, Naruto said as his Pokemon thanks to the sunny day used it and the grass move clashed with the three attacks with it holding them at a standstill. But Naruto saw that it wasn't enough and noticed the sunny day was wearing off. Now you three full power, Kakuzu said as his three search Pokemon put more power into their attacks overwhelming the Solar Beam and hitting Samuel as a cloud of smoke blocked their view. Naruto, Asher yelled as he could do nothing with these two holding him off. It would seem he survived that, Kakuzu said as he watched the smoke disappear to show a barely standing Samuel with his Vine Whip blocking most of the damage from hitting Naruto and Kurama with the two looming at their injured friend. You have to stop this Samuel you can't take any more, Naruto said as he tried to pull Samuel back, but he kept moving forward till he collapsed. It would seem it's at its end and so are you, now Magmar Flamethrower. Kakuzu watched as his search Pokemon unleashed a torrent of fire as Naruto saw it coming and jumped in front of Samuel taking the attack as Samuel and Kurama yelled out. Naruto I am coming out. Z said as she was about to come out, but Naruto held onto her ball as he didn't want her to expose herself. Venusaur, Samuel could only look at the damage its trainer got and looked down saddened it couldn't help him as he was too weak. Too weak to help anyone and right now at a disadvantage. But then he looked into Naruto's eyes which showed pain, but underneath that pain was something more, something stronger than pain. Love, Something that was the strongest bond two individuals could have, and his love for him and his search Pokemon was what made him take that hit. So with the strength he had and fine whop, he tried to stand up till his vine whip broke another piece of the statue with him falling back down. But then he heard something rolling and looked down to find a small light blue gem with a swirling pink and dark lime green in the middle. As Samuel looked at the broken head again, almost in a trance, as he picked up the small gem and placed it on his head where it stuck, before getting up and standing in front of the injured Naruto, who looked at Samuel with worry. "Samuel, I got this, you get your rest," Naruto said as he tried to get him behind him, but Samuel stopped him. "Venusaur." Naruto stopped as he stared into Samuel's eyes and saw beneath that pain was something that instantly made him jolt, as without even thinking about it he dug into his small pouch on his back and pulled out the gem he was given by Mr. Fuji, as suddenly the two gems started to glow. "What the hell?" Kakuzu said as everyone stopped fighting to look at the light show, with Vector and Fu arriving just in time to witness the event. "Through our bonds we show love, and through our love we go beyond evolution. Now Samuel Mega Evolve." Naruto hadn't thought of those words, but they came out of his mouth, because he thought they felt right, and as he raised the DNA gem did it start to release energy, as the gem above Samuel's head did the same, with the two connecting until power surged through them, with Samuel being engulfed in light. "Mega Evolution. This won't stop us now, Weavile. Magmar, use your strongest attacks," Kakuzu said as both used Blizzard and Fire Blast, with the two attacks hitting Samuel with smoke blocking the light show that died down. "Did you get him, boss?" Dawn asked, only to be blown away when massive vine whips came and hit him, Janet and their search Pokemon into the other grunts. "You came here to steal something sacred to these people. Your people, and for that you shall be punished by me and Samuel," Naruto said as the smoke was gone, showing he was fine and Samuel was to looking better than ever, with his Mega Evolution making the plant on its back bigger. "You won't stop us, not now or never." Magmar Fire Punch, Weavile Ice Punch, Kakuzu said as his two search Pokemon rushed in, each with devastating attacks, as Naruto and Samuel smirked waiting for the two to connect, and when they did Samuel took them without flinching. "What?" Kakuzu was shocked at what just occurred. "Now it's your turn to feel the pain, Samuel, if you would," Naruto said as his search Pokemon nodded before a bright light was released from its giant plant, which shined everywhere, blinding some. "Now end this with Solar Beam." Then without a second to waste, Samuel unleashed the beam of energy that hit both Pokemon, sending them flying back to their master's feet, knocked out and him furious. "RRRRRR, pull out. This mission is a failure," Kakuzu said as he didn't like retreating, but knew better than to fight a losing battle with a Mega Search Pokemon. "But boss, we have him on the ropes," Dawn said, before his Pokemon was thrown back at him. "Sure you do, now let's get out of here," Janet said before getting his search Pokemon and himself and running towards the flying birds, with Kakuzu returning both of his Pokemon and giving Naruto a hard stare. "Remember this, boy. I will get my prize, and if you stand in my way, well, you better be equipped for it," Kakuzu said as he saw the last of his people fly away, before telling his Pokemon it was time to go, and flew away as Naruto didn't give chase and decided to watch, with Samuel growling at their retreating forms. "Good job, Samuel, it would seem you can Mega Move, huh?" Naruto said as he praised his search Pokemon, who smiled at him. "Naruto, are you okay?" Fu asked as she came down and hugged him before checking to make sure he was he. Yeah, I am okay. But what about the others?" Naruto asked about Thomas, who was being taken away to a stretcher. "Thomas will be fine, my boy, but what about you?" Vector said. "I am fine, just a light wound," he said, but got hit in the head by Asher. "Little my ass, you got hit by a flamethrower, so let them worry," Asher said. "Thanks, but I've taken worse," Naruto said as he went to walk away, before collapsing onto the ground with everyone looking on in worry. "Don't worry guys, I think it's just fatigue," Asher said after feeling for a pulse and finding one. "At least we know he's tired now," Vector said, with the other two laughing, while Kurama congratulated Samuel on his new form, with him smiling knowing he was gonna piss off Blaze with it. Undisclosed location. Kakuzu report. A dark voice spoke as he was seen on a video screen. Though it was dark, you could make out the dark red eyes on the other side as 3 Tomio spun around in them. "Mission was a failure, sir," Kakuzu said, though not with the most happy of tones. "Failure? Tell me how you, my top agent, failed," the dark voice asked, with a clear hint of anger present. "Our information on who would be guarding and around what time were accurate, though the party they had did help. It was for naught as a trainer Uzumaki nonetheless foiled our attempts, Kakuzu said as he could see the anger evident in his boss's eyes. So Uzumaki is foiling my plans again. Did you catch his first name? The Dark Shadow asked. Naruto Uzumaki was his name, sir. Naruto. I guess Giovanni's little problem has now become my own. Kakuzu, continue with your other plans. I must speak with our dear old friend, the dark voice said as Kakuzu nodded before he cut the feed off with the man sitting in thought of the current events. So after all this time another Uzumaki will stop me. Only this time I'll make sure he doesn't live. Thanks. Thanks for everything Vector, and I am sorry about your statue, Naruto said as he shook the hand of Vector as the two along with Fu, Thomas and Asher stood outside the tunnel to exit their village. It is fine Naruto, after all that statue was but an object, not a symbol of what we believe and pray to. Though it would seem as though they viewed something in you and your Venusaur if they gave you that Mega Stone, Vector said. Still I wish it didn't have to cost destroying that statue, I mean it sure looked special, Naruto said. It was just out there to show people where they can send their praise to, not a thing which they have to always look upon, Fu said. Besides, I am sure your ass got so much praise from the rest of the village after you sent those thieves packing, Asher said. Yeah, I guess, but hey, at least Annie is feeling better and more confident, Naruto said with a laugh. And what about yourself, Naruto? Fu asked as Naruto stopped laughing as he gave it thought. To be honest, I don't know yet. I have been making contact with my darker half, but it's only when he wants to talk, Naruto said as he had been trying to confront his darker half to no avail. Well, keep trying, Naruto, as conquering one's dark side takes time. Even the most determined of trainers have a difficult time, Vector said. Thanks Vector, and thank you to the rest of you who have helped me throughout my stay here, Naruto said. Anytime Naruto, and come visit if you're ever in the area, Thomas said as he waved at him. Don't forget, me and my Venusaur want to have another go with you and Samuel, Asher said as he nodded at him. Don't worry, I will, and thank you Fu for helping me and my Pokemon, Naruto said as he went to give her a handshake, but she hugged him instead. Just don't let it control you. Darkness can never truly win if there is still light in you, Fu said before letting him go as Vector came up to him and handed him an item. What is this? Naruto asked. That is a bracelet to put your keystone in so that whenever you would like you could Mega Evolve your Pokemon. Though remember that the bonds you have with your Pokemon can only be as strong if both sides have free clear mind, Vector said. Thank you Vector, I will make you proud, Naruto said as he turned around waving goodbye as he set off to continue on his journey. Few days later, Naruto was sitting down on a stump as he had just finished getting his camp set up with all his Pokemon he had with him out of their Pokeballs, walking around and enjoying the bright day as he looked up from cleaning the egg and smiled as he saw Samuel and Annie going into the lake as they had fun splashing around in it with Uza swimming below them, enjoying the freedom she gets in bigger areas of water. Jolt. Naruto turned to see Bolt coming back with King holding sticks and a couple of berries as he smiled at the two who came up to him and put them in front of the cooking pot, with King putting the berries near his bag as he looked into the sky to see Talia coming back from patrolling with Z as she appeared next to him in a yellow blur. So how was the search? Naruto asked his two Pokemon. Nothing too dangerous out here, just a couple of wild Spearow and Meowth, Z said as she sat down near him. Well, at least I know there won't be any disturbances while we eat. Naruto poured the egg back into its case before going to check on the food. Where are we going exactly? Z asked, watching as Samuel and Annie started to make their way back to land. I told you we are going to Celadon City, that's where the next gym is, and we can get a lot more supplies than we have, Naruto said as he starts to pour food for everyone, but made sure he gave Uza a lot more since she was the biggest of all of them. Don't you think we have more than enough supplies? Z said as she stared at the already full bag of items. Well, doesn't hurt to have more, plus we could buy some TMs to teach some of the others new moves, Naruto said as he finished pouring everyone's food. I guess though we could try your luck with the slot machines, Z said, knowing Naruto had the devil's luck when it came to gambling. Huh. Sure, you just want me to run them dry. Naruto laughed as he started to eat, with everyone thanking for the food before digging in, with no one noticing a small shadow moving towards Naruto's bag and another moving towards the egg resting beside him. Say Naruto, who will you use for your gym battle? Z asked, noticing something moving outside her vision and prepared to move as King noticed as well. I don't know yet, so I guess I'll have to decide it before I get there, Naruto said as he noticed Z and King tense up and wondering what they were so worried about. He went to grab something near him only to feel something soft instead, and his eyes widened when that soft thing bit down on him. Ow, what the? Naruto turned around to see a fast-moving blur falling back carrying his egg, and King growling as he turned to see a golden Growlithe dragging his bag away. I got him, Z said as she rushed in to stop the little dog, but was shocked as in a blue flash a Ralts of all things appeared near the gold Growlithe as if hugged the little thing before disappearing using teleport. Z, what happened? Naruto said, only seeing a quick blue blur. It was a Ralts with blue hair and a golden Growlithe that stole your stuff, Z said. A Ralts here in Kanto? Naruto was shocked at finding out a Ralts was here in Kanto. I am shocked as well, Naruto, though from what I saw they weren't wild Pokemon, Z said. You telling me they belong to a trainer? Naruto said, wondering why a trainer would allow their Pokemon to steal from others. I don't know, but we better find your stuff in the egg, because I could feel the life force inside of it becoming much more apparent, Z said. Which means it's ready to hatch? Naruto asked as Z nodded. Then we better hurry, Uza return. The rest of you let's span out and find them. Naruto's Pokemon all quickly loved about, with Samuel and Annie going to the south, Talia taking to the air, King and Bolt going to the southwest as it left Z and Naruto to search the north. Forest. F. Out of the bushes came a white fur Eevee with a silver plate around her neck. She looked around the area carrying on her back the egg as the small shiny Eevee looked around the small clearing before in a flash Ralts and Growlithe appeared with the bag as the three grinned at each other. We did it, Ralts said as they rushed to a hollowed out tree where they put the stuff inside. For a second there I thought that mystery Pokemon was gonna get me, Growlithe said, sighing at not being caught. Luckily O was able to teleport us away, Ralts said. So what did you two get? Eevee asked as she set the egg down near the stuff with the others looking at it with a raised eyebrow. The real question is what did you get? Growlithe said, pointing at the egg. Well, I saw it just sitting there and it looked like the trainer didn't care, Eevee said, looking away. Eve, you can't just take things like this without being sure. I mean, who knows, maybe the guy was truly caring of his Pokemon, Ralts said. Yeah, well, maybe he should have tried to stop me, Eevee said. Enough, you two, let's just enjoy what we got, Growlithe said as they started to go through his stuff, finding lots of goodies. Wow, look at all the stuff he has in here, Ralts said as she took out some type of rock. Who was this kid? Eevee said as she pulled out some type of bag that held something heavy as Growlithe helped to try and pry it open just for stones of different kinds to fall out. Whoa, stones, Ralts said as she picked up a blue stone with the aqua symbol in the middle. I wonder what this one does, Eevee said as she went to touch a fire-looking one only to stop as the three turned their heads to hear the bushes being moved and a loud stomp was heard as out of the bushes came three giant Pokemon. The one on the right being a Machamp, the one on the left being a Graveler, and in the middle leading the pack was a giant Nidoking as it glared at the three small Pokemon. Well, if it ain't the three Squirts, Machamp said, sneering at them. Oh, look at them hiding in their little home and with goodies to, Graveler said, grinning at seeing lots of snacks in the bag. Back off, this is our stuff, Eevee said, only to back down when Nidoking growled at him. You should know not to talk back to your betters, little one, Nidoking said as the three came closer to them as they tensed at their approach. While in the air, Talia was flying above before spotting them and quickly flew back to her trainer to inform him. Listen, Nidoking, we have enough to share with everyone, Growlithe said, wanting to get out of this peacefully. Oh, we can see that, but we think our stomachs need more than half, Graveler said. We won't let you take it, Eevee said as she stood her ground only to be slapped by Nidoking's tail as she went sailing into a tree. Too bad you can't stop us, Nidoking said as Machamp moved in grabbing a hold of Growlithe, but Ralts escapes with teleport appearing beside Eevee as Growlithe was tossed into them, knocking them back. Ha, what a bunch of weaklings, not even worthy of this food, Machamp said as he went to grab something only for something to grab onto him and be flung out into the clearing along with Graveler. What the arggh? Nidoking was then hit in the face with a flying club as he angrily looked around, finding the culprit only to find Annie and Samuel glaring at him as he held his comrades before throwing them into the ground. Picking on those you deem weak makes you yourself weak, Samuel said. Huh, what would an oversized plant know about strength? Now eat this. Nidoking then stomped its feet into the ground as it started to crack and glow, heading towards the two. Papa, look out, Annie said as she went to use Earthquake, but wasn't strong enough, so she got flung back as Samuel caught her before she could hit something. "Ah, that hurt," Machamp said as he got up. "You'll pay for that bastard," Graveler said as they glared at the two. "This ain't looking good," Samuel said as he sent Annie on top of his head and glared down the three. Suddenly from out of the trees came a yellow blur that smashed into Machamp as he fell on his face again. What the hell was Suddenly Graveler has the ground uproot below him as King burst though using Drill Run and landed beside Samuel. "Glad you guys could make it," Samuel said. "Sorry, but Talia told us about this just a few minutes ago and we booked it here. Though it's gonna take Naruto and Z-san to get here as they are farther away," Bolt said. "They'll get here just as we finish this," King said as he glared at Nidoking. "Finish us off, please don't make me laugh, you're all so weak." "Let's get them boys," Nidoking said as they rushed into battle. "I got the big one," King said as he rushed in, ducking underneath a tail swing from Nidoking and slamming both of his feet against him, sending him skidding back. "Let's see what you got, you overgrown rock," Bolt said as he jumped over the rocks flying towards him, before rushing in and using double kick. "Stop on top and safe, Annie, I will handle this," Samuel said as he used Vine Whip to keep Machamp back from using any of his close-range attacks. "Whoa, look at them go," Ralts said as she watched the three handle the bigger and stronger Pokemon with ease. "Just who are they?" Growlithe asked. "They're that trainer's Pokemon," Eevee said, looking on at Bolt as he effortlessly dodged each strike from the giant rock Pokemon, with Bolt not using any electric-type moves, only using double kick and quick attack. "Is that the best you got, old man?" King said as he dodged his fist, before using his horn to smack him away. "Damn brat, it'll end you." Nidoking was gonna go in throw another attack, but suddenly it saw something move out of the corner of its eye and looked towards the hollowed out tree. Seeing the egg, it gained a small smirk, before raising its foot and stomping it into the ground as it went towards the tree. "The egg!" Ralts yelled as King widened his eyes and went in to get it, only to be slammed down by Nidoking's tail. "Tricking you fools is so easy," Nidoking lifted his little friend before throwing him back down. "King!" Samuel yelled, only for his view to be blocked by Machamp. "You should really pay more attention to your surroundings." Machamp then started a barrage of karate chops. "Damn, I gotta help him." Bolt went in to help, only to be grabbed from behind by Graveler. "Not so fast, you little yellow shit." Graveler then hit Bolt with Brick Break. "Oh no, they are getting overwhelmed," Ralts said as she saw them becoming too worried for each other to focus on the battle. "We have to help them," Growlithe said. "What can we do? We are just weak Pokemon. Remember what our former trainers told us," Eevee said as she looked down, not able to see Bolt being beaten down by Graveler. "Now you'll learn not to mess with matters that don't concern you," Nidoking said as he raised his fist, only for King to disappear from his grip. "What?" Nidoking looked around, only to find him being tended by Ralts with her other two companions, shocked at her actions. "Ralts, what the hell?" Eevee said. "I couldn't just sit there and watch them hurt him and this innocent baby egg," Ralts said as she showed that she also grabbed the bag full of supplies and the egg. "Why, you little problem Pokemon, you couldn't have stayed out of this. Now I am going to have to beat you up." Nidoking came towards them with anger in his eyes. "Damn, what do we do?" Growlithe said, but it was Ralts who took the step forward. "We fight and protect these innocents." Ralts had a determined voice that shocked them, as they have never heard this from her before. "Ralts," Eevee said, looking down, thinking of all the time she has ran away from things, how she ran away from her abusive trainer to running away from battles she thought were too tough, but in the end it never helped that she never fought back to protect herself. Now she's too weak to protect the ones she dragged into this mess. "Eve," Growlithe looked at Eevee, knowing about her history. In fact, all three of them knew about each other's history, and that is what made them so close with each other. "Eve, I know this is hard for you, so I want to ask you to help. But please don't let them fight them because of us," Ralts said as Eevee had her hair shadow her eyes as she started to shake, though not angrily, but in pure rage, as she looked up, bartering her teeth at Nidoking. "We won't back down, not to a oversized purple bully," Eevee said as her other two companions smiled at her, finally showing her confidence. "Yeah, you'll have to get past us," Growlithe said, growling at him. "Well, looks like you three finally stood up for yourselves, but it's a little too late for that." Nidoking then slammed his fist as rock was broken apart and started to fly towards them. "I got it," Ralts then used Psychic to stop the rocks as she struggled for a bit before they floated safely in front of them, before she sent them hurling back. You blew little. Nidoking couldn't finish as rocks slammed into him. Way to go Ralts, Growlithe said. Thanks, now you two go and help the others, Ralts said. We can't leave you to handle him by yourself, Eevee said. She's not alone. The three turned around to find King back up and walking to stand beside Ralts. You sure you're good? Growlithe asked the injured poison type. Don't worry, I've taken much worse, King said as he stepped up upon seeing Nidoking coming out of the rubble. Just make sure she's okay, Eevee said as King just nodded before Ralts used Teleport to send them to help the others, with Growlithe going to help Samuel and Eevee going to help Bolt. I guess we got him, King said as Ralts stood beside him. You think we can handle him? Ralts said as Nidoking roared in anger before charging at them. Maybe. King then charged in himself. With Samuel. Papa, Annie yelled as she was placed a safe distance from Samuel, who was having a difficult time hitting Machamp. To slow their big guy, Machamp then used low kick to cause even more damage to Samuel. Papa, no. Leave him alone. Annie then went in for an attack, but Machamp just smacked her away. Get lost, you little squirt. Suddenly a wheel of fire slammed into him, sending him flying into a tree. Looks like you could use some assistance, Growlithe said as he landed beside the two Pokémon. Thanks for the save, but I think I had it handled, Samuel said. It sure looked like it, Growlithe said with a smirk. He's right, Papa, you were doing poorly, Annie said. You don't have to be so judgmental about it. Samuel's sweat dropped at their harsh but true words. Ah, you damn fire mud, ill end you. Machamp then charged at them with his hands glowing. You take high, Samuel said. You'll take low, Growlithe said as they charged in, with Annie smiling and following them as Machamp went for a cross chop, only for Samuel's vines to break his concentration as he was wide open for Growlithe to unleash a flame wheel that made Machamp look up at the flying Annie, who had her club raised high. And ill finish it. She then slammed it into his face as he went crashing hard into the ground with swirls in his eyes. Seems like he can't take any more, Samuel said. Yeah, we won, Annie said, jumping up and down in happiness with Samuel and Growlithe laughing at her actions. With Bolt, is this the best you have? Graveler said as he threw Bolt away as he struggled to get up with the rock type towering over him. Don't you ever shut up, Bolt said as he got up ready for another round. Ha, just give up already, you're at a dis-era. Graveler was interrupted by a sudden weight as Eevee slammed into him and jumped in front of Bolt protectively. Sorry, but he's right, you are getting annoying, Eevee gave a challenging smirk. Why, you little fur ball, I'll end you right here and now, Graveler said as he raised his rock hands. Then come and try, you pebble, Eevee taunted as Graveler moves and tried to use rollout, but the ground underneath him broke apart as he fell in. What the? Graveler said as he tried to escape. Shall we finish him? Eevee asked her fellow Eevee brethren. After you, my fair lady, Bolt said as Eevee jumped into the air with her tail taking on a metallic shear before slamming it onto the top of Graveler's head, with Bolt jumping up and hitting powerful double kicks as Graveler gave a cry of pain before falling unconscious. Thanks for the assist, little one, but I could have gotten him beat after a while, Bolt said. Sure, old man, sure, Eevee said with a smirk as Bolt laughed, finding this Eevee to be quite different. With King. Die, you little whelp. Nidoking slammed its foot into where King was standing as he had jumped out of the way. No thank you now, Ralts, King said as Ralts used Psychic to lift Nidoking into the air as he stopped his attacks, shocked at his floating nature. Now eat this. King then rushed in and used Horn Drill, sending the large Pokémon flying into a tree as it collapsed on top of him. That took a little bit too much out of me, Ralts said, feeling quite tired. It's okay, he's done for and we can get the rest of this stuff back to my trainer, King said as Ralts looked away embarrassed, because her group was the reason they were in this mess. Yeah, sorry about that, Ralts said as she blushed a little. It's fine, I am sure you had a reason and my trainer will understand, King said. Really, you think he'll understand? Ralts asked as he nodded as the other made their way over to them. Seems you guys handled your opponent, Samuel said as they nodded. See, that wasn't so hard. Whoa. Suddenly the ground shook as they looked at the pile of tree burst open and an angry Nidoking looked at them. Don't think I am done yet. He then slammed his fists into the ground as everything around them started to shake and break apart. He used Earthquake. Bolt said as everyone quickly jumped back when a hole opened up where they were. Though while everyone was getting to safety, King noticed the egg was starting to fall near a hole as he quickly moved at fast speed and jumped, grabbing onto the egg as he fell into the hole with the moonstone falling down after him. King, you'll pay for that, Samuel said as they all got their footing and glared at Nidoking. Please, like you scare me, you're all weak and none of you can stand up to what? Nidoking suddenly felt the ground underneath him start to crack. The ground burst open as a glowing figure was seen roaring into the sky before the light died down, and in its place stood a Nidoking, only this one was bigger and unlike the one in front of him. This one emitted power as this one held a Pokemon egg dome. As Naruto's Pokemon immediately realized who it was. King, they yelled. Now we see who's the weak one, King Sades. This doesn't change anything now, die. Nidoking rushed in ready to use Horn Drill, though King didn't even move to dodge as he simply raised his hand and stopped the spinning drill, shocking Nidoking. Actually, it changes everything. King then opened his mouth before unleashing a hyper beam point blank, sending Nidoking flying away. Whoa, that was amazing, King, Bolt said as he walked up to him. Yeah, I guess me evolving gave me more power than I thought it would, King said as the others nodded. Oh man, I can't wait for Naruto's reaction, Samuel said as everyone laughed, already imagining his face. So what about us? Eevee asked. Well, younglings, we will ask our trainer when he arrives. And speak of the devil, Samuel said and saw Tali flying above with Naruto and Z not far behind. Boy, would this be a long explanation to the electric type and their trainer. Few hours later. You guys always manage to get into more trouble even when I am not around, Naruto said as he sat in front of all his Pokemon and the three strays as Z explained to him what happened during their little battle. Though Naruto was a little upset that his Pokemon were injured, they were able to be healed with his supplies that were returned to him by the three strays. Though they caused this, he would rather hear what their side of the story was before making a move. Though out of all this he had to smile at King evolving even when it was unintentional. It was bound to happen sometime sooner rather than later. So what do you want me to ask first, Naruto? Z asked, wondering what her trainer wanted to know. Are they former Pokemon from trainers? Naruto asked, getting straight to the point as Z nodded and started to converse with the three, with each talking giving their own little backstory as Z nodded, though Naruto could tell whatever they were saying was not setting right with her, and if it didn't sit right with her, then it wouldn't sit right with him. Well, Naruto, you were right, they are someone's Pokemon, Z said. I am hearing a but coming, Naruto said with a sigh. Seems as all three of these Pokemon had different trainers they belonged to. Though apparently all three were brothers and had each been given these Pokemon from someone to watch over them, Z said as Naruto narrowed his eyes. What did their trainers do? Naruto asked. All three felt that these three weren't worth their time. So when each of them separated for their journey, they tried to force them to either get stronger or evolve, with this little Eevee being given the worst of the three, Z said as Naruto kneeled down to get close to the female Eevee, who flinched as he tried to pet her. But as Naruto gave her a warm smile, before trying to pet her once again, only with Eevee moving her head to allow him to give her a massage on her head as she gave a small purr. So what happened to this little one and the other two? Naruto asked. Naruto, you don't wanna know, Z said, but Naruto gave her a small glare. Trust me, Z, I wanna know, he said. This little one was abused and forced to fight without being healed, thus when her trainer decides to release her, he didn't heal her, and thus she walked away with not only a broken heart, but a broken trust in humans, Z said as Naruto had a saddened look in his eyes, knowing that very few Pokemon get treated with the care that they show to their trainers, and these three just so happened to get the bad batch. What about these two? And I am pretty sure a Ralts is rare enough, Naruto said as he gave the other two attention as well as they basked in the warmth. Same thing with the Growlithe being forced to fight with its trainer, not knowing it doesn't evolve like others and needs a stone. While this little Ralts was seen as weak by its trainer as he gave up on it soon after its first few battles, Z said as Naruto sighed. Sometimes I questioned a trainer's ambition. Naruto then gave each of the three a bowl of food as they eagerly dig into the free food. What do you plan to do with them, Naruto? Z asked, though she probably already knew the answer. I think it should be obvious, Z. I can't just let them be alone here in the woods, especially if there are just as dangerous Pokemon around. Naruto looked at the three happily eating as he smiled. Are you sure they would want to go with you though? They seem to be enjoying their time away from humans and bringing them to gym battles. Well, I don't know about that, Z said. Well, I can't leave them here but Naruto's attention was taken away as he felt someone pulling on his pants and he looked down to see the blue-head Ralts looking up at him almost as if she was understood what he was saying. Hey little one, how are you feeling? He asked. I am doing good, mister. Ralts spoke, shocking Naruto a bit as causing the other two to choke on their food a little. It would seem this little Pokemon can use telepathy, Z said. Don't all psychic Pokemon usually have telepathy? Naruto said. Well, I am special, Ralts said in a huff as Naruto smirked at its mood. You're a fiery spirit one, aren't you? Naruto said as Ralts puffed out its chest, almost proud of that fact. Ah, excuse me, sir. Naruto's attention was turned towards the Growlithe, who looked up at him, showing he was kinda nervous. It would seem he has telepathy as well, Z said. We all do actually, Eevee said. Really interesting, I wonder how all three of you can do that. Naruto spoke out loud his thoughts. Well, we have been able to speak since the moment we were abandoned, as really our bonds allowed us to stay with each other and communicate better with humans, though you were the first ones we are actually having a full conversation with, Eevee said. Seems you three are much more special than your trainers thought. They should be ashamed for not caring for you, Z said as she hated those types of trainers. We can't change the past, Z, but we can make the future much brighter. It just all depends on what you do though, Naruto said. What do we do though? Growlithe asked as he looked at his two friends, each with confusion on the situation. Anything you can dream, but for most of Naruto's Pokemon it's the journey they go through with him that makes their future bright, Z said as they looked to the Pokemon all having fun in the water. Do they trust you? Eevee asked. They do, and they trust that I will lie my life down to protect them, which I have done a little too much, that I get more words of worry from them than from Z. It's what makes our bond special, Naruto said as he smiled, looking at each of them, thinking of the journey they have all been through. Will you love us, all three of us, equally? Ralts asked, worried that she wouldn't be as loved as her two companions, but the three were scooped up as Naruto gave them a warm hug. I am not one to judge based on strength, but on how big one's heart is, and for you three your bonds show how much love you all have. So if you would allow me to, we can show others your bonds and mine to be one that will shock the Kanto region and all those around the world, Naruto said as the three Pokemon couldn't hold it in anymore and cried tears of joy, hugging and snuggling into Naruto, with him taking it as a sign that they agreed. And as Z looked on, he let out a small smile, before feeling something move and looked down into Naruto's backpack, where the egg was shaking a little and starting to glow. Ah, Naruto, you might wanna take a look at this, Z said as she pointed at his bag, where he and his three new Pokemon walked to and pulled out the incubator with his egg as he placed the thing down, before slowing, taking the glass case off, and looked down as the egg kept moving and glowing. It's gonna hatch, Naruto said in awe as both he, Z and all of his other Pokemon came into view at the hatchling, with the light getting more and more bright until a large glow surrounded it and it started to form into a silhouette as the light died down to show the new Pokemon, and everyone gained a huge smile. Welcome to the world, little hatchling, Z said as everyone smiled, but the new Pokemon's eyes only stared into one pair of eyes, that being Naruto's, who gave a huge smile. Welcome to the family, little buddy. Hello. Welcome to the Celadon City Pokemon Center. How can I assist you today? Nurse Joy asked as she stood behind the counter to the center with her Chansey by her side. Hello, my name's Naruto and I am here to check in for a place to rest along with healing of my Pokemon. Naruto smiled as he gave Nurse Joy his trainer card. Ah, Naruto, yes, I can help your Pokemon, and if you just give me a second, I have one room in the hotel next door open for you to rest in, Nurse Joy said as she typed on the computer away. Thank you, nurse, and here are my Pokemon. Naruto went to grab his Pokeballs, but one of them opened as out came one of his Pokeballs as a small light blue-skinned frog came out and waved with its white webbed hands. Its foam collar bounced as he jumped up on his trainer's shoulder, with Naruto smiling and rubbing his new Pokemon's chin. Oh, seems one of your Pokemon wanted to come out. Though I have never seen one like this. Nurse Jog tried to get closer to the Forgin Pokemon, but the little frog just inches away, clearly scared of the nurse. Froakie, sorry if he's scared of you, just a few days ago he just hatched from his egg. So he's kinda new to this whole thing, Naruto said as he looked at his Froakie, who was looking around the place odd as he saw many people and their Pokemon. Okay, I understand, maybe he would like a treat. Nurse Joy took out a small cookie in the shape of a Squirtle. Froakie, The small little frog Pokemon looked down at the treat wondering what it was, and as he got closer Nurse Joy extended her hand that was holding it till Froakie jumped off of Naruto and grabbed it, taking a single bite. Before his eyes widened and he dug into it, enjoying the taste very much. As both Naruto and Joy smiled down at the happy Pokemon, who then jumped up into Nurse Joy's arms. "Looks like he's starting to like you," Naruto said as he smiled, knowing his Pokemon trust in others would need more help. "He's really cute. Don't worry Naruto, I'll have all your Pokemon healed and ready by the hour. As for your room, here is the key for it, and I hope your stay here is pleasant," Nurse Joy said as he thanked her before walking to his room, which was on the second floor of the hotel. He walked in finding the place was quiet, cozy, and as he opened the window outside he found the smell of the city quite pleasing, and thus his mood was in good spirits as he set up his laptop, before taking his Poke Watch out and connecting it to it as the data came up on all of the professor's research from the different regions with such things as evolution, mega evolution, and of course the newly discovered Z moves that those of Alola region have been using for some time. Thinking of the faraway islands made Naruto think of home back in the Konoha region when times were much more calm and he wasn't always seen as nothing more but a failed child of two prodigies. "You know the past is just the past Naruto," Z said as she came out of her Pokeball. "Yeah, I know Z, but sometimes I wonder what would have happened had I not left," Naruto said. "You can only wonder, my boy. Now enough moping, I think it's time check up on your newly caught Pokemon," Z said as Naruto quickly typed away on his computer before calling Professor Oak back at the ranch. Ring, ring, ring. "Hello. Oh Naruto, my boy, how have you been doing? I haven't heard from you since you sent me those 3 new Pokemon," Oak said. "Well Gramps, that's what I am calling about. I wanted to check in all the 3 of them and see how they are behaving." Naruto was worried when he saw that they were afraid of being sent somewhere, already feeling like he would abandon them like their previous trainers did. "Well, at first they were having trouble adjusting to the new area, but your Pokemon have been really helpful in making sure they get used to their new surroundings. In fact, Samuel and Annie have been showing them around the place, letting them interact with all the Pokemon on the ranch," Oak said. "Well, I knew sending Samuel and Annie back was a good idea. Though how about Eve? I saw how she was the one out of the 3 who was the most worried," Naruto asked. "Well, of course she caused the most trouble of the 3. But when you sent Bolt back she calmed down, as he has been there to make sure she doesn't cause more trouble and is used to the place," Oak said. "That's good. I'll have to switch with my other Pokemon so that they can be more used to me and that they get more battle experience. Though it would seem like some of them would want to get some relaxation before anything like battling occurs." Naruto had asked them about battling and both Eve and Tanya were interested, but needed time to decide it. Though Garo had jumped at the opportunity to battle as he was the best battler of the 3 and the one who found them more exciting. "Well my boy, you are free to always call me and switch out with any of your Pokemon," Oak said. "I know Gramps and I'll call back soon, but for now I just wanted to check in with them," Naruto said as Oak nodded understanding, before the two had a quick discussion on some notes he had gathered of evolution and the Mega Stone he had gotten from the village, before Oak cut out to return to another research while Naruto headed to the Pokemon Center to gather his Pokemon. "Hey, how did your gym battle go?" A small kid about the same age as Naruto sat down in front of another boy who was eating some food. "Well, it was going great as the gym leader wasn't the biggest of fans of battles. But it all went to shit when some of the girls found a pervert peeking on them and they assumed I was with him, so they kicked me out and told me I couldn't come back till they gave up my accomplices, so now I am stuck with no way to get that badge," the kid said as he sighed at his predicament. "Damn, really? That sucks, man," his friend said. "Hey, I got rejected as well, because apparently she is banning all male challengers," another kid said. "Yeah, she denied me as well," another boy said. "Man, we are all getting rejected for trying to get a badge and all because of a dumb pervert," the first boy said as he sulked into his food. "So a pervert is peeking on the girls at the Celadon gym?" "Naruto, you don't think?" Z said before Naruto sighed. "Only one person I would know would have the gal to do it. Though I hope it's not him," Naruto said, before walking away once his name was called. "Here you go Naruto, all your Pokemon are healed and rested," Nurse Joy said, giving him his 6 Pokeballs along with Froakie, who jumped onto his shoulder. "I assume he wasn't much a hassle?" Naruto asked as he rubbed his Pokemon's neck. "No, he was the sweetest thing and helped to calm your Growlithe down," Nurse Joy said as she smiled at the small frog Pokemon who waved at her. I knew you'd be a treat to the others, Naruto said before giving his thanks to Nurse Joy and walking back to his hotel room. Froakie. Yeah, I know, but I wanna get my team ready for the battle and it'll allow you to view from the sidelines with Annie and Samuel. What do you say? Naruto asked his water Pokemon. Froakie. Naruto smirked at his Pokemon's enthusiasm which rivaled that of Bolt's. Though he would need to make sure that his first battle wouldn't be too much for him when he got a little more training. Nurse Joy told him of the many places around the city he could try to enjoy his stay and Naruto thanked her, before walking out of the Pokemon Center into his hotel to gather some of his stuff as he had to go and find the gym, before it got too late at the night. Though as he headed down the road he heard a small commotion and stopped in front of the entrance to an alley as he looked down only for him to widen his eyes as he saw a girl around his age being cornered by two large men in black. So without a moment's hesitation he sprinted down the alley and used a trash can as a springboard to fly over the heads of the men and spinner kicked them away as they crashed into a pile of garbage. It's not polite to pick on young lady, Naruto said. Who the hell is this kid? One of the thugs said as he tried to get up. I don't know, but I am going to kick that kid's ass, the another thug stood up rubbing his head. Are you okay, miss? Naruto said as he looked out of the corner of his eye to see the cowering girl only to widen them as he saw that she was wearing a Team Rocket shirt only this one was white with the red R. I am fine, but not this little one, the girl said as she showed a Pokemon in her arms, one that made Naruto even more shocked. A Celby. Naruto's thoughts were raging as he looked down at the mythical Pokemon held in the girl's arms. Please help us, the girl said with tears in her eyes, and Naruto looked into them seeing something that he doesn't usually see in Team Rocket members, and that was fear. Fear for the Pokemon and what they might do to it, and fear of what might happen to her. Don't worry, I'll protect you, he said as he turned back to the now standing grunts who both spotted Team Rocket uniforms. You can try, kid, now go Houndoom. The taller of the two sent out a black hound-like dog with horns curved on its head as its tail whipped around behind it and its red eyes glared at Naruto. Crobat, give this kid a lesson, the other grunt then sent out a purple bat with 4 wings as it flew around the area before floating beside Houndoom. Not gonna happen. Now Kurama, Bolt, let's roll. Naruto sent out his 2 4-legged Pokemon who growled at the 2 opposing Pokemon. A dumb fox and an electric pin cushion, you're making this too easy, kid, the taller grunt said. Crobat, use agility and follow it up with wing attack, the smaller of the grunts said as his Pokemon started to speed around the area before its wings took a white glow and it flew at fast speeds towards Kurama. Kurama used quick attack to dodge and hit it with a flamethrower. Naruto watched as Kurama in an impressive bit of speed jumped above the bat who had white eyes, before flames engulfed it as it cried out, flying around with fire burning above its head. Crobat. Return. The grunt returned his Pokemon frustrated at the quick battle. I told you you're useless now, Houndoom, move in and use Fire Fang, the taller grunt said as his Pokemon rushed in towards Bolt, mouth ablaze. Bolt, quick, use Thunderbolt. His Pokemon unleashed a bolt of lightning, but Houndoom tanked it and slammed its jaws into Bolt. He bowled in pain, before he was thrown into some trash cans. Bolt. Naruto yelled as he went to go and help his Pokemon only for a burst of fire to block his path as he jumped back, but didn't notice Houndoom above him with its tail glowing ready to slam into him. Vullpix. Kurama jumped up blocking its iron tail with its own as the two clashed and jumped back glaring into each other's eyes. Damn fox, Houndoom, use Fire Fang, the tall man said as his Pokemon rushed in, mouth once again ablaze. Kurama used quick attack and flame charge to dodge. Kurama became ablaze as he sprinted around the small alley with Houndoom stopping in its tracks looking around trying to pinpoint Kurama as he was suddenly smashed into trash cans as Kurama now stood in the place he once stood. You think that did anything, Houndoom, get up and use flamethrower, the thug said as his Pokemon came out looking like he took no damage and unleashed a large breath of flames that headed straight for them. Kurama use Iron Tail. Naruto watched as his Pokemon flipped up and used its glowing tail to split the flames in two as he continued his momentum and slammed the dog's head into the ground, causing it to whine in pain as it tried to get up. Houndoom, get up now. But his Pokemon fell down unconscious as the tall man growled before returning his Pokemon. We are beat, we must retreat, his companion said as he saw Bolt stand by Kurama as they growled at the two. No. If we go now then the boss will have our asses, he said only for a blast of fire to make him jump back. I don't think so now Kurama use. Suddenly the ground underneath Kurama broke apart as Ekans came up and slapped him away as more Ekans appeared along with more Team Rocket grunts. As Naruto had wide eyes and both of his tired Pokemon glared at the group of Pokemon thieves, he was about to reach for one of his Pokeballs, but a sudden glow behind him caught his attention as he turned around to find the Celby up and moving as it started to shine bright. What the hee-ah? The grunts has to cover their eyes as the light shined bright before it died down and they all looked forward to see the two kids gone along with their prize. What? Where did they go? The tall man said. I don't know sir, they just vanished, another one said. I know that you fool, find them before the boss finds out, the others quickly scrabbled to find any signs of what happened. Damn, the boss is not gonna love this. Other side of the city. Ah, my head, what the heck happened? Naruto got up as he noticed that the hard ground had now become soft grass and he looked around himself to find that they were now in Celadon Park. Ghoul. Naruto looked to the side to find both of his Pokemon getting up and looking worse for wear, so he walked over to them only to find a green blue in his face as the Celebi started to hug him and cry out in tears that he had to take a moment to gather himself before pulling the Pokemon off his face and starting to coo at it as he felt the Pokemon's relief in finally being free. Celebi, where are you? The girl asked as she looked around for not only Celby, but her glasses as Naruto turned around to let the small green Pokemon fly over and pick up the girl's glasses before putting them on her. Oh, there you are and thank you. She gave the small Pokemon a giant hug. So no hug for me. Naruto laughed a little as he walked up to them. Oh sorry mister. Naruto and you would be, he asked as he offered her his hand. Karen Uzumaki. She grabbed his hand as he pulled her up, but his eyes widened upon hearing her last name. Wait Uzumaki, what are you doing so far from home and with people like Team Rocket? Naruto questioned, wondering how someone from the Uzumaki clan was doing all the way in Kanto and working for Team Rocket. That's sorta a long story, Karen said. Well, you can tell me all about it when we get back to my place, Naruto said, looking around the area. What about the rest of Team Rocket? They will be searching all over for Celby and me, she said with a hint of fear. Don't worry, I am pretty sneaking and I got someone who can help us, Naruto smirked as he raised one of his Pokeballs. Few hours later. The day had gone by fast as night soon enveloped the entire city, as soon the night lights were the only thing keeping the streets lit and the wild Pokemon roaming the backstreets any peace, with most of the citizens resting and those that are up being night workers or Team Rocket grunts roaming the streets trying to find any sign of Naruto, Karen or Celby, but as most of them were being inconspicuous, others were just out in the open with their uniforms on. But under the moon's gaze the shadows moved as if they had a mind of their own, moving from one dark corner to the next until they crept up the wall of a building, slipping into an open window as the shadows started to grow and morph into silhouettes as the light from the moon shined into the room, showing the figures of Naruto and Karen along with a now fully awake Celby, who all started to cough. What the hell was that? Karen asked as she sat down on a chair to get her bearings, with Celby agreeing with her as it fell on the bed exhausted from today's events. That was Ghost's special trick we've been working on. Though it seems like it needs some more work. Naruto rubbed his shoulders as Ghost popped up giggling. At least we weren't spotted, but it's only a matter of time before they find out where we are, Karen said as she allowed Celby to sit on her lap. Yeah, about that. You might want to fill me in on what Team Rocket wants with Celby, how they were able to obtain one and just how many of them are here, Naruto asked, sitting down in the opposite chair from her as Ghost floated above them. Well, the reason so many of us are stationed here is because of Celby, and with the location of the old Team Rocket base here it was easy to house many of us here. And as for how we obtained Celby here, well, only top members know that information, though the rumor is that the one in charge of operations here was able to catch it, Karen said. Who is your boss? Naruto asked. Well, technically he isn't a part of Team Rocket and is more of an outside help hired to track legendary Pokemon for us, Karen said. I didn't know Team Rocket was that in need of help, Naruto said. Well, as you should know, the organization has been trying to gain more and more members and power since our downfall all those years ago. It didn't help that most are not even threatening and act more dumb than anything, Karen said. I mean, you ain't wrong. But still I would think Giovanni would have more trust that this new Team Rocket would be better than before, Naruto started to go through his Pokewatch looking to see if he could find the number of the Officer Jenny in this city. I wouldn't try calling, they have everything tapped as soon as they arrived, Karen said. But this is a Pokewatch, I got my own tunnel of communication, Naruto said. Won't matter when they got control of the satellite in this city, Karen said, pointing to the huge dish in the middle of the city. Great, and here I thought we could scare them off with the police, Naruto sighed as he laid down on his bed. Like I said, this isn't the same Team Rocket as before, and Giovanni isn't the same person he was so long ago. In fact, the only time I met him he seemed kinder than others I've seen, Karen said. Well, I mean, he did lose to the former Kanto champion, and from what I've heard from Professor Oak he showed no mercy, Naruto said. You're right, but hey, defeat changes some people, Karen said. So Karen, I was wondering why someone of the Uzumaki is even a part of Team Rocket, Naruto asked with the question nagging at him. Huh, I guess you would be nagging about it eventually. Well, to start, I wasn't born in the Kalos region like all others our age. In fact, I was born here in the Kanto region with my parents thinking that growing up with other people beside family would be better, and it would have been had Team Rocket not taken me away as a small baby. Karen had tears in her eyes as she thought of her past. I am sorry if I brought up any bad memories, Naruto said. No, it's okay. Even if Team Rocket was a bunch of crooks, it helped shape me in a way to survive and understand Pokemon. Plus it helped me with rescuing Celby here. Karen smiles down at the sleeping Pokemon. Karen, you know that even if you escape this city they won't stop until they have found you. Naruto spoke what had to be on her mind. I know, but I'll do anything to make sure Celby is safe and away from them, she said. Naruto smiled at the girl as he looked down at the sleeping Pokemon, knowing that whatever it went through it couldn't gotten worse had Karen not interfered. It almost reminded him of when Z first found him and watched over him for so long that he found it kinda annoying, of course, but appreciated it knowing that she was something his parents were not, a true parent. Gengar Gen. What's up, Ghost? Naruto asked when he noticed his Pokemon suddenly tense as he moved to the window and pointed out in the distance as Naruto looked to where he was pointing, finding massive spotlights illumining the night sky. Oh, no, I forget about Plan Hypnosis, Karen said as she looked out at the lights. Plan Hypnosis? What are you talking about? Naruto asked. You see, our main hideout was underneath the gambling corner, but once it was seized and taken, something new was built on top of it, thus cutting our connection to it, where apparently information valuable to Team Rocket in the past could be gathered and used for a project they are calling Clone Mega. Though to do so they have to put all people in the area to sleep before blowing up the building above it. If they go through with it, many will suffer, Karen said. Not if I have anything to say about it. Naruto grabbed his stuff and prepared to head out. Wait, you can't go by yourself. There will probably dozens of Team Rocket grunts there, especially our boss. Karen tried to keep him from going out by himself, along with making sure Celby didn't wake up. Team Rocket has already caused enough trouble today for myself and my Pokemon, so if they are gonna cause more harm then I am going to stop them, Naruto said. Why not let the police handle them then? She said. Well, if you're right about them putting people to sleep, there is a likely outcome they will make them fall asleep as well. Naruto raised two of his Pokeballs as both Kurama and Bolt appeared, looking around confused on what was happening. Listen, you two, I need you to stay here and watch over Karen and Celby. I will be back in a few. He then went towards the door, but Karen put a hand on his shoulder, stopping him from opening the door. Promise me you'll come back. Promise. Karen had a few tears in her eyes. Don't worry, I am too stubborn to die. Naruto smiled as he walked out to stop Team Rocket. Vol. It's okay, your trainer will be back soon, Karen said, though she didn't sound too confident as Kurama looked out at the full moon as his eyes held a sort of red glow. Middle of city. You know this is kind of foolish, Z said as she and Naruto looked down at the groups of Team Rocket's grunts tying up people that have fallen asleep due to the hypno or drowsy that have put them to sleep. Yeah. But when have my plans never been foolish? Besides, it looks like they only brought 5 psychics, Naruto said, seeing how only 2 hypno and 3 drowsy was all he could see putting people to sleep. And a whole lot more Tram Rocket we have to deal with, Z said. At least we brought some heavy hitters. Naruto looked behind him to see Ghost floating above Blaze as he was having a small staring contest with King, with Leo standing between the two with a small sweat drop. So you were going to use Blaze and Kurama for the gym? Z asked, wondering if this was the team he brought with him for the Celadon Gym. Technically I was gonna switch Blaze with someone else, but luckily I didn't, Naruto said, before a small explosion got his attention as he looked down to see that they had started blowing the building. Now would be a good time to jump in, Z said as she prepared to jump with her paws igniting with electricity. Blaze, you and Leo fly up and take out most of their flyers and anyone not on the ground. King, on my signal, jump down and cause a massive sludge wave. Ghost, you help me and Z take some of the hostages to safety. Naruto gave each Pokemon a hard stare as they all got serious, especially Ghost as they looked down at the grunts before in a swift motion. Thanks to Ghost they dropped to the ground and with a hand signal Blaze attacked. What the ah? One grunt was blown back as Blaze unleashed a torrent of flames as Leo used rapid spin to bounce off some of the grunts' heads and jump back on top of Blaze. Now Z used Thunderbolt, Ghost used Dark Pulse. Naruto yelled as the two unleashed their moves with the night, allowing for Z to become a shadow as she zapped most of the grunts unconscious. Someone stop them quick, Hypno. What? One of the grunts tried to order the other Pokemon, but they were hit by the Dark Pulse as they fell down with swirls in their eyes. Naruto, watch out! Z yelled as Naruto ducked underneath a swipe from one of the grunts and spun kicked him into a couple of crates. I got myself. Z, you take care of the civilians, Naruto said as she nodded and picked up two unconscious ones before moving out of the way as Ghost came up and picked up two more. Where the hell did they come from? I thought the boss was dealing with any threats, one grunt said. He was. This kid must be snuck by to stop us, but he's got another thing coming, another grunt said as he raised his Pokeball. Nidooking. Oh, what the hell? The two looked up to see a massive Nidoking coming down as it spewed purple slime that came down like a wave of water as it surged through the area, taking out all standing members and making them slam into the buildings around the area, but also knocking them out. Good job, King. Naruto patted his large Pokemon on the head as he took it with a smile. That was a little too easy, Z said as she walked up. Either way, we need to get the rest of these explosives off. Z, you and Ghost think you guys can do it? Naruto asked. You're literally putting an electric type to disengage bombs, Z said with a raised eyebrow. Well, all bombs have a small switch, just have Ghost help you know which one to put out. Besides, we don't know if they have a zero-me switch, Naruto said. You're really foolish, but I'll try my best. Let's go, Ghost. The two headed inside the building to find more bombs. The rest of us will tie up these Team Rocket members for the police when they arrive, hopefully soon, Naruto said as he walked towards the fallen members, but Blaze and King perked up as in a flash Blaze pulled Naruto back with King standing in front of him tanking a big hyper beam, sending the poisoned Pokemon into a parked car, causing a small explosion. Soon is an understatement as time is of the essence here, and unfortunately for you, you're interfering with that. A voice that to many would be coming from a child was actually one of wisdom and annoyance as out of the smoke came three figures, with the most notable one being a giant Nidoking as the lights shined upon its dark blue skin, showing its many battle scars and the challenging aura. The second figure was noticeably smaller as its feminine form could be mistaken for a slender female, but was in fact a lizard with small flames spewing from it as it walked by. The third middle figure, who could mistaken for a young teenage boy, but was in fact a grown man with red hair, piercing green eyes as his black cloak blew with the wind, showing his white undershirt with the big R in the middle. King, you'll pay for that, Naruto said as both Blaze and Leo glared at the two Pokemon, with the two not looking at all intimidated. Kids these days always moody. Nidoking, would you kindly? The red-haired man waved his fingers as his Pokemon growled before charging in with his glowing horn. Blaze meet him head on with Dragon Claw. Naruto's Pokemon rushed in with his claws shrouded in blue flames as he clashed with the poison Pokemon. Nidoking now used Poison Jab. The red-haired man watched as his Pokemon used its strength to push Blaze off balance, giving it a chance to unleash blow after blow of punches that had a purple aura around them. Blaze. Naruto could do nothing as he watched his Pokemon get hit with multiple strikes to the stomach, before one final punch sent him flying above him and into the pile of unconscious Team Rocket grunts as he quickly ran towards his Pokemon, with Leo shaking the large fire lizard who was grunting in pain as he tried to get up. Kids these days. Trainer. Always so passionate in their battles, which brings about what you call strength. Though it would seem your Pokemon don't have that type of passion, the red-haired man said. Blaze, take it easy, boy. Naruto helped him sit up into a sitting position as he saw that his flame was dimming with the body temp of him going down a little. Shit, he might be poisoned. Wartortle. Leo jumped up and glared at the two Pokémon for hurting his friend. Though the two Pokémon each gave small smirks basically insulting him as the red-haired man looked at the blonde-haired boy with his eyebrow raising up. That boy, he is the one the boss told us about. The red-haired man waved to his Nidoking who looked over at him. Deal with that blue nuisance and bring me the boy, his Pokémon roared as it walked up towards them, but a torrent of water stopped it as Leo jumped back after unleashing a water gun. Leo, good job, now use Gyro Ball. Naruto glared at the Nidoking as Leo roared, feeling its trainer's anger, before spinning at breakneck speeds towards it. A foolish child you are. Nidoking used Thunder Punch. His Pokémon raised its fist which sparked up as it smashed it into the spinning Leo, causing him to be sent back flying into the arms of Naruto, who landed on the ground in a heap. Leo, no. Please get up, buddy. Naruto looked down at his injured Pokémon as sparks came off him. You underestimate your own abilities and look where that has led you and your Pokémon. To think that just because you stopped a few of Team Rocket's plans, you can stop all of our plans, but of course you can't stop all of us. For we are the future. Suddenly the Nidoking slammed its foot into the ground as the whole area started to shake with the building. No. Inside the building. Come on Ghost, we have to get these bombs defused, Z said as she started to use her electricity to blow a fuse in the bombs as Ghost was simply going inside and pulling some of the wires out. Suddenly the building started to shake as both Pokémon stopped what they were doing and looked at each other in confusion before the shaking intensified as the housing cracked and the things around them started to fall as they each held onto the wall, but suddenly an explosion behind them flung them back as a couple more went around the building. Damn Naruto, what's going on out there? The thoughts of 1Z were racing as she and Ghost quickly ducked when more explosions came. Hotel. What is that? Karen looked out the window to find that the night sky was alit as explosions rocked the area as she looked on at a large burning building, knowing that is where Naruto was, and looked on in worry with Celby confused on what was occurring, not knowing what was going on. Except for Naruto's two Pokémon who stayed behind with Bolt tightening its teeth, feeling something was not right and couldn't do nothing, knowing his trainer wouldn't want him leaving the girl and mysterious Pokémon alone. Though Kurama was another matter as he looked out into the city watching the burning fire, his eyes wide had the full moon reflecting into them as certain images passed through them. The time of its birth, watching as the life of his mother leave her eyes, to fighting other Pokémon at the shelter, scaring off any unwanted intruders, sneaking off to train itself to become stronger and protect that of which it cares for, though at the time he didn't know what. Then he showed up. He didn't know why, but the moment the two met eyes, something connected between the two. He didn't know if his trainer felt it, but he sure felt it, and it was something that compelled him to leave the shelter and care of his home to go to the tower where he jumped in to help Naruto fight off Team Rocket. It was something inside of himself that made him do it and follow Naruto on his journey, one of which Kurama has enjoyed for the friends it has given him, the love he never knew he could feel from a bond that he didn't want to break. And as he stared at the area, he knew he could feel Naruto in his body started to move, and before the others could even notice he was gone in a blur of red. Back with Naruto. Why do this? What could you want that it could risk innocence getting hurt? Naruto stared into the soulless eyes of the red-haired man. You could never understand our goals. We aren't simple thieves anymore. We have become something more, and you, my young child, are just a wall that will be either moved or rebuilt for our path we walk, the man said. I won't let you. Not if it means the death of Pokémon and people. Naruto laid his Pokémon behind him next to the injured Blaze as he stood up with fist raised. I applaud your determination, but even that comes to end at some point. So as a good deed I will end you swift. Salazzle, would you kindly hit him with a fire blast? The man waved his hand as he turned around with his toxic lizard going forward and raising its head as fire was gathering, before she unleashed the kanji fire. With Naruto looming behind him, seeing his two fallen Pokémon and staring back at the oncoming fire. I'll protect you guys till the end. Naruto closed his eyes awaiting his end. Boom. Such a pity. He would have made a fine member, the man thought as he continued to walk away, before suddenly feeling the air around him getting warmer. What the? The fires that were engulfing Naruto stopped spreading and started to converge into something as the man turned around, curious with his two Pokémon confused on what was going on, especially Salazzle, who watched on as the fire started to be sucked into a small figure that walked out and in front of a wide-eyed Naruto. The figure soon started to grow as a red glow engulfed it, and it grew bigger and bigger until the flames all but disappeared, and in front of everyone's eyes stood a large crimson-red fox with golden eyes, 9 tails that had black tips as the large fox howled into the night, causing a massive shockwave that blew away the ongoing fires raging around. "Oh, what do we have here? A new and intriguing little specimen you are. What say we catch you, shall we?" the red-haired said. "What the hell?" Naruto looked up as the fox looked at him, with the two staring into each other's eyes for a bit until a hit of realization hit them. "Kurama, is that you, buddy?" He raised his hand as he slowly came closer and closer until the 9 tails nudged its head into his hand, letting him pet him. Salazzle used Dragon Rage. A large ball of blue fire came hurling towards them. Though Kurama turned around as his golden eyes flowed before waving one of its tails as it took a metallic sheen, smacking the ball of fire away. "I don't think it's nice to interrupt a special moment between man and Pokemon. Now Kurama, let's teach him a lesson and use Flamethrower," Naruto said as his Pokemon unleashed a torrent of flames. Only these flames were hotter and much darker as they made the Salazzle jump up in fright as it was engulfed in them. Salazzle. The man could do nothing but watch as his Pokemon was taken out in one simple move and growled in anger, before returning his Pokemon back to its Pokeball. Nidoking showed that overgrown fox a little lesson. Nidoking roared as it stomped towards Kurama, who growled, ready to unleash another Flamethrower. King. Nidoking was suddenly attacked by a flying king who had his glowing horn hit the shiny Nidoking right on the chest, sending him flying back and landing right in front of the red-head man, who simply looked down at his Pokemon with disappointment and shamed his head. "I knew I should have brought my other Pokemon, but then again I didn't expect for any difficulties," the man returned his downed Nidoking before turning away. "Hey, where do you think you're going?" Naruto said. "I am going back to base to report my unfortunate failure. Though it will mean more eyes will be on you than they were before," the man said. "What makes you think it'll let you get away?" Naruto said, getting up. "Because if you try to chase me, your Pokemon will only suffer more for it." The man pointed at his down Blaze and Leo, who looked worse for wear. As Naruto grinded his teeth, knowing they needed immediate help, with King also breathing ragged. "Now is your choice, young Naruto. Will it be the bad guy or your Pokemon?" The man didn't wait for an answer and walked away as Naruto glared at him once last time, before he rushed over to his downed Pokemon. "Hey, hang in there, guys. Don't worry, help will come soon," Naruto said, though he didn't know for sure, but with all this ruckus it would sure get the police's attention. "Nido King." Naruto quickly had to go towards King when he fell face first, but Kurama made sure he didn't land too harsh as he gently laid him down. "Damn, now King, this ain't looking too hot," Naruto said. "Naruto." Z came out of the building looking a little damaged. "Z, thank God you're okay. Wait, where is Ghost?" Suddenly he was kicked by an invisible force that turned out to be Ghost, appearing in front of him giggling. "Good to see you again, bud. What happened out here and what happened to Blaze, King, and Leo?" "Who are you?" Z said as she looked at the damage done to the surrounding area and the Pokemon, but was taken aback by the new Pokemon sitting in front of him. "No time, Z, we got to get all 3 of them to a Pokemon Center and fast." Naruto retuned the 3 Pokemon to their Pokeballs. "Now let's get." Naruto suddenly collapsed as the 3 Pokeballs rolled away, but Kurama made sure they didn't go far. He must be exhausted himself. "We got to get them back. Ghost, you make sure they are all tied up and me and Kurama will take Naruto back to the center for it," Z said, leaving no room for arguments as everyone did their task, with Z grabbing Naruto before speeding away with Kurama right behind as Ghost looked around at the downed bodies before giving off a small giggle. Undisclosed location. A dark room with only the light from a closed computer gave anything in this place a little light. As soon a clicking sound was heard as if a door was opening. Soon the computer was flipped open and the light from the screen enlightened the face of the red-haired man as he typed something onto his computer for a few minutes until a ringing sound was heard in the man's side, before accepting the call as a black covered his screen, but the sounds of breathing was all that gave hint that someone was listening. "So would you like to report anything, Sasori?" the man on the other screen said with a calm voice, but the now named Sasori could hear the bubbling anger underneath that calm exterior. "My mission to acquire the information was a failure, sir," Sasori said, with the word failure not ringing so great on his tongue. "I can tell as I do not have the drive in my hand," the man said, this time making his anger obvious. "Yes sir, and I am sorry, but I had a slight problem." A Uzumaki problem. The word Uzumaki made the man on the other side stop doing what he was doing as he finally opened his eyes, showing red. That boy is becoming a nuisance. First, one of my pet projects is stolen by a member of ours, and now this boy interferes in our plans once again. The man glared off to the side, contemplating on what to do. Sir, if you could allow me one more chance, I could deal with him properly, Sasori asked, wanting to get his revenge on the twerp. No, you have already failed me in handling him. Even with your strongest Pokemon, he still beat you, and I think it's time I deal with this personally, the man said. Sir, I am sure you wouldn't want to make that big of a trip here, would you? Sasori said. If he keeps meddling with us, I might have not choice. Sasori, I want you to go and find this man. A picture of a certain poacher appeared on his screen. And offer him a chance to join us, the same offer we offered you, only bend it in a way that suits his needs. I will send another member to handle the boy and get our prize back. Who will you be sending, sir? Sasori asked. Someone who has been infiltrating another group in Hoenn for us. Someone you should know very well, the man said as Sasori had wide eyes, realizing who he was talking about. Sir, are you sure he is needed? Sasori asked, wondering if it was worth it. If you want to chase down the prey, you must send in the hunter to do it. The man has a sinister smirk before cutting the vid out, ending the chat. Ow, ow, ow. Naruto held his arm as Dr. Joseph finished stitching up any major wounds he had obtained. This would go a lot smoother if you would hold still, Naruto, Joseph said. Well, it's not my fault you're literally stitching me up, Naruto sarcastically said. It's needed so the wounds would mend faster. Though it would take longer, you managed to heal all wounds within a week, Joseph said. Well, I have been known as a fast healer. Though it might have something to do with my hate for hospitals, Naruto said. Yes, young man, now just one more and we are done. As Joseph was finish up his work, Naruto was staring out towards the open window as the bright sun shined down upon the city, basking it in its glory. It had been a week since the incident with Team Rocket, as the damage done to the area wasn't too extensive, thus construction to rebuild was done within the week. Though the police had to search the underground base to take the information that they were after, before sealing the place back up again. With the data being taken by Officer Jenny, where they would keep it safe until a higher-up would come and collect it for evidence against the organization. Of course he had to answer some question for her upon her realizing that a trainer was hospitalized with injuries, only succumbed to battle, and he answered all the questions he could, but kept Karen out of the mess as he didn't want for Jenny to arrest a former Team Rocket member. Of course he had to send Z to make sure she was okay and tell her where he was, along with having the task of picking up his Pokemon that were injured during the battle. There you go, young Naruto. Now don't go doing anything too stressful unless you wanna be back here with me stitching you up, Joseph said, wheeling his chair to the sink, cleaning his hands. Thanks, Doc. Though me staying out of trouble is harder than you might think, he said, getting up and going towards his stuff on the side. That's an understatement. Though I do owe you a thanks, as your actions last night saved my wife. Joseph got up, shaking hands with Naruto. Don't mention it, I was just doing what was right. Naruto R on his cap, before heading out of the hospital and towards the Pokemon Center where he would meet Karen at. He. Oh, this is good stuff. Naruto stopped in his tracks and looked down the corner of a building which housed a very fancy hot spring, which those in Celadon viewed as the best in all of Kanto. And right now Naruto was staring at a large blue toad which looked like it was sleeping, as on top of it stood a man in a weird getup with his long white hair tied in a ponytail, looking through a peephole into the spring. Why does that white hair seem so familiar? Naruto thought of where he recognized that goofy hair, but shrugged his shoulders, optioning to stop this pervert. Ooh, yes, that's it, shake it, shake it. The white-haired man gave a goofy smile as he wrote down what he was seeing. You know it's not polite to stare, you know it's not polite to stare at a naked lady. The man jumped at the sudden voice and turned around in fright, before sighing, realizing it was just a kid. Back off, kid, I am busy right now, the pervert said. Really? Because it looks like you're being a real pervert right now. Naruto narrowed his eyes as the man kept looking through the peephole, ignoring him. I guess that's how it is. Naruto pulled out one of the few Pokeballs he had, releasing the Pokemon inside. Ooh, this is too juicy. The man wrote more stuff down, not noticing the looming shadow over him. Toad. The blue toad Pokemon below the man opened his eyes when the sun stopped beating down on it, and upon doing so was hit with a hypnosis, putting it back to sleep. while its trainer didn't even take notice until he felt himself being pulled away from the small little hole. Hey, what the? The white-haired man turned around to find a Gengar sticking its tongue out and licking him in the face over and over again. I told you to stop and now you'll face the consequences. Naruto gave a nod to Ghost, who giggled before dropping the white-haired man. Ah, splash. Why, you brat. Oh. The man was about to go into a rant, but stopped upon feeling many eyes lay upon him. He turned around slowly, looking into the very angry and pissed off looks of the women he was starting at not even a moment ago. Now we can talk this out, he pleaded. Naruto just smiled as he heard the sounds of agony coming from the old pervert as Ghost and him laughed their asses off. With a part of his mind still pulling at his memories, trying to figure out where he had seen that white-haired man, but put it to the back as he approached the Pokemon Center, entering it to find the place not as full, with some trainers already on their way to another gym. Naruto, over here. Karen waved her hand, getting his attention as he walked up to her. Hey Karen, how have you been? Z has told me you haven't gone out as much, Naruto asked, knowing Z had been tasked with watching her to make sure no spare Team Rocket members had tried to find and capture her. Yeah, I've been staying in your room for the time being with Celby. Though we were able to sneak out without anyone wondering what a mysterious girl is doing in the room of the kid who stopped Team Rocket, she said as both laughed at his popularity in the last week. Well, as long as you weren't in any danger. Though I doubt Z would have allowed any danger to come to you, Naruto said. Ah, that reminds me, these belong to you. Karen handed Naruto a batch of Pokeballs. Ah, thanks Karen, I was worried about everyone after the battle. Though Nurse Joy stopped by and told me they were all recovering along well, he said, putting them back on his belt. No problem. Luckily Nurse Joy was able to allow me to take them back when I gave them to her to heal, Karen said. I told her to allow for you to watch over them, while I recover. Naruto put away his Pokeballs as the two walked away towards the cafe. So what plans do you have for today, Naruto? Karen asked as the two found a seat to discuss today's plans. Well, I mean, I can still feel some sore spots, but I was hoping to challenge the gym today. I mean, it's why I came to Celadon, Naruto said. I figured, though you'll have a difficult time with that, Karen said. What do you mean by that? Naruto asked. The gym leader has banned all trainers from entering her gym after an incident with her daughter that occurred a few days ago. Karen passed over a small new article with Naruto looking at the headline. Celadon Gym closes until pervert is found. Pervert. What the hell happened while I was out? Naruto asked. Well, the gym leader's daughter and her friends were apparently bathing at a private hot springs that they owned, when an apparent pervert interrupted them and was chased out, before security could catch him, she said. So the lady is shutting down her gym until this apparent pervert is caught, and as you can see with all these trainers in the center. Karen motioned with her hand to all the trainers talking and walking throughout the Pokemon Center. Most of them have been here for days, while others have moved on hoping to find another gym. Ah, they wouldn't happen to have a picture of the pervert, would they? Naruto asked with a nagging feeling in his head. Actually they do. Karen turned the paper he was holding over to show someone that made Naruto face palm. Oh no. What, do you recognize who he is? She asked. Yes, and with my luck he'll find us before we find him. Naruto got up and started to walk out with Karen following behind him. By the way, where is Celby? He asked after noticing she wasn't floating around all over the Pokemon Center. Z is with her right now back at the hotel. She tuckered herself out all week worrying about you, Karen said as the two walked out of the Pokemon Center. Well, let's go get them and then we can maybe talk the gym leader out of this whole situation she has put up, Naruto said. You. Both stopped walking and turned around to find the exact person that started this whole mess, who was sporting many bruises and a broken headband. He sprinted towards them, stopping in front of Naruto, pointing his finger at him with clear anger in his eyes as Naruto just have a blank stare. Yes, can I help you? Naruto's voice showed his uncaring nature. You ruined my peeping and wasted my day, because I was running from all those females, the man said. Well, maybe you should have been peeping, Naruto said. But I must, for my brilliant novels are to be made, he said in a voice that caught them both by surprise. What the hell are you talking about, old man? Karen said. Ah, you see, young believers, I am a novelist who writes only the most enduring of stories. Here is an example of one of my novels. The old man showed them a book, one which both recognized. But each had different reactions, with Karen one of disgust and the other of recognition. Wait, you're the one who writes those smuts? Karen showed her disgust immediately. Why yes, are you perhaps a fan? The man asked, before getting a surprise kick to the dick. Pervert. The man fell to the ground in an oof as Karen started to beat down on him. Pervy sage. Naruto stood there wide-eyed as he stared at the man who was the former champion of Kalos, the former teacher of his father, and one of the 3 legendary champions of Konoha to many, but to Naruto he was known as Jiraiya, his godfather. Now young lady, that wasn't very nice, Jiraiya strained to say as he got up, not fully prepared as he had been beaten earlier. Well, you asked a stupid question. Also you write those smut books, Karen said, turning away from the pervert. Hey, they aren't smut, they are masterpieces, he said, only to receive a kick to the face. Pervert. Let's get out of here, Naruto, Karen said, grabbing him by the arm and dragging him away from the downed pervert who was massaging his hurt face, but had a thinking face. Naruto. Where have I heard that name before? As he thought on where he had heard that name before. Sometime later. Naruto, are you okay? You've been quiet since we ditched that pervert, Karen asked as she was sitting on her bed stroking Celby, who was loving the attention. Nothing you have to worry about. Just something about that man seemed familiar, he said. Well, he does write those dirty smut books. Wait, don't tell me you read those smut books, Karen said, pointing an accusing finger at him. What? No. Damn Karen, I think he's my former godfather, Naruto said, stopping Karen in her tracks. Godfather. She seemed confused and a little shocked. Yes, and though he may be a writer of those smuts, he's also a former champion, Naruto said, further shocking Karen. Well, if he is, how do you know he's your godfather? She asked as Naruto didn't answer and simply looked out the window almost in deep thought. That's a question for Naruto to tell another time. Z came down from the ceiling after seeing the look on Naruto's face. Oh, okay, Karen said, being silent as she knew little to nothing about Naruto, but understood if it was something he didn't want to tell right now. Heck, she hadn't even explained her past, but her reasons were solid, but Naruto's was a mystery. So any idea on changing the gym leader's mind? Unless you two want to head off to another gym, because I am not waiting for her to change her mind anytime soon, Z said. Well, changing the gym leader's mind is like telling a brick wall to move. Those Amazon women are too much, Karen said, making Naruto snap out of his stupor to look at Karen. Wait, Amazon? He asked, trying to get confirmation on what she said. Yeah, Amazon as in she is from Nadeshiko. You know, the place ruled by women and the place where most female trainers come from, Karen said, raising an eyebrow, wondering what he was thinking. Z, do you remember what the old man taught us on the traditions of Nadeshiko? Naruto asked his partner, knowing she was there for all of his teachings on not just Pokemon, but other foreign lands. You mean that dumb battle rule where a woman must marry the man who has deafened her? She asked, almost sounding confused. No, the other one. The one for gym leaders who are Nadeshiko, that states if the gym leader has for any reason stopped accepting challengers against any male, she must allow one among them to face her to decide if she will accept any more male challengers, Naruto said, shocking the two upon that discovery. Wait, is that true? Karen turned towards Z. Yes, as a long time ago there was a gym leader from Nadeshiko who once in charge stopped all male challengers from battling her. So one male went ahead to challenge her to allow others to battle her. He won, not only putting that rule to law for all Nadeshiko gym leaders, but trainers period from there, Z said. Yes, and I plan to use that to challenge her, Naruto said, getting up and heading towards the door. But what if you lose? Karen asked, stopping Naruto in his tracks. Then all male trainers are forbidden from challenging the gym, Naruto said, before returning Z and heading out the door with Karen following behind, though making sure Celby was hidden. Celadon Gym. Inside of the Celadon Gym, many ladies from old to young were walking around doing the chores that were tasked to them by the gym leader, such as cleaning the battlefield of any fallen leaves or broken sticks, while also watering the flowers. While others were taking care of the Pokemon that belonged to either them or the gym leader. As for the Celadon City gym leader, she was busy out in the backyard of the gym teaching a few kids about the proper way to take care of the plants, as 6 girls were each tending to a plant of their own. With the leader being a woman of average height, wearing a light green kimono with a black sash as her hair was tied into a bun as she looked at each girl with her green eyes before laying them upon a certain girl who was finding the task a little bit too boring. "You know that flower won't grow by itself," she said as she watched the girl sigh. "Mom, plants just need water and sun, all things Mother Nature can provide," she said. "True, but just like Pokemon who are seen as individuals, so are we. In this world we need one another to help each other out. For us, Pokemon are a part of our life, and for them the very nature around them." The lady smiled down at the little flower. "Chica." Suddenly from the building came out a small little four-legged green Pokemon with a single large leaf on top of its head, come running out and cuddling up next to the little girl. "Hey Chikorita, what are you doing here?" the little girl said. Meganium. Out of the building came running a bigger green four-legged Pokemon, only this one was bigger and had a pink flower around its neck. "Seems causing trouble." Meganium. The lady petted here Pokemon as it leaned into her touch. These two were Kusa and Erika, the leader of the Celadon Gym, and her daughter. The two have lived in Celadon for many years, with Victoria being a newer gym leader than others giving. In fact, she's only been running the gym for no more than 4 years, while other Kanto gym leaders have been doing it for far longer, with some just a few years ahead of her. Though she has made it difficult for others to get a badge, for her is where she came from made her into a strong trainer and now gym leader. Unlike her daughter, her grew up here in Celadon and thus does not have the drive like her mother does when it comes to Pokemon training. "Come on Erika, let's go inside. The rest of you are done for the day," Kusa said as she walked inside with her daughter in tow. "Ah, but Mom, I wanted to hang with my friends," Erika whined. "Now Erika, now is not the time to play around. We must train, as some of your Pokemon are kinda lacking in terms of fighting prowess or in case of your oddish bravery." Kusa walked into the battlefield room where she saw Erika's Pokemon being kept as Chikorita ran over to her friends. Oddish and Bulbasaur, both of which were dancing around the grassy terrain. "Mom, they aren't built for battle." "I am not built for battle." She tried to convince her mom that she wasn't fit for being a trainer, more or less gym leader like her mother wanted her to be. "Nonsense. All Nadeshiko women are trainers. Why, just ask your cousin, she is basically shaping up to be a fine trainer," Kusa said with pride, making Erika downcast, knowing her mother found more pride in her cousin Shizuka than her. "Maybe she should be your daughter instead of me," Erika thought with a sad look, one in which her mother didn't notice, but her Pokemon did, looking at her with saddened looks. "Hey, you can't enter in here," a loud voice interrupted the two as they looked towards the entrance to find a few of the ladies blocking the doors as someone tried to push through. "Sorry, but I don't have time to deal with you lot." Suddenly, with a massive heave, Naruto burst through the doors and threw the ladies, tripping and landing on his face in front of the mother and daughter duo. "Ow, I think I pushed a little too much." Naruto got up, dusting himself off as Erika looked at him in curiosity, while her mother glared at the intruder. "Just who do you think you are?" she said with an authoritative voice that it took Erika by surprise. "I am a challenger, ma'am, and I am here to challenge the Celadon gym leader," Naruto said, getting up. "Well, I am the gym leader here, and unfortunate for you, I am not accepting gym challenges at the moment. So if you would please apologize to my girls, then you can be on your way," Kusa said. "Sorry, but I am not leaving until I get my match in." "I don't think you heard me. I am not accepting challenges, and if you do not leave right now, I will have my girls escort you out." "And not in the most peaceful way," Kusa said as Naruto looked behind him to see the girls he knocked down glaring at him as they revealed Pokeballs. "Why does it always have to be this difficult? I doubt they'll let me explain," Naruto thought as he went to grab one of his Pokeballs. "Stop!" yelled Karen as she ran through the doors, heaving in exhaustion. "Naruto, you really got to slow down." "Sorry Karen, but you know me, I gotta go fast," he said, laughing. "Who is this?" Kusa asked, though she sounded a little less angry. "I am his companion and he is head to challenge you," Karen said. "Well, as I told your companion, I am not accepting challengers," she said. "True, you can't accept challengers, but you will accept those who call forth the law of the Amazon," Karen said as everyone rose their eyebrows in shock while Kusa glared. "How do you know that law?" Kusa asked, knowing it has been a long time since that law was used, thus many didn't know about it. "I was given a very thoughtful lesson on Nadeshiko village and its customs," Naruto said with a cheeky smile as Kusa glared at him before sighing and smiling at Naruto. You do realize what happens if you lose, right? Kusa said. Trust me when I say I won't lose, Naruto said with determination, one which brought a smug smile to Kusa's face. Well Erika, it seems you will see what makes trainers different. And hopefully you'll learn to appreciate being one and start to become more focused on it just like your cousin, Kusa said as Erika looked down with both Naruto and Karen taken notice. Soon the battlefield was cleared of anything that would possibly get in the way of the battle as Karen stood on the sidelines where she sat on a bench with Erika sitting next to her while the other girls in the gym were watching from either the balcony or from behind the glass window. As Kusa and Naruto stood apart from each other on the grassy battlefield, one of which Naruto noticed was built to have more of an advantage to Kusa as the ceiling had windows allowing for the sunlight to beat down onto the field. Miss Kusa, your Pokeballs. A lady with blonde hair walked up to her holding up a tray of Pokeballs. No need, I will use my personal Pokemon, Kusa said, shocking the blonde lady along with those around as Naruto just glared and readied himself as he saw Kusa walk over to a wall where a special picture of her and Erika and two other women all sitting down in a beautiful bridge. She removed it as some kind of safe was behind it and she put in a code, before opening it and a few sudden lights she was holding 4 Pokeballs. So you're going all out against me, huh? Naruto was not surprised considering the law made all who were challenged give it their all and he expected much from her. Now are you ready, boy? She said boy with as much disdain possible. It made Naruto just a little angry. Oh, I am now Talia, take flight. Naruto threw his first Pokemon out, which happened to be his trusty flying type, as she soared throughout the field before resting in front of her trainer. Huh, coming at me with type advantage. Well, unfortunate for you, my Pokemon are trained to handle anything that comes our way. Especially flying types. Kusa then threw one of her Pokeballs out as out came a tall green feminine dancer with bouquets for hands as she spun around a few times before striking a dance pose. Naruto raised an eyebrow before raising his Poke Watch. Roserade, Grass Poison, the bouquet Pokemon. It attracts prey with its sweet aroma, then it downs it with thorny whips hidden underneath its arms. So are you ready to tango, young man? Kusa said as her Roserade spun around, once again getting into a battle stance. I was ready the moment I entered the gym, Naruto said as he and Talia showed their conviction. The battle between gym leader Kusa and challenger Naruto will now begin. Both trainers will use 4 Pokemon and only when one's side Pokemon is unable to battle shall the other be declared the winner. One of the flower girls came up to the podium to be the referee for this match and announce the rules. Now if both trainers are ready, let the battle begin. Roserade, use Energy Ball, Kusa called out as her Pokemon raised its flower hands, which started to gather green energy till it was compressed into a ball that went sailing towards Talia. Quick Talia, double team, Naruto called out, watching his one bird turn into many as the energy ball hit a fake. Now get in close with quick attack. Talia then flew down and made a bee-like for Roserade, hitting her faster than she could react. Roserade, quick spin and unleash a dazzling gleam. Kusa watched as her Roserade opened her eyes looking serious and started to spin while also glowing before beams of light shot out in every direction. Talia quick used quick attack to dodge, but it was in vain as Talia could dodge so much, before she was grazed on the side by a light causing her to come crashing down. Don't let up, Roserade, go in and use Poison Jab. Roserade landed on her 2 legs before jumping forward and her flowers were a blur, hitting Talia multiple times and sending him crashing into a tree. Talia. Naruto watched his Pokemon struggle to get up before purple mist started to come off of her. Seems you're out of luck. Not only is your Pokemon not strong enough, but seems she is poisoned as well, Kusa said with a smirk, seeing Naruto glare at her, before turning his eyes to his Pokemon and showing worry at seeing her injured. Karen was watching all of this from the sidelines with worry as she saw things go from a standstill to turning in Kusa's favor ever so quickly. It scared her how good she was, as the only people she has ever seen battle are the one at Team Rocket, and she knew they weren't even on the same level as Kusa. Your friend won't win. Karen turned to Erika when she heard that. And why would you assume that? Karen asked with a hint of anger. My mom was trained to be the very best in the village alongside Auntie Diana, with the two trying to one-up each other at every turn. With Auntie Diana coming out on top, but it wasn't until Mom beat my grandmother that she was able to pursue her dream of being a great trainer. A great grass-type specialist is what she became and soon took over this gym. Crushing challenges left and right, all the while training me to surpass my cousin, At that last part she looked down knowing her mother has tried and failed to make her better than Shizuka as Karen looked at her in pity. Listen, your mother may be the gym leader and a highly skilled trainer, but Naruto has something she does not. Karen looked at Naruto who went in to return Talia back to the sidelines. It's okay Talia, we tried, but for now get some rest and I'll let him finish this. Naruto watched Talia nod knowing they underestimated their opponent and she guessed who he was going to use next. Wise choice, but Roseraid will handle anything else from this point, so do yourself a favor and quiet. Saves me and the others time in watching you lose. Kusa has full confidence tbat she had this battle in the bag. You know, for a gym leader you're pretty cocky. And I thought it was supposed to be the other way around. Naruto took out one of his Pokeballs as he looked down at it. Alright bud, you ready? Let's do it. Garo heat things up. Out of the Pokeball spread flames that made the area around them heated up a little bit. A fire type. Please, like Roseraid hasn't prepared for that type of disadvantage. Now go in and use Shadow Ball. Her Pokemon raises its hands firing dark balls of shadows. Garo snacked then away with Iron Tail. Naruto called out as his Pokemon turned around and started to wave its metallic tail, slapping away the shadow balls and sending some flying back. Roseraid quick dodge it. Kusa watched as her Pokemon jumped back as the shadow balls hit the spot she was previously in, causing a cloud of smoke to cloud their vision. Now Garo flame wheel. Out of the smoke came a wheel of fire that barreled into Roseraid, who only had time to raise her arms before being sent flying back. Roseraid. Kusa yelled watching as her Pokemon landed on its 2 feet though stumbled a little. Now Garo flamethrower. Naruto said as his Pokemon unleashed a wave of fire. Quick Roseraid Hyper Beam. Kusa quickly called out knowing her Pokemon won't be able to dodge it. Roseraid unleashed a large beam that rushed towards the oncoming flames, and once the two clashed a power struggle ensued, with each putting power into their moves until suddenly the two attacks exploded, cancelling each other out, along with causing a huge column of smoke to block everyone's view of the battlefield. Roseraid, are you okay? Kusa called out, but all she heard was a slight movement as she saw a shadow emerge showing a barely standing Roseraid, who turned to her and gave a weak smile. Good job, now just wait a moment before Fire Fang. Then out of the smoke came a flying Garo who chomped down his flaming mouth onto the already damaged Roseraid, who wailed in pain, before falling down with swirls in its eyes showing she fainted. Ah, Roseraid is unable to battle, the podium girl said, shocked along with everyone else at the sudden loss of one of their gym leader's Pokemon, especially one of her aces. Judging by the look on everyone's faces, I assume this is the first time she's lost a battle with her ace Pokemon, Karen asked as she saw everyone's shocked looks. Mom has always been able to beat opponents with ease when she unleashes her true strength. Many fall to the first Pokemon she throws out, and Roseraid is her second strongest, trained to defeat opponents that would have an edge against her, such as fire types. Well, Naruto has always been seen as the unpredictable trainer, and you just bear witness to that. Karen smiled as Naruto congratulated Garo in his first battle and his first victory. I lost. But how? The thoughts of Kusa were raging as she returned her downed Pokemon, all the while looking at the trainer and his Pokemon celebrating their victory. One which really set her off. Don't think just because you've won this is over, boy. I will show you what Celadon's gym is capable of, Kusa said as Naruto petted Garo one last time before getting up and staring at her. I know, but for little Garo here it's his first battle with me. Something I couldn't help be proud of. I mean, I would think you would feel proud of your Pokemon for putting up a good fight. Just as you do with your daughter, Naruto said. My Pokemon will be proud when they beat you, and as for my daughter, I will be proud of her once she becomes truly fit to be an excellent trainer, Kusa said, furthering Erika to look down as Naruto glared at her. You should have more faith for your daughter. Just because she's not like others, doesn't mean you can't be proud of her, Naruto said. Foolish boy. Obviously you don't get it, as you will soon enough. That for us Nadeshiko women, victory is everything. Now let us continue. Go Gourgeist. Kusa then sent out an entering Pokemon, one which Naruto raised an eyebrow at before raising his Poke Watch. Gourgeist Ghost Grass, the pumpkin Pokemon. Singing in eerie voices, they wander town streets on the night of the full moon. Anyone who hears their song is cursed. An interesting Pokemon, but one I didn't account for. Naruto pulled out one of his Pokeballs as Garo looked up at him. Let's let the others get a chance, okay? with Garo nodding his head, before he walked behind him to view the rest of the match. "Bring out your next Pokemon so we can end this," Kusa said. With pleasure. Now Ghost take stage. Naruto sent out his mischievous ghost Pokemon who floated around the field giggling, before landing on the ground and giving his fellow ghost type a challenging smirk. A battle of ghost types, but let us see which one comes out in top. Now Gergeist use Shadow Ball. Kusa ordered. Ghost counter with your own Shadow Ball. Naruto called out as his Pokemon fires his own ball of energy with the two colliding and creating a small plume of smoke. Gergeist don't let up use Razor Leaf. Her Pokemon unleashed sharp leaves into the smoke cutting through it and blowing it away, but showed they hit nothing. What the? Now Ghost use Shadow Claw. Naruto called out as out of the shadow of Gergeist came Ghost who smirked before swiping his hidden claw. Gergeist quick double team. Kusa called out as her one Pokemon became many. Ghost quick Shadow Ball Fury attack. Naruto called out as his Pokemon started to unleash dark black balls of energy, but each attack was a miss. Where the heck did it go? Thought Naruto looking at all the disappearing Gergeist. Now Gergeist use Phantom Force. Suddenly out from behind Ghost came Gergeist who slammed into him sending him falling back. Ghost, you okay? Naruto looked worried, before smirking at seeing his Pokemon jump back up looking like nothing happened. Your Pokemon is stronger than I thought. Still my Gergeist is a lot more trickier, Kusa said. Oh, you wanna bet? Now Ghost, let's darken things, shall we? Naruto and Ghost looked at each other with a mischievous look, before he raised his hands as shadow balls started to appear and grow very large. Gergeist, quick, get ready to dodge, Kusa said. Now throw it up into the air, Naruto said, shocking her and Gergeist as Ghost flung it into the air where it stayed in the air for a second, before it exploded showering the area in darkness. Gergeist, quick double team, Kusa said upon losing sight of her Pokemon. I don't think so this time. Now Ghost Ice Punch. Suddenly a small blue light was seen before disappearing when coming into contact with the ground as Kusa felt the ground erupt. Gergeist, quick stay low and don't show yourself, Kusa said. Sorry, but that won't be happening now. Ghost used Dazzling Gleam. Suddenly out of the darkness came a sparkling light that pierced through it and slammed into the doubles and the real Gergeist. Gergeist, get control of yourself and use Shadow Ball, Kusa called out as her Pokemon stopped flying to right itself as it prepared its move, but was spooked by Ghost appearing in front of him with a Shadow Claw at the ready. Now Ghost, slice it up, Naruto called out as his Pokemon in a fast motion cut the Shadow Ball in half, causing extensive damage to Gergeist. Gergeist, no, Kusa watched as her Pokemon was blown back, landing in front of the tree as he tried to get up. Now Ghost, end this with Dark Pulse. Naruto watched his Pokemon step towards the downed Gergeist ready to finish it as Kusa watched on, but seemed calm about the whole thing. What is she doing? Has she given up on her Pokemon winning? His train of thoughts were cut off as Ghost unleashed his attack as Kusa smirked. Now Gergeist, Destiny Bond. Naruto widened his eyes, but could do nothing as Gergeist had his eyes glow blue while Ghost also glowed blue before the attack hit, causing Gergeist to cry out in pain, before falling down with swirls in her eyes as Ghost cheered in victory, before the blue hue appeared around him again, only this time it turned red as Ghost flinched before falling down on his face. Both Pokemon are unable to battle, the ref said as both Kusa and Naruto returned their Pokemon to their Pokeballs. Good job Ghost, you put up a good show. Now I'll finish this for you, Naruto said. You did well Gergeist, always coming in when I need you. Now my boy, this is where the real struggle begins for you. Kusa took out her third Pokemon feeling confident in this one even though she was down by one. Yeah, well, I have faith in all my Pokemon. Garo, you ready for another round? Naruto looked back at his puppy who nodded, racing onto the field ready for another bout. Sending him out again. Well, you'll need him to be fast. Now Leavanny take stage. Kusa then sent out her next Pokemon, one which Naruto was familiar with as he raised his Pokewatch. Leavanny, Grass Bug, the nursing Pokemon. Upon finding a small Pokemon, it weaves clothing for it with leaves, using clutters on its arms and sticky silk. Well Garo, let's finish this in one go. Use Flame Wheel, Naruto called out as his Pokemon breath fire, before spinning in a wheel and racing towards Leavanny. Leavanny use Sunny Day, Kusa called out, confusing Naruto as Leavanny has a small light in her hands that she let float into the air, causing the surrounding area to bask in the sunshine all the while Garo came everywhere closer. Why the hell would she do that? Both Karen and Naruto thought as Garo jumped into the air ready to connect with Leavanny until in a blur she disappeared. What the? Where did she go? Naruto looked around as Garo stopped spinning, looking around to try and find his opponent. Now Leavanny used X Scissor. Suddenly R of the blue came Leavanny hitting Garo in the side with her attack that sent him skidding always. Shit. Garo quick use Flamethrower. Naruto called out as his Pokemon got up and unleashed a torrent of flames only for Leavanny to move in a blur to the side. Now Leavanny use Energy Ball. Kusa called out as her Pokemon unleashed a ball of green energy that slammed into Garo, causing him to whimper in pain. Garo fall back, Naruto said. Don't let him. Go in and use Leaf Blade. Kusa watched her Pokemon raised its hands, which were sharper to a point along with it glowing dark green. Quick Garo Flamethrower. But Naruto knew it was too late as the next moment saw Leavanny appear in front of Garo, who was breathing and thus was not prepared for the 2 cuts to his face that sent him flying back and into a tree. Now finish it, Kusa said as Leavanny raised her blades up. Garo, you got to get up, Naruto said as he saw his Pokemon struggling to get up. Sorry, but your Pokemon is done for now, end this Leavanny, Kusa ordered as I am a blur. Leavanny ran towards Garo. Shit, I gotta think of something fast. Naruto thoughts were racing, trying to come up with a way to stop Leavanny as he knew she was faster in strong sunlight, making Garo's fire attacks worthless. Then it hit him as he widened his eyes. Garo, use Flame Wheel to protect yourself. With those words Garo quickly started to spin on its side as Flame Wheel started to burn the small patch of grass around him, with Leavanny having to stop and jump back lest she be hit. Smart strategy, boy, but it won't save you. Now Leavanny Solar Beam. Then the next instance Leavanny fires a beam of light that collided with Garo, causing a massive explosion. Garo! Naruto yelled as out of the smoke Garo came falling down with swirls in his eyes. Growlithe is unable to battle, the Red said upon seeing Garo. Seems you are more skilled than other male trainers. Though in the end it won't help you win, for I'll make sure of it, Kusa said as Naruto returned his Pokemon to his Pokeball. You did good in your first gym, Garo. I am proud of you. Naruto praises his Pokemon, feeling his happiness even inside his Pokeball as he looked back at Kusa with a smirk. I'll admit you're one challenging gym leader, though if you think I've given my all you're sourly mistaken. Naruto smirked at Kusa, who gave a challenging smirk back as on the sidelines both Erika and Karen were watching the match with intensity, but making comments about it all. Your friend really is strong. Not many trainers can say they have pushed my mom to this level. Though Leavanny with Sunny Day out as a combo, I don't know if your friend can handle, Erika said. Oh, don't be fooled, Naruto has yet to show you his true power, Karen said as Erika looked at her with a raised eyebrow, not knowing that Karen was aware of who his other Pokemon he hasn't sent out is. Alright Kusa, since your Leavanny has been through the ringer with one of my newer Pokemon, let's see you handle one of my pros. Now Talia re-enter the stage. Naruto sent out his bird once again as it flew across the field, looking better than before thanks to the rest. Brining hour, you're already injured, friend. For a strong trainer you're not very wise, Kusa said. Oh, trust me when I say if there is one Pokemon that can get this job done, it's Talia, Naruto smirked as Kusa laughed at his challenging gesture. Fine, then you shall receive it full force. Now Leavanny use Leaf Blade, Kusa called out as her Pokemon rushed towards the bird. Talia quick fly up, Naruto called out as his Pokemon started to fly up, dodging the attack from Leavanny. Flying won't save you from us. Now Leavanny used String Shot. Leavanny started to fire sticky webs, ones which Talia flew around and down, trying not to get hit by them. Talia now used Double Team, Naruto said, noticing Talia starting to pant more. Thus more of her showed up, forcing Leavanny to stop as to look at the many clones of her. Don't let that stop you. Use Razor Leaf, Kusa called out as Leavanny started to send out sharp leaves that cut through the fakes, though none seemed to be the real one. Now Talia used Wing Attack, then from out of the trees came Talia, who smashed her wings into Leavanny, sending her flying back. Leavanny now get up and use String Shot. In that fast moment Leavanny used the momentum to shoot her silky string at Talia, hitting her and landing on her feet as she pulled hard, causing Talia to be pulled back and falling down in the process. Talia quick use Wing Attack to break free, Naruto called out. No you don't. Leavanny pull her in and use X Scissor, Kusa called out with her Pokemon using all her strength to tug Talia towards her, before raising her sharp blades and bringing them down in an X motion. Which hit Talia, sending her flying back, but freeing her of the string shot. "Talia, are you okay?" Naruto frantically asked as he saw the move hurt a lot, but sighed upon seeing his Pokemon stand up. Though he winced as he saw her already pretty damaged up along with the poison still affecting her. "Seems it is the end of the line for your Pokemon. Call it back, before it gets a nerd anymore," Kusa said. "Sorry, but us giving up is not something we're looking to do. Talia, you still good?" Naruto looked at his flying bird to see her turn towards him and smirk, showing she was still willing to go. "I did give you the option. Now you will pay." Leavanny use Razor Leaf. Kusa watched her Pokemon unleash sharp leaves upon the hurt bird. "Talia, quick double team," Naruto called out with his Pokemon flying up before starting to multiple. Though it wasn't helping as the leaves were cutting them down fast, as Talia started to dodge and weave, breathing even harder with each move. "Got you." Now Leavanny used String Shot. Her Pokemon shot out her web, hitting the already tired Talia. "Talia, you got to escape." Naruto was worried knowing that she couldn't take much more damage. Too late now, use Solar Beam. Leavanny then raises her head as she fired off the beam of energy at the struggling Talia as Naruto widened his eyes, before an idea popped into his mind. "Talia, dive, now!" Naruto yelled as Talia quickly let gravity take control as she fell to the floor, dodging the solar beam. "What? Now use Brave Bird." Talia in a burst of flames escaped the webs and used the momentum of the fall to fly directly towards the recovering Leavanny. Leavanny use X Scissor. Kusa knew Leavanny wouldn't be able to dodge it in time, and thus when Leavanny raised her arms to attack did the two collided, having a small standstill, before an explosion occurred and smoke filled the battlefield. What happened? Where did they go? Karen tried to peek through the smoke as did many others, before two shadows could be seen as the smoke started to clear up. Both Pokemon are unable to battle, thus it ends in a draw, the ref said upon seeing both Pokemon down. Kusa smirked as she looked at Naruto, seeing him battle and come up with ways to counter her. She hadn't had such a exciting battle since her beginning time as gym leader. Nowadays it was always go easy, especially when using her Pokemon, but for Naruto he was different. He didn't come in acting cocky expecting to win, he came in with an attitude of trust and compassion for his opponent and Pokemon. All in all, it made him a powerful trainer and got her thinking of something. "Good job, Talia, you did amazing, but now I think it's time to finish this." Naruto oured Talia back into her Pokeball, before pulling out his last Pokemon. But Kusa raised her hand, stopping him from sending out his Pokemon. "I admit, Naruto, you have piqued my interest and your battling skills is impress. So since you innovated the Amazon rule, I shall use the Nadeshiko law of battling. Should I beat you, then well, your hand of marriage shall go to my daughter," Kusa said, shocking all those present and making Naruto go wide-eyed. "Say what?" he yelled. "Mother, what are you doing?" Erika asked, getting up and staring at her mother in disbelief. "Making sure your future partner is one of skill and strength. And young Naruto here fills all those roles," Kusa said. "But the match is already underway," Karen spoke out. "Yes, though for Nadeshiko challenges it only requires one Pokemon for one-on-one battle," Kusa said. "So you want to battle me for a chance to get your daughter a future husband? One in which she doesn't have a choice in the matter," Naruto spoke up after getting over his shock. "For my daughter every choice matters. And I plan to make sure they help her achieve greatness," Kusa said. "Fine, I'll face you, but you know if you lose she will have to leave this place and come with me. Are you willing to put your daughter up like that?" Naruto stared into Kusa's eyes, wondering if she was being serious, but looking into them he knew she was being completely serious. "Oh, trust me, I know, and my final Pokemon will make sure that." Kusa reaches into her dress, pulling out a necklace that held a special Pokeball. This one being a yellow and black striped ball, one which got everyone to widen their eyes. "Mom really is going all out," Erika said. "Wait, what?" Karen asked. "Now lead to me victory, my old friend." Kusa threw out her Ultra Ball as it released a fast-moving green blur that wrapped around one of the trees, popping its head down and glaring at Naruto with its piercing red eyes. "Oh, this ain't good." Naruto raised his Pokewatch. Superior, grasped the regal Pokemon. It can stop its opponent's movements with just a glare. It takes in solar energy and boosts it internally. "Wow, that's a big snake." Karen said looking at the larger-than-average Serperior. Serperior is Mom's ace Pokemon and was her starter when she started her journey. In fact, before she used the gym's official Pokemon, her Serperior was always her go-to, and as far as I know she only lost one battle. Erica looked at Serperior, having not seen it in years. Well, I mean, it might be big, but it couldn't be that strong, could it? Karen asked, wondering if maybe she was over-extracting. No, I've seen it battle and it tore apart her opponent like no other. Erica remembered the last match her Serperior had and it didn't even let the opponent get a move in. If that's true, then Naruto's last Pokemon better be ready, Karen thought, worried if what she said was true. Guess if you're gonna go all out, might as well bring out your ace, Naruto smirked, accepting the challenge. Now Kurama, heat things up. Naruto's newly evolved Pokemon burst into the field with a mighty howl as his crimson-red fur pushed out a fire aura. Interesting Pokemon you have there, though I have never seen one like it, Kusa said. Yeah, well, you can call it a newly evolved form for Ninetales. One you'll have a hard time facing, Naruto said. Oh, trust me, Serperior is more than enough to handle to her little fox. Kusa's words made Kurama growl as Serperior came down from the tree and growled back at Kurama. With the two having a stare that caused everyone to lean back at the aura they were exhausting. Outside the gym, damn kids never understanding the art of literal, Jiraiya was walking down the road trying not to make it obvious he was hurting down below. As Jiraiya was walking down the road, he was suddenly pushed as a couple of kids ran past him with Jiraiya about to yell at them, but saw others running with them and curious followed after them. Which lead him back to the Celadon Gym, where he saw a crowd of people gathered around the window looking in on something. What are you all staring at? Jiraiya asked the closer person. It's a battle between the gym leader and some blonde-haired kid, one kid said. Apparently he's battling for the right to let others challenge the gym leader once again, another trainer said. Yeah, and so far he's got her down to one Pokemon, another trainer said. Yeah, but he's down to his last one as well, the first kid said. Yeah, but have you seen his Pokemon? They are so impressive. He was even able to take down her main Pokemon, the second kid said as they started to argue on who would win. Jiraiya was thinking on who the impressive trainer might be. This trainer must be very impressive to be able to beat almost all of Kusa's Pokemon. Especially if she is using her actual team. Maybe I should take a look and see just who this trainer is. Jiraiya started to back away, before releasing one of his Pokemon to help him scale the gym and look down from the windowsill above. What the, it's that kid. Jiraiya looked down at the blonde-haired kid who got him caught by so many of the women at the bathhouse. Then he saw the red-haired girl who beat him senseless. As he looked down at them, he started to get a nagging feeling in his head. Feeling like he has seen that kid before, but where? Back to the battle. All right, then shall we get started? Naruto spoke. We shall. Now Serperior use Energy Ball, Kusa called out as her Pokemon unleashed Energy Balls. Kurama used Quick Attack to dodge and send out a flamethrower. Naruto's Fox Pokemon sped around the field dodging the dangerous energy balls, before jumping back and unleashing a torrent of flames. Serperior used Dragon Pulse to counter. Kusa watched the two attacks cancel each other out. Kurama rush in with Flame Charge. Out of the smoke came a blazing Kurama rushing towards Serperior. Now Serperior Aqua Tail, Kusa called out as her Pokemon rushed in, ducking underneath the flaming fox, before slamming his watery tail into Kurama, but he just jumped onto his feet glaring at Serperior. Easy Kurama, we have to be careful. Because it seems he's just as fast as you, Naruto said. Oh honey, you haven't seen anything just yet. Now Serperior use Leaf Storm. Kusa watched as a bunch of leaves started to gather around Serperior before they rushed towards Kurama. Quick Kurama use Fire Blast. Kurama fires a kanji of fire clashing with the storm and burning the leaves as they fell to the ground, but the distraction allowed Serperior to sneak up behind him. Now Serperior use Leaf Blade. Kurama quick challenge it with Iron Tail. The two attacks collided as the two Pokemon were struggling to gain the upper hand on one another. Before going into a set of clashes with both using Tail and Blade as each clash shook the ground around them, before each separated, finally able to gain their breath back. Serperior quick use Coil. Kusa watched her Pokemon wrap itself together as its energy gathered around her. I don't think so. Kurama used Confuse Ray. Naruto called IUT as his Pokemon shot off small glowing balls of light. Quick Superior go underground. Her Pokemon quickly dogged underground as the lights floated above, missing their target. Kurama, keep on your toes, no telling where he might show, Naruto said as his Pokemon nodded, looking around ready for anything. With Kusa looking up at the ceiling and smiling upon seeing the shining bright light still up. Now Superior, let's give them a little surprise. Use Double Team and Leaf Blade. Suddenly the ground started to shake. Before hour of it came a dozen Superior who tried to hit Kurama as he used Quick Attack to dodge most of them. Quick Kurama use Flamethrower. Naruto watched the torrent of flames spit out and hit all the oncoming Superiors. Now Superior use Solar Beam. Suddenly the holes that all the clones came from started to glow, before the ground underneath him started to crack. Oh shit, Kurama, dodge, Naruto yelled, but it was too late as the ground underneath Kurama broke apart and he was blasted up into the air. Now let's end this with your ultimate move, Superior. Use Frenzy Plant. As Superior came up, he raised his tail, slamming it into the ground as it started to shake even more, breaking apart and giving way to a giant tree. Kurama. Naruto saw his Pokemon was still in the air and knew he wouldn't be able to dodge it and thought of a move to counter the powerful move. You can't stop this. Now just let it happen, Kusa said. Kurama, wake up. You got to do something. Kurama, Naruto yelled. Inside the mind of Kurama, he was walking around in a dark void area almost as if trying to find something, but stopped upon hearing a voice. Turning to one side, then the other, he heard the shout again, only this time it was clearer and soon the voice was blaring as Kurama ran around spotting a light ahead and ran at top speeds into the light. Soon enough Kurama snapped his eyes wide open as he looked around, seeing himself in the air and Superior readying up an attack. But his eyes suddenly turned towards the bright light and saw the sunny day right in his face, and as he kept staring at it, something in his mind kept nagging at him to do something about it. Kurama, what are you, what the? Naruto yelled upon seeing Kurama open his wide jaw and chop down on the sunny day, therefore ending the blazing heat. What is wrong with your Pokemon, what? Kusa along with everyone watching were shocked as the fur around Kurama suddenly turned bright orange and bringing about a very hot aura. Whoa, Kurama, what happened to you? Naruto said to himself as he saw the energy around Kurama start to gather as his nine tails started to pour energy in front of his open mouth. You think this will stop us? I don't think so. Now Superior, end this, Kusa said as her Pokemon sent out the large tree roots at Kurama, with Naruto widening his eyes about to call out a move. Beast Bomb. What the? Who was that? Naruto asked. It's me, Naruto. Kurama, now use my new move. Beast Bomb. Kurama spoke with Naruto too shocked to really question it. Now Kurama, go Beast Bomb. Then in the next instant Kurama unleashed his attack as the Frenzy Plant came soaring towards him, and in that instant two things happened. One, Jiraiya has finally realized where he had seen the blonde and who he reminded him of. The next thing was the force of the attack Kurama unleashed, as it was a beam of pure energy and power that cut through and burned the large tree, too shocking Superior, who only had time to widen his eyes before the attack hit him, causing a massive explosion that shook the gym and almost shattered the windows. Ah, what the hell happened? Karen asked as she got up from the ground along with most of the girls. What was that attack? Erika asked, wondering what type of attack that was. But what about the battle? Karen asked as everyone looked at the dust clouds starting to disappear before two shadows were seen. Superior is unable to battle, therefore the winner of this battle goes to Kurama and Naruto, the ref said upon seeing Kurama the only one standing. We won, Kurama, we did it. Naruto ran over, giving his fox Pokemon a hug as the others who battled came out of their Pokeballs feeling the battle was over and started to celebrate in joy. I lost. Kusa was standing there in shock as she looked at her downed Pokemon with many thoughts facing through her mind. Many not so good, but she came to one conclusion: she had fun. You did a great job and I am so proud of you, Naruto said to all his Pokemon. I'll be the first to admit, you got me, and your strength was something even I didn't think you could pull off. Especially that last move, Kusa said as she walked towards them after returning her Pokemon. Thanks, Kusa. Though you didn't make it easy, Naruto said as he laughed. I gave you my all and you were still able to win. Very impressive indeed, Kusa signaled to one of the girls who brought over a small case as she grabbed something from inside of it. As a congratulations on beating me, you have earned the rainbow badge. Kusa gave Naruto the badge to prove he had beat her, and as he took it and looked at it his smile couldn't be held anymore. Alright, we got the rainbow badge. He jumped up along with his Pokemon striking a pose. And as per our agreement I shall allow others to challenge me once again. Along with my daughter going with you, she said. Actually about that, Naruto started to say. What is it? She asked. How about instead of me basically taking your daughter as my wife in a way? How about I take her to explore the world, to gather the knowledge she needs to not only become stronger, but to help her find her place in the world. Those words made Kusa look at him a bit in shock. You would do that? Kusa asked. I would do that for her. Not because of our battle, but because I want to. You can't become a great Pokemon trainer as you don't travel a little, Naruto said as Kusa looked down thinking on it, before turning towards her daughter and seeing the look in her eyes. One she hadn't seen for a long time and one she saw in herself back in her younger days. Yes, I think that would suit her just fine, she said as she smiled at her daughter who smiled back. Then it's settled. Erika, what do you say? Naruto turned towards her daughter. I would gladly join you, she said with a bright smile as everyone cheered at the future decision of Erika. While everyone was celebrating, a certain PERV was walking away having seen enough of the battle and heard of the conversation to understand what was going on. As his thoughts raged with many different things going through them. With the primary one being the fate of that young blonde boy who they thought was dead. Had just won against a gym leader. It made Jiraiya feel guilty and upset, because he knew he wasn't the one who helped him to grow into the fine trainer he is now. Now the real question is, should I tell Minato and Kushina or not? That question would rage in his mind all the way until the next town. Your Pokemon are back to fitting order. Nurse Joy walked over to Naruto as she gave him back the Pokemon he used in yesterday's battle. Thanks Nurse Joy. Naruto took back his Pokemon, before heading over to the table Karen and Erika were sitting in. So have you two decided on what our plans are now? What, aren't you the trainer? You should know where we go from here, Karen said. Yeah, well, I didn't account for you or Erika, Naruto pointed out. Oh really, and what was your plan gonna be if you didn't have us? Karen asked. Well, I was gonna take a detour through the forest ahead of Fuchsia City. Naruto said as the two looked at him with deadpan looks. I am surprised you were able to make it this far without getting lost, Karen said. Hey, I am not that dumb to get myself lost, Naruto said. Yet you want to stray away from the path and through uncharted woods towards Fuchsia City. Which may I remind you is closer to the ocean than any other place you've been to, Erika said. Plus no offense, but for us we don't want to end up dead in the middle of the woods, Karen said as Naruto sighed in defeat. So what's the plan then? Naruto asked. Well, we can go through Route 16 and we should be able to find a bike keeper who will be able to loan us bikes and take the bicycle road. Which will lead us to our next stop, and after that smooth sailing, Karen said as she showed on the map what the plan was. Cool, and what about our other problem? Naruto said pointing to her backpack as he saw it wiggle. Don't worry Naruto, Karen briefed me on Celby yesterday. So if you're wondering about keeping a secret from me, don't, Erika said as Naruto sighed in relief. I was actually gonna try and ditch you. Naruto laughed as the two sweat dropped at his supposed joke. Still gotta work on your sense of humor Naruto, Karen said with a sigh. Java's restaurant. Java's restaurant, owned by Java Akimichi, was Celadon's #1 restaurant, as Java was a part of the famous Akimichi food chain. A chain in which has spread across the globe, first starting in the Unova region, but reaching its peak in the Kalos region, before spreading its vast array of food along with special curry which has been shown to be loved by all Pokemon with the many types it has. It has also been the source of many incidents with Pokemon coming from the woods and trying to steal the food. Hey, come back here. Java yelled as loud crashing and people yelling in shock as the owner of the restaurant came bursting out of the kitchen chasing a little blue blur that ran past the tables of other people dining in as they gasped in shock when the blur came by with their food disappearing just as quickly. Munchlax. The little blue human-shaped Pokemon burst through the doors of the restaurant as it ran down the street with the owner coming out of the place heaving in exhaustion from chasing the little blue demon around his shop. And the man walked back into his restaurant to prepare for the next time Munchlax comes back. As Java gave up his pursuit, the little eating Pokemon ran through the streets dodging people left and right, before sneaking into a narrow alleyway and smacking into a large individual. Munchlax. Munchlax looked up and jumped back in fright upon seeing a large and frightening Machamp looking down at him and sneering, before grabbing him and lifting him up, stopping him from running away. Well, look who it is. How you've been, Munchlax. Oh, seems you brought some goodies. A buff-looking man walked up to the Machamp. He wore a short-sleeved t-shirt with blue cargo pants and sneakers. Munchlax, munch. Save it for later. You still owe us after last time, and this should suit just fine. The man grabbed the stolen food and was about to walk away, but the Munchlax started to wiggle free, before raising his fist as it started to glow with a blue hue. Champ, what is it, Macaw? Suddenly his Pokémon was flung into him as he dropped the food, which was caught by Munchlax, who quickly ran out of the alleyway. Get him! Yelled the man as two more Pokémon came out of the shadows chasing the running Munchlax. Back with Naruto and gang. Did you really need to eat that much ramen? Karen asked as they walked out of the restaurant, which was connected to the Pokémon Center. Well, I won't be eating any of it for days. So I wanna get as much as I can into my stomach, Naruto said, patting his belly with the two shaking their heads. Munch. Suddenly out of nowhere, Naruto found himself knocked over by a running blue blur as his two companions looked down in surprise, finding Naruto getting squashed by a Munchlax, who was breathing heavily out of breath. Whoa, a Munchlax, Karen said. Hey, I've seen this Munchlax. It's a troublemaker, always stealing the food around the area. Mom chased it out of our garden one time, Erica said. Hey, get off me. Naruto pushes it off of him as he got up and looked down as Munchlax backed up from the three. What is it doing here though, and why was it running? Karen asked. Seems it was running because of that food, Erica pointed at the bag of food. Then what's up with that wound? Naruto pointed at a red mark on the top of Munchlax's head. Suddenly a black blur pounced on Munchlax before he could really do anything as he cried out in pain, making the three jump back as another blur came in and growled at them. What is that? Erica asked as Naruto raised his poke watch. Mightyena, Dark, the bite Pokémon. Mightyena gives obvious signals when it is preparing to attack. It starts to growl deeply and then flattens its body. This Pokémon will bite savagely with its sharply pointed fangs. What is a Mightyena doing out here? Karen asked. Munchlax. Hey, let him go. Naruto tried to intervene, but the second Mightyena stopped him. Naruto, watch out. Erica's worried voice caused him to back up, before smirking as he grabbed one of his Pokémon. If that's how you wanna do it. Kurama, go. Naruto sent out his Foxfire Pokémon. Kurama appeared as he looked around, before having to jump to the side to avoid a huge bite from Mightyena, as Kurama immediately responded with an iron tail, knocking the bite Pokémon away. The other Mightyena saw this and growled as it raised its head, charging a shadow ball. Kurama, watch out. Use Dark Pulse. Naruto quickly called out as his Pokémon fired its attack just as Mightyena did as well. Though it only took for a second, before Kurama's attack overpowered his and hit Mightyena, sending him flying back. Good job, buddy, Naruto said before they checked up on Munchlax, who was getting up after being pinned down. Hey, don't move so quickly. You might be a nerd, Karen said but the Munchlax quickly pulled back as he tried to go for his food, but fell down as the three quickly grabbed him. I think he's worn himself dried, Erica said. Not only that, look. Karen pointed at wounds all over his body, some minor, but others looked pretty bad. Who would do this to a poor Pokémon? Naruto said as he held the unconscious Munchlax. Who's asking? The three spun around, seeing the man who was speaking with Munchlax earlier as his Machamp and two Mightyenas stood beside him. Who the hell are you? Naruto asked as Kurama stood in front of him, growling at them. That's none of your concern, kid. All I want is that Munchlax and the food he had with him, the man said. Sorry, but you're not getting either, Naruto said. Is that so? The man gave a signal as his Machamp charged in. Kurama, use Fire Blast, Naruto said as his Pokémon unleashed a massive blast of fire in the shape of a kanji. Machamp, use Cross Chop, the man called out as his Pokémon with his forearms chopped through the fire with ease. What? Yelled Naruto as Machamp tried to take a swing at Kurama, but he jumped back. I know of you. The kid who defeated the Celadon gym leader. That's pretty impressive, kid. Not many could have the skill nor the Pokémon to take her down, the man said. Yeah, well, me and my Pokemon are something you've never seen before, Naruto said as he and Kurama glared at the four. Yes, a very enduring duo indeed, the man said, before motioning to his two mighty hyenas to attack. Oh no you don't. Kurama used Flamethrower. His Pokemon unleashed a torrent of fire blocking the four from making any moves against them. Now let's get out of here, Naruto quickly told the other two, who quickly agreed and ran away from the raging fire. Seems they escaped. No matter, as they can't escape me, not when you two have their sense. The man kneeled down petting his two wolf-like Pokemon. Random area. I think we lost him, Karen said as the three stopped in front of a restaurant taking deep breaths. Yeah, but not for long. Who knows if he might find us, Erika said. We can worry about that later. Right now we gotta take care of Munchlax. Naruto looked down at the still unconscious Pokemon. Hey kids, what are you, Munchlax? The three turned around to find a tall man with a bit of stomach on him carrying a couple of potato bags, but dropped them upon seeing the injured Pokemon. You know this Munchlax? Asked Naruto. Yeah, he always steals from my shop more than any other place. Might be because I always let him get away and don't really try to catch him, the man said. Excuse me mister, but can you help us hide? Somebody is trying to find him and right now we can't run with Munchlax injured, Naruto said. Well, come into my shop. It hasn't been busy since rush hour ended not too long ago, the man said. Thanks mister. Karen let it hang, not knowing the man's name. Name's Java Akamichi and this here is my shop. He led them into the place as they went to the back where some of his workers were busy either cooking or cleaning. Shannon, I need you to prep the medicine and cook up a batch of curry soup, Java said to a lady writing some things down as she nodded, before heading off to who knows where's. Thanks for letting us in, Java, Erika said. Anything for little Munchlax here, he might be a thief, but I can't say I blame him, Java said. What do you mean by that? Naruto asked. Munchlax, as you know, have a huge appetite and will eat lots of food in one day. Though for a city with many other places with food, it's surprising comes here more often. At first I was of course mad since most of my product was being stolen, until that fateful day I followed him and saw him giving the food to a couple of wild Pokemon who wander into Celadon. It would seem it wasn't the first time as I saw him wander more around town giving Pokemon around more and more food, Java said. So all the times he's stolen things, it wasn't just for himself, Erika said to herself. Yes, but that all changed when a certain individual came into town and started to harass people. Heck, even some of the owners including myself, Java said. My mom told me about that. Says some guy has been tearing apart neighborhoods trying to get people to offer up more money, Erika said. So you're Kusa's daughter, what are you doing out here with a boy no less, Java joked. Well, Naruto here made a deal that if he beat Kusa that he would allow the trainers to challenge her again. Once he beat her, well, she wanted Erika to travel with Naruto to grow on her own and find her own path, Karen said. Well, at least your mother is letting you grow outside here, Java said, before Shannon walked in and gave him the ingredients as he started to mix them together. How can we help? Naruto asked. Just sit back and let me handle it. This is technically not the first time I've had to heal Munchlax, Java said. Wait, you mean he's been injured more? Naruto asked. Munchlax has always been a kind Pokemon. Back then it stole from shops or here maybe once or twice a week. Now it steals everyone constantly, with Officer Jenny and the others trying everything to catch him. Thus resulting in injured, but some of these I haven't seen before, Java said before tilting his head up so that he could pour the soup down it. Could it be because of that man? I mean, he sure was after Munchlax, Karen said. If that man did this, it'll make him pay, Naruto said. Get in line, kid. Munchlax here might steal from me, but I always know he did it for the good of the Pokemon, Java said. Bang. The four looked out upon hear the loud bang and suddenly a crash as people were scurrying. Naruto quickly got up and went out to check, before the others could get him to stop. You two stay with Munchlax, he'll see what's up and make sure that boy Naruto doesn't get into trouble, Java said as he walked out, seeing the commotion was caused by a Machamp and two mighty hyenas. Nice to see you again, young Naruto, and you must be Java, the owner of this fine establishment. It's a pleasure, your food is wonderful, the man said. Is this the guy? Java asked the blonde. Yeah, and it seems he's ready for a battle. Naruto pulled out his Pokeball. Listen here, I am only here for the Munchlax and nothing more. If you hand him over it'll be on my way, the man said. Sorry sir, if I may call you that, Java said. Call me Xander. I am a real popular fellow with the townsfolk, the man said. Well then Xander, I am giving you a warning to leave or else. Java pulled out his own Pokeball. Do you really want it to come down to this? I mean, you have a fine establishment, be ashamed to ruin it, Xander said. Oh, trust me, we won't. Java signaled someone as the floor suddenly shook as the tables were dragged away and the floor changed from solid marble to rough rocky terrain. So this is not only a food place, but a battlefield. Good. Xander then allowed his two Mightyena to charge in. Kurama, heat things up. Snorlax, let's go. The two released their Pokemon as the two appeared in front, blocking the two wolf-like Pokemon from charging, as they instead sent their sights on the two Pokemon in front, with both Mightyena using Ice Fang. Quick Kurama, dodge and use Iron Tail. Snorlax, counter with your Ice Punch. The two wolf Pokemon could do nothing as their attacks were countered. With Kurama jumping up and slamming its metallic tail into the top of the Mightyena, smashing it into the ground where a big dent was made. While the Snorlax simply raised its fist, which started to shine with ice, and sent it flying, hitting the Mightyena, who stood no chance and was sent flying into a wall. Seems your Pokemon are a lot stronger than I thought. You might give Machamp a challenge, Xander said as his final Pokemon stood tall walking towards them. Oh, you'll see just how strong my Pokemon is now. Snorlax, use Thunder Punch, Java called out as his Pokemon rushed in, fist raised. No use. Now Machamp, use counter. As the fist connected, Machamp used the momentum to spin Snorlax and send him flying back. Quick Snorlax, use rollout, Java called out as his Pokemon used the momentum to roll back into a steady position. Kurama, help out and use flamethrower, Naruto called out as his Pokemon unleashed a torrent of flames. Machamp, use cross chop. Xander watched his Pokemon cut the flames in two, but wasn't able to block the rollout. Now Snorlax, use rollout again, called our Java. Gotcha. Now Machamp, use revenge. Machamp got back up and swung its steaming fist into the rolling Snorlax, sending him flying back and crashing into the wall. Snorlax, Java yelled as he ran towards his Pokemon. Too easy, Xander said. Don't forget about us. Fire Fang. Kurama, Naruto's fox Pokemon, jumped up behind Machamp, jaw ready to bite down on it. Oh, we didn't forget. Now Machamp, use Vital Throw. The next instant saw Machamp dodge Kurama and grab him harshly before flinging him into a table. Kurama, no, you gotta get up, Naruto called out. You can't help him. Now Machamp, use Seismic Toss. Machamp fishes in, grabbing Kurama as he struggled to get up and jumped up with him, swinging him around in the air, before throwing him into the hard ground. Kurama, yelled Naruto, running to his inert Pokemon. Now that you two are dealt with, it's time to deal with one last pest. Xander started to walk to the back, but stopped when Naruto blocked his path. No, you won't harm Munchlax, he said. Listen kid, I've given you many opportunities to walk away, and right now I will be kind enough to give you one last one. If you don't, I promise what happens next won't be on me, Xander said. You can do whatever you want with me, but you better not touch Munchlax. He's just trying to feed the poor Pokemon of the wild, and you want to take that away from them, Naruto said with a little bit of anger. Well, that Munchlax is faster than any I've seen, and sneaky when it counts. Something I am willing to get. Now I am giving you one last chance, or Machamp here will deal with you personally, Xander said. Bring it on, Naruto challenged. Xander sighed, before allowing his Machamp to deal with it as it cracked its knuckles, before raising its hand ready to use a karate chop. But suddenly the doors behind Naruto burst apart, and out of it sprang a fast-moving blur which tackled into Machamp, sending him skidding back. Munchlax. Naruto saw the now fully awake Munchlax up and moving as it glared at the larger Pokemon. Speak of the devil, you have been a pain to get all day, Munchlax, and because of it a lot of people have become a nerd, Xander said, pointing at the downed Snorlax and Kurama. Though that just made him more angered as Munchlax readied to fight. I think you just angered him, Xander, and you shouldn't have done that, Naruto said. Please, I've seen this Munchlax battle and it's nothing impressive. Especially against my Machamp, Xander said. Well then guess you'll have to show them, huh, Munchlax, Naruto told the blue Pokemon, who nodded and smirked. Then you can fail trying. Machamp, use Karate Chop. Xander called out as his Pokémon rushed towards him. Munchlax just smirked and waited, before using the size against him and jumped up dodging the chop, before hitting what Naruto saw was a brick break. Machamp took the first few blows, but had to block the rest, before jumping back. Though Munchlax didn't let up as it loose a breath of ice which started to freeze Machamp's arms. "Don't let it get the best of you, Machamp, and use cross chop," Xander said, annoyed that the weak Munchlax was doing so much damage to his Pokémon. "Munchlax, watch out," Naruto called out, but Munchlax saw it coming and just smirked as it charged in as well. Ducking at the right moment and slamming his head which glowed a light pink tint into Machamp's stomach, who showed pain for the first time, before being sent flying. "Machamp, get up, now," Xander yelled. "I don't think so, Kurama, you good." Naruto saw his Pokémon get up, finally feeling better as it stood next to Munchlax with the two looking at each and nodding, coming to an understanding. "You won't win this easily, Machamp, use Giga Impact," Xander called out as his Pokémon rushes in with a wave of power rushing off him. "Kurama, now use Fire Blast," Naruto called out as Kurama charged up her attack, with Munchlax also charging up the same attack. Before letting loose as the two kanji fire attacks rushed towards Machamp, who didn't stop, and ice the two collided. A massive explosion took place as everything shook. "Machamp, where are you?" Xander asked after walking through the smoke, but suddenly he was slammed into by his Pokémon as the two crashed into his other Pokémon, all knocked out. "And next time don't underestimate Pokémon," Naruto said as both Kurama and Munchlax cheered, with Munchlax hugging Kurama, who smiled down at the little blue Pokémon. Next day, "Thanks for the meal, Java, though you didn't have to," Naruto responded as he handed his dish to the waitress. "It's all fine, Naruto. I mean, it's my way of thanking you for helping get rid of that guy and for helping Munchlax, of course," Java said as he looked to where the other Pokémon were eating, seeing Munchlax and Kurama talking with each other as the two had grown closer in the past 24 hours. "So what did Officer Jenny do with that guy?" Erica asked. "Well, from what I heard, he was sent to a different location on the account of the ring of crimes he was making in Celadon from marketing and theft. Seems he's been doing it to other Kanto locations, and thanks to you kids he's finally stopped," Java said as the three smiled. "It was no big, and if it helped to save Munchlax I would do it again," Naruto said as Java smirked down at him. "Seems you've grown closer with Munchlax, huh?" Java said. "Well, I mean, it's only been a day, so we haven't really known each other that long," Naruto said. "Naruto, your ability to make every Pokémon love you is irreplaceable," Karen said as Naruto blushed at the comment. "Well, I mean, Munchlax does a lot of good for the Pokémon in the area. They all appreciate it, but sooner or later he will need to move on, and I think the right move for him would be to go with you," Java said, looking at Munchlax having a good time with all of Naruto's Pokémon. "But the Pokémon will still need their little buddy around, won't they?" Naruto asked. "I think I can solve that. In a few weeks I'll be opening a special section of the restaurant for Pokémon who are wild or abandoned. It will help them still be able to get food and maybe a little something for the kids to occupy their time with," Java said. "That doesn't sound bad, and if the parents can allow their kid to take the Pokémon as a pet or something," Erica said. "That does sound amazing. What do you think, Naruto?" Karen asked. "I mean, it sounds awesome, but it's not my decision to make. It's his." Naruto pointed at their little listener, who happened to have walked in at the right time. "What do you say, Munchlax, wanna join my team?" Naruto held out a Pokeball as Munchlax looked at it for a second, before smiling and tapping the middle of ball as if opened and sucked him right in before shaking once and dinged, signaling a capture. "Seems we have a new member on our journey, hey Naruto," Karen said with a smirk. "All right, we caught a Munchlax." Naruto raised the Pokeball up as her smirked at his new friend before releasing him to join the others in celebration. "So what are you gonna name him?" Karen asked. I don't know. I was thinking something along the lines of Keith," Java said. "Keith, a name of a famous wrestler back where I came from, and his partner when he started was a Munchlax, one who had the same spirit as this one," Java said as everyone looked at the blue Pokemon. "Keith it is then." Naruto smiled, knowing his family had grown even bigger, and the journey continues. "Naruto, are you sure you don't need help carrying that stuff?" Erica asked as she saw him carrying most of the supplies they will need for their small journey. Though Naruto decided to be a gentleman and carry both of Karen's and Erica's heavy supplies as he struggled to walk up the hill. "Oh, don't worry about it. I mean I am gonna need something to do to make sure I get there without being too lazy, Naruto struggles to say. Ah boys, Karen sighed as they continued their journey, before one of Naruto's Pokeballs shooken out popped out his little Froakie. Huh, hey Yami, what's up? Naruto asked his little baby Pokemon. You brought Froakie with you? Karen asked. Yeah, I decided since he wasn't able to watch my gym battle, he could tag along and train with the others also. His name is Yami, Naruto said. Yami, why that name? Asked Erika. Because of the darkness he feels somewhat inside of himself and I can feel it. Also because it sounds cool and he agrees. The two high-fives each other as the two girls sighed. As they were walking through the forest they didn't notice a pair of eyes looking at them through the tree foliage as it followed them for more than a quarter of a mile with none of them noticing him. Though after moving to a different tree Froakie had his ears perk up and looked around the area jumping off of Naruto's right shoulder. Huh, what's wrong Yami? Naruto asked his shiny friend. I think he senses something, Karen said, before her bag started to shake and out popped a certain legendary. Looks like Celby senses it too, Naruto said as the two looked around, before a shake of the bushes caused them to turn to the source as out of the bushes popped up a small little Rattata. Oh, it was just a little Rattata, Karen said as she sighed. Suddenly the Rattata jumped upon almost being caught by a fast-moving blur as the three quickly jumped back upon seeing the blur and looked upon the sky seeing a large metal bird screeching at them as it flew to barely tree line level. What the heck is that? Erika said a little scared as Naruto raised his poke watch. Skarmory, steel, flying, the armor Pokemon. Its sturdy wings look heavy, but they are actually hollow and light, allowing it to freely fly into the sky. A Skarmory, but what's it doing here? Karen asked upon seeing the dangerous bird who was glaring daggers at them. I don't know, but it doesn't look too happy, Erika said as she backed up. It seems pissed off at something, Naruto said. Yeah, at us. Look out. They all ducked as Skarmory tried to hit them with its sharp wings. Froakie. Yami, you wanna battle him? Naruto asked his little friend who nodded his head. Are you sure about this Naruto? I mean he just came out of his egg and I don't know if he's battle ready, Karen asked, but couldn't get an answer as Skarmory screeched flying towards them once again. Quick Yami, use water pulse, Naruto called out as his Pokemon charged up a ball of water and shot it towards the armored bird. Though it hit him straight ahead it did nothing, but anger Skarmory even more as its wings glowed even more, before slamming them into Yami who cried out being sent flying. Yami! Naruto yelled going to catch him only for Skarmory to fly around and catches him flying away as Naruto started to chase after him. Naruto! Wait up! Karen said as the two ran after Naruto. He's got Yami, I can't let him escape, Naruto called back as he continued chasing the flying bird. How is he going so fast with that bag full of stuff? Erika said as Naruto hadn't dropped the items with him, basically forgetting how heavy it is. When it comes to his Pokemon, Naruto would drop everything to save his Pokemon, Karen said. The three chased the Skarmory for a few minutes, before finding themselves out of the forest and into a clearing where a giant tree stood in front of them as the three stopped and looked up in awe at the giant tree. Though Naruto quickly snapped out of it upon seeing Skarmory land on a special branch where a nest was built for itself as it dropped the unconscious Yami, before looking down upon the three and glaring. Give back Yami, Naruto called out only for the armored bird to cry out as suddenly the branches shook and out of them came many other different kinds of birds. Oh shit, was all Karen said upon seeing themselves surrounded by dozens of birds from Spearow to Noctowl and Murkrow. Aw guys, what do we do? Erika asked. We take them down. Naruto threw out 3 of his Pokeballs as Talia, Bolt and Samuel came out, all of them glaring at the flying birds. Guess this is happening, Karen said as Celby floated next to her raising her fists. I don't think my Pokemon would be of use here, Erika said upon realizing her grass type wouldn't really stand a chance against the flying types. Just stay behind me, Erika. Now you 3, we have to get Yami back, Naruto said pointing at where Skarmory was as the 3 looked up seeing the unconscious Yami with the 3 getting angered. None more than Samuel as he cried out and unleashed a razor leaf as all the birds quickly scattered. Though Bolt didn't let them get far as he unleashed a thunderbolt shocking a majority of them and oncoming them out. Talia used her speed to hit the ones who escaped the attack using her steel wing to knock them out of the sky as Samuel used Vine Whip to grab them and slam them into other birds. Celby, watch out, Karen called out, but the Pokemon just giggled as it flew around the attacks, before using Energy Ball to knock them out. Whoa, I didn't know Celby was that strong, Erica said. Neither did I, Karen said, equally shocked. As they were battling, the birds up above Skarmory was looking down on them with a calculating gaze, almost as if thinking up battle strategies to counter each Pokemon. As Yami groaned in pain, his eyes suddenly opened upon realizing where he was, and Skarmory looked down at him as Yami jumped up and ready for battle. Scar. Yami ducked under the claws and rushed in, using his glowing fist to punch Skarmory in the face as the metal bird growled before using its sharp beak to attack Yami, who dodged crazy-like, but once he got hit he couldn't dodge the rest of the attacks as he was knocked off of the branch, falling down with Skarmory flying after him, but he used Smokescreen to blind the armored bird. Yami. Naruto yelled as he looked up to see Naruto, and out of nowhere Talia came in, catching the little frog as she landed in front of Naruto. Thanks, Talia. Are you okay, Yami? Naruto checked time, see if he was alright, and after seeing he was, smiled and hugged the little frog, who smiled and hugged back. I don't wanna interrupt the cute moment, but we still have a battle at hand, Karen said as the birds still outnumbered them. Oh right, I forgot about that. Naruto laughed and got up, looking at all the flying birds. Scar. Suddenly Skarmory burst from the smoke, flying in front of Naruto as well as looking at Yami with a harsh glare as the birds around them closed in, but a cry from Skarmory stopped them as it looked down at little Yami, nodding his head down towards him. Huh, what's it saying? Naruto asked. I think he wants to challenge Yami one-on-one, Karen spoke, seeing the glare it was giving him. Is that so? What do you say, Yami wanna go one-on-one? Naruto asked his Pokemon, who jumped in ready to fight as he smiled at his Pokemon's eagerness. Watch out, Naruto, your Pokemon might be fast, but Skarmory can come from anywhere, Erica warned. Don't worry, we'll be fine. Now Yami, let's do this. Start off with a water pulse, Naruto called out as his Pokemon unleashed a ball of water. The Skarmory smirked as it charged in and used Steel Wing to cut the ball in half, shocking both of them before he was hit with the attack, sending him flying back, but righted himself, landing on his 2 feet as Yami gave a small smirk and gave a come at me gesture to Skarmory, who smirked back. Yami shot off quick bursts of water pulse that Skarmory either dodged or cut in half with Metal Claw. Whoa, that Skarmory is fast, Karen said as she saw the Skarmory flying around Yami's attacks with ease. Oh yeah, well, let's see how good. Now Yami used Smokescreen. Naruto watched as the field became clouded with black smoke as Skarmory stopped its movement, staring at the giant cloud of smoke, before raising its steel wings as air started to gather above them. Naruto, watch out, she's using Air Cutter, Erica called out as it shot them off, cutting into the smoke and clearing the field of any cover. Though Skarmory was confused when not seeing a signal sign of Yami, only a small dig hole. Got you. Now Yami used Smackdown. From the ground underneath Skarmory came Yami, who threw a giant rock-sized boulder at Skarmory, who couldn't react in time and was flung down upon being hit. Now move in and use Rock Smash. Yami fist glowed once again as, in an impressive show of speed, made his way in front of the downed Skarmory, giving it a combo punch attack. Though Skarmory used its beak to stop his combo as he was forced to jump back and dodge, with Skarmory getting up though with difficulty. Whoa, it's so strong to be able to take all that damage, Erica said. Wait, what's that glow? Karen asked as a blue hue surrounded Skarmory, with all 3 of them looking on confused, before Naruto's poke watch beeped. Weak armor. Upon being hit by a physical move, Skarmory's speed is raised and its defense is lowered each time. Oh, that's not good, Naruto said, before Skarmory flew at faster speeds, grabbing Yami with its talons as they flew up into the sky. Oh no, Yami is in trouble, Karen said as she saw him being taken up higher and higher. No, he's not. Yami, use Rock Smash, Naruto yelled as Yami started to repeatedly punch at the metal bird, who growled and started to peck back, but Yami kept dodging at the last second before giving a payback punch. Naruto, I don't think that's helping. I mean, want his weak armor ability kick in, Erica said. Yes, but with it comes a low defense and it will keep on dropping. Naruto smirked as Yami counties his assault until Skarmory started to look a little beat up, and by the time they stopped flying up they were already above the giant tree. Skarmory looked down as Yami grinned before charging a water pulse, and with strength not shown before it escaped its grasp before firing it straight into its face as a huge explosion took place, with the 2 slowly falling from the smoke. Ah, Naruto, you do know Yami can't fly, right? Karen said sarcastically. Oh, right. Naruto's sweat dropped before in a flash all the birds flew up to try and catch their leader, while Talia flew past most of them and with grace caught Yami, before diving back down and descending right next to Naruto and the others. Here, let me check to make sure he's okay, Erika said as she pulled out a couple of medical supplies. Scar. They turned around upon noticing Skarmory landing in front of them along with the rest of the birds. With Naruto standing in front of Yami along with the rest of his Pokemon, but instead of charging, all the birds kneeled in front of them as Skarmory walked up to them, though with some difficulty, and bowed to Naruto and Yami, with the two looking at him in confusion. I think he's showing a sign of respect for Yami, Karen said. Well, Yami, what do you say? Naruto asked his Pokemon, who walked up to the Skarmory and shook its wing, causing the Pokemon to look up in confusion. He doesn't like it when others bow, so just a shake of the hand will do, Naruto said as he shook his wing. Skarmory. Hey Ash, it's pointing at something, Karen said as Naruto followed its beak as it pecked at the dirt for a few before pulling out a Pokeball. Not just any Pokeball, but a Luxray ball. What is this? Naruto asked as the Skarmory pointed at it. I think it wants you to catch it, Erika said. But what about your friends? Naruto pointed at the other birds, though Skarmory just smiled and gave a loud cry as from out of the trees came two large Pokemon, with one being a Swellow and the other more leaner and taller, with its hair curling to cover one of its eyes. I don't think that'll be a problem, Naruto. Karen smiled as she saw the two birds bow to the Skarmory, who bowed back, before turning back towards Naruto. Well, if you're sure about it, then I can't deny you, huh? Naruto threw the ball at Skarmory, who let it hit his beak as he was sucked into the Pokeball, with it landing on the ground shaking a few times, before clicking shut. Seems you can't go one day without catching a new Pokemon, Karen said. Hey, I am a Pokemon trainer, it's a basic thing for me, Naruto smiled, releasing his new Pokemon, who gave a mighty caw, with the other birds joining in. At the end of the day, the group of three had gotten into a situation where one new Pokemon had to step up to challenge a much stronger Pokemon. But in the end, all sides came to an agreement, with Skarmory now joining the group of friends as his old group of birds' new leaders head off into the sunset to travel the wild world of Pokemon. A week had passed since the incident with Skarmory, with the group now finding themselves walking down the forest path, since their little run to save Yami resulted in them getting away from the correct path and taking a random path. Luckily, Skarmory knew the forest and thus helped them through it, before being sent to Oak's lab, where he would stay with the others to get adjusted and know them better. As for the three, they have been traveling through the large woods, with Naruto leading them off the path a few times, resulting in them getting lost more than one time. Naruto, are you sure this is the right path? We have been walking forever, Karen whined as she was slumping through the forest, with Celby looking down from above her with a raised eyebrow. Yes, Karen, I mean, look, there's a path, and from what I've seen, this is the only one, and of course I've learned my mistake, he said. Only took you getting us lost 5 times, Erika said as the three sighed, knowing them getting lost had forced them to use more of their food and rations. It's just that if we get lost one more time, I don't know if we could afford to waste any more our resources, plus I am getting kinda tired of sleeping in the forest. Karen was fine with sleeping in the forest as it was all she did as a young kid, but sometimes the feeling of being in a hotel brought better comfort to her. Well, I would try to get Skarmory back, but my poke watch isn't getting a signal. Naruto looked down at it, seeing it had no bars, thus no way for him to transport Pokemon or contact someone. Isn't that thing supposed to be able to get great signal? Erika said. Yeah, but something is interfering with the thing. Naruto tried to get it a signal for hours, but had failed at every option. Hey, is that a house? Karen pointed ahead as they saw what seemed to be a very large building over the hill. I think it is. Come on, they might know the way out of this forest. Naruto and the other two quickly ran towards the building, but upon reaching it their hopes were brought down as the house looked old and worn down more than anything. This place looks as though it hasn't been lived in for years. Karen opened the gate only for it to fall off its hinges. Not to mention it's kinda creepy, Erika said as she shuddered. Suddenly a loud boom made them jump, before they felt the droplets of water start to come down on them. Looks like we have no choice, quick inside, Naruto said as the three ran inside with it starting to rain. A few minutes later, so did you guys find anyone? Karen asked as she re-entered the main entrance with the other two coming back from their little search. Nobody upstairs, but all the rooms still have their stuff in them, Erika said. What about the beds? Naruto asked. Could use a wash or two, but seems like they are safe to sleep in, Erika said. Naruto, what about you? How was your search? Karen asked, knowing Naruto searches the downstairs basement. I didn't find anything unusual, though it felt weird being down there, Naruto rubbed his head. Well duh, it's a basement in an abandoned house, Karen explained. No, it's something else. I can't tell though. Naruto shook his head as once he was down there he immediately felt something was off. Though he couldn't figure out what it was, so by the time he was done searching and heading back up did the feeling stop. But it's probably nothing. Let's just get some rest and maybe we can figure out what to do tomorrow. The three agreed that it was the best course of action, and soon enough each of them selected a room to go into. With Erika and Karen sleeping in rooms right next to each other and Naruto in a room right across from them, as the three didn't want to be too far in case something bad happened to one of them. Though as they each parted ways, a pair of eyes watched them from a large workout picture, with the eyes looking at each and every one of them, before it laid its eyes upon Naruto, getting a glint in them. Hey, Naruto's room. Alright everyone, come on out. Naruto threw his Pokeballs into the air, releasing the 6 Pokemon in each. As the first one to come out was Yami, who yawned upon being letting out, seeing as he hasn't been out in a while. With the next one coming out being Bolt, who stretched his sore muscles seeing as he has been in the Pokeball for quite some time with sparks coming off his fur. Eve came right after and walked over to Bolt, giving him a rub as Bolt smiled down at the small Eevee as Naruto smiled at the two, noticing them getting along better each day, since from what he has heard from Z they hanged around anytime they were free. Annie walked up to him tugging on his pants as Naruto smiled down, picking up the little ground type as he noticed the size difference and realized how big she's gotten since the day they met, as he gave her a belly rub. A tail was suspended above Annie, who tried to grab it as Kurama smiled down at the small little Cubone, with Leo walking around getting a feel for the place as it was unknown to him. Alright guys, this is where we will be sleeping tonight, so get comfortable, Naruto said, with all his Pokemon nodding and finding a place in the very large to lay down and sleep. But his attention was drawn to Annie was pointed at the bed, giving Naruto a small smile. Wanna sleep with me tonight, Annie? Cubone. So for that night Annie slept with him, as Samuel wasn't here for her to sleep with as usually she would go to him to lay down and sleep with as a big comfortable pillow. And as everyone was getting some shut-eye for the night, the storm outside gave off a big boom, scaring Annie, who jumped up from her Naruto pillow as she looked outside at the dark night, shaking a bit, before looking around the room at all the sound asleep Pokemon. None of them caring of the weather outside. But as she was looking around, her eyesight caught something moving and looked towards a painting of what seemed to be a little boy in fine clothes sitting underneath a tree. This place is creepy. I wish I had daddy, were the thoughts of one Annie as she walked forward, but stopped upon feeling like someone was watching her. Hey. What was that? A scared Annie asked as she looked around, finding nothing wrong. But as she looked at the painting one more time, her eyes started into the painting's eyes. They blinked as she froze for a second. He. Ah. Annie jumped back and landed on top of Naruto, waking him and everyone in the room up. Hey Annie, what the heck? Naruto said as he turned on the lamp next to him, with the other Pokemon rushing up to check on them. With Annie pointing at the painting while also hiding behind him as they all looked at said thing in confusion. It's just a painting, Annie, it's okay girl. Naruto tried to calm her down, but she was still complaining about the painting. Jolt. Yeah, I know, Bolt. I wish Samuel was here to, but maybe taking that painting down would help. What the? As Naruto looked towards the painting, he found it gone, shocking him and the others. Where the hell did it go? Ah. 2 loud screams made Naruto jump out of bed holding Annie while the other Pokemon woke up ready to go. That came from Karen and Erika's rooms. Naruto quickly sped out the door and across the hall, with he himself going into Karen's room and his Pokemon going into Erika's room, only to find both missing and their bed sheets thrown around. 9. Yeah, Karen's gone too. Damn, what happened to them? Naruto questioned, only for a loud boom and cackle to alert them that they were not alone. He. You'll never find them. A young voice sounded throughout the halls. Who's there? Naruto and his Pokemon looked all around, trying to find the source of the sound. He, you'll never find me. The voice said as it soon started to laugh, with it getting softer and softer as if it was moving away. Wait. Damn, Kurama, you think you can find them? Naruto asked his fox Pokemon, who sniffed the girl's belongings before nodding and running forward with the others following right behind. With Karen and Erika. Ah, where am I? Karen opened her eyes only to still see absolute nothing, as it was too dark to really make out anything, but a couple of outlines. Karen, is that you? Another voice which she recognized as Erika called out. Erika, is that you? Where are you? Karen tried to move, but found herself held down by something which she felt was rope. I am right here. Though I can't seem to move, I think I am tied up, she responded in the darkness. Yeah, so am I. What happened? How did we get tied up? Karen asked, as all she remembered was hearing a faint laughter, before being grabbed and black after. I don't know, I woke up because of the storm, and when I went to go to the bathroom someone came behind me and did something to me, because I can't remember what happened after, Erika said. Damn, where is that idiot Naruto at? I would think he'd be here with us tied up as well, Karen said as she tried to free herself from her binds. He. Don't worry, he'll be here soon. Ah, Erika. Yes, Karen. Was that you? No. He, it was me. Suddenly light blue eyes opened up in front of Karen, who screamed at the top of her lungs. With Naruto. Did you guys hear that? Naruto and his Pokemon stopped with their ears perked up, before another scream came as well. That was the red-haired one, Eve said as they started to make their way through the halls, with Kurama stopping in front of a large door framed by gold hinges and a very old style of craft, one which Naruto realized he had only seen at Professor Rowan's LAN. Alright, be prepared for anything, guys. Naruto's Pokemon all nodded as he slowly opened the door and went inside, before trying to find a light switch, but realized the power might not work until he flicked the switch, causing the lights to turn on as he jumped back a little. He jumpy errant we. All eyes immediately went to where that voice was heard as they stared at a small little statue of a small fox Pokemon, before it started to glow and shimmer, revealing it to be moving as it gave off that same laugh once more. A Zorua. Naruto raised his poke watch. Zorua, dark, the tricky fox Pokemon. It changes the forms of others to surprise them. Apparently, it often transforms into a silent child. Oh, fancy little watch. Zorua jumped over to Naruto, but he backed up as his Pokemon jumped in front of him. Back off, fur ball, Kurama said. So protective, how very cute, Zorua said as she smirked at them. Easy guys, don't hurt him, okay? We still need him to find out where our friends went, Naruto said as everyone backed up, but we're still on guard. Ah yes, your two friends. They are wonderful guests and maybe they would enjoy your company, Zorua said as Bolt nearly sent a thunderbolt at him, but Eve held him back. Listen, Zorua, just let my friends go, they did nothing wrong, Naruto said, though Zorua kept smiling at them, but he saw a slight twitch and turned around from them. Follow me then if you like to see them. Zorua walked ahead with the group walking behind her as she stood in front of a bookcase, before jumping up and pushing a book which made the shelf slide in, showing a secret entrance. Whoa, that's pretty cool, Naruto said. Indeed. Now follow. Zorua sprinted ahead as they all quickly followed down the hall. You know this is a trap, right? Eve said. Yeah, but we have no choice. So make sure you are all ready, he said with all of them nodding, before turning down a hallway. Ah, oh no, Karen, Erika, yelled Naruto as he sprinted ahead of his Pokemon and Zorua rushing head first into a door, knocking it down as he took a minute to catch his breath, feeling a little bit of pain from that. Naruto, is that you? Said person looked up only to be shocked and confused upon seeing both Karen and Erika walking around free of their shackles as they played with Zorua. Naruto, what took you so long to get down here? Geez, always taking forever with everything and getting yourself lost, Karen said. Wait, what's going on? I thought I heard screaming, Naruto asked, flabbergasted. Oh, just little Zorua here trying to scare us, Karen said as she cuddled with the little fur ball who took in the attention. Wait, Zorua. Naruto was even more confused along with his Pokemon who were just coming in. Yeah, he freed us after we both woke up here tied to those poles. Also lucky the lights still work down here, Erika said as they continued playing with the fox Pokemon, while Naruto was thinking to himself. Why the heck would Zorua let them go if he captured them? And how did he get ahead of me? I know I ran past. Wait, Naruto's eyes widened as he felt something and ducked, avoiding a dark pulse that almost hit him. Fast little one, aren't you? The other Zorua said as Naruto got up with his Pokemon, turning around and growling at the morphing Pokemon. Zoro, what have I told you about interfering with mommy's plans? The now fully revealed Zoroark said to the little fox. Sorry mom, I just wanted to play with them, Zoro said as he looked down. No matter, as I will deal with this man, Zoroark said as she stared down all 6 Pokemon. Like hell you are, Kurama said, preparing a fire fang. We shall see now, come at me, Zoroark said, giving them a come at her motion. Easy guys, she's just try Kurama. Naruto tried to warn his Pokemon about how tricky Zoroark are, but Kurama's temper got the better of him and rushed in. Got you, Zoroark said as she smirked and waited for Kurama to get closer, before it speeds faster than they thought she would have. She was underneath Kurama, hitting her with a throat chop. Grr. Dark Pulse. The next instant saw Kurama get sent flying back into Naruto's arms as his eyes were wide at seeing one of his ace Pokemon get beat. You'll pay for hurting Kurama, Leo said with Yami agreeing, and the two charged in recklessly. Wait, you two. Naruto tried to get them to stop, but it was too late. Too easy, were the words of one tricky fox who rushed towards them, claws ablaze with a dark aura. As Leo went for a Euro Ball and Yami a Rock Smash, but as the two met in the middle, Zoroark smirked, before in a flash appeared behind the two with her claws retracting and the aura disappearing as both Leo and Yami stopped where they stood and fell over. Yami, Leo, Naruto yelled, seeing his 2 water types fall over in defeat. You call yourself a trainer when they could barely see that coming, Zoroark said, smirking at the last 3 standing. What the hell, I couldn't even see his movements, just how fast is she, Naruto thought. Zoro, why is your mother hurting Naruto and his Pokemon? Karen asked. She doesn't like Pokemon trainers. Especially the boy ones, he said. Why though? Asked Erika, feeling as though it may be the same reason most Nadeshiko women hate men. Well, we used to belong to the owner of this house, but after he passed his nephew took ownership of this place. Then once he did, he found me, and at first he was nice, but soon after he was doing things to me and tried to capture me and use me for battles, Zoro said. Wait, what happened to him? Karen asked. Mommy took care of him, he said, with the two having scared looks. Come at me if you dare to lose any more Pokemon, Zoroark said as Naruto glared at her with Bolt stepping up along with Eve, but was stopped by Bolt. Stay back, I got this, he said. No, let me help. We have a better chance together, Eve pleaded. No, his speed is too much even for you. Plus you have to make sure Annie and Naruto are okay, we can't let them get hurt, Bolt said, and without waiting for an answer jumped forward, leaving a frustrated Eve. Bolt, you wanna try your shot? Naruto saw the argument him and Eve had and knew how hard it was for her not to jump in, and he couldn't blame her. Bolt sparked with electricity as Naruto focused back up. Alright Bolt, use Thunderbolt. Foolish human, you really don't learn, do you? Zoroark rushed in, dodging the bolt of electricity as she once again used Night Slash, getting in closer and closer. Quick Bolt discharge, Naruto called out, with Zoroark quickly jumping back before being hit. But her eyes widen as Bolt was already upon her, kicking her right in her face and gut, sending her flying into one of the many pillars, causing the tile to shake. I guess I underestimated you. Not anymore. Zoroark claws started to get covered in a purple aura, before opening her mouth and unleashing a dark pulse. Bolt used quick attack to dodge, Naruto called out, with him quickly moving around the small area, dodging the pulse of energy, with it destroying a pillar and making holes in the roof tile as it was still raining, though not as much. Keep dodging while I keep attacking. Zoroark stopped firing before rushing in and trying to slash at Bolt, who ducked and jumped from all of his attempts. I can't just sit here and do nothing, Eve said, finding it very difficult not to run in and help. It's okay, Eve. Bolt is strong like daddy, Annie said, putting his little hand on her back as she relaxed, but only slightly. Bolt quick jump back and use pin missile, Naruto called out as Bolt jumped back from another swipe and unleashed small needles from her mouth, but Zoroark raised his arms, blocking them with his shadow claws. You won't be able to win it that easy, ah. Zoroark looked behind himself as water dripped from his back, with Yami panting after using a water pulse and Leo getting up. Yami, Leo, are you two okay? Naruto asked, with the two nodding and glaring at Zoroark, who smiled at them, seeing they weren't really down for the count. I am not done either. Kurama got up, glaring at Zoroark with daggers as flames dances around him. Your Pokemon are a lot more resilient. Good, that makes this more interesting, Zoroark said as she started to gather dark energy. Alright guys, go in and use your most powerful attacks, Naruto called out with each Pokemon firing off their most powerful attack with Zoroark smiling knowing one thing. It isn't enough. Night days. Zoroark in the next instance unleashed a pitch-black shock wave that blew everyone back including Naruto, Karen, and Erika. Yeah, I love it when mommy does that move. Zoro jumped on his feet and ran toward her, but stopped midway upon seeing the look in his mom's eyes. Mommy, are you okay? But he jumped back upon seeing his mom's blue eyes turn red as she went to swipe at him only to be tackled by Bolt, who kicked her in the face twice. Jumping to stand in front of Zoro. Are you mad? You were gonna hurt your child, Bolt said, but stopped upon seeing Zoroark's crazed look. Mommy is in her scary mode, Zoro said. What do you mean scary mode? Bolt asked. It happens whenever she gets too into battling. It happened last time when the owner tried to get me to battle. That's why there is so much damage on the outside, Zoro said as Bolt realized it was a sorta battle sentry mode. The same one Kurama has whenever he gets too damaged. This might not end well, Bolt said only to duck underneath a shadow claw as he spun on his heels and used double kick, but upon hitting the second kick Zoroark bit down on it causing him to howl in pain. Bolt. Naruto, who was able to recover quickly, got up, but winced upon feeling his ribs hurting. Naruto looked up seeing Bolt struggling to escape the jaws of Zoroark, whose red eyes became even more intense. As with strength not shown before, she lifted Bolt and swung him around and threw him into a pillar, with it being the final piece needed for the rest of the tile to fall down, trapping Bolt, who had taken massive injury. With Zoroark walking towards him, claws ready to tear him apart. Mom. No. Zoro yelled only to be backhanded away as Zoroark turned his attention back to Bolt raising his claw. Eve, quick use Shadow Ball. Suddenly a dark ball of energy slammed into Zoroark, who turned its attention towards the small little white Eevee. Good job Eve, now move in and use Iron Tail. Eve rushed in with Zoroark rushing toward to meet head on as Eve with her quick and agile reflexes was able to dodge each attempted strike, before delivering one of her own. With each hit making Zoroark angrier and angrier till she started to just swing recklessly as Eve used it to her advantage, hitting her more and more, dealing more damage to her while Naruto ran up to Bolt to help him up. Why did you get her involved? Bolt asked upon being able to stand up. I know, Bolt, but I wasn't gonna let you get killed. And the others are still recovering, Naruto said. But what about her? She might need help, Bolt asked. I don't think she'll need it. Naruto pointed at Eve, who was battling with style and grace, surprising Bolt, but making him feel happy for her. Guess you're right, Bolt said. Eve kept on hitting and dodging, trying to take Zoroark down or at least hold her off long enough till the others recovered enough to help her. Suddenly she felt something beneath her as she suddenly slipped, lowering her balance with Zoroark taking full advantage of it and hitting her dead on, sending her flying back. Eve, Eve. Both Naruto and Bolt yelled as Zoroark looked at them with her crazed eyes as Shadow Claw was primed and ready as the two looked on with Bolt trying to get up, but with the things falling on him he was still not fully recovered. With Eve looking on as her trainer, the one who gave her the opportunity to be one of his Pokemon, and the love he showed her was something she cherished. But with Bolt it was a love she had kept hidden, for she had loved once, and when it wasn't accepted she closed off her heart never to allow another to love her or for her heart to love anyone. Until she met Bolt, who not only chipped away at her cold heart, but showed that their strength doesn't come from oneself, but from those around you. So with all the remaining strength she had, she got up as she glared at Zoroark as with a loud war cry and the moon shining down upon her did a massive light enveloped her, drawing the attention of everyone in the room as the size and shape of Eve started to change as her ears were more sharp as was her tail. Eve, you evolved. Naruto stared wide-eyed as the little shiny Eevee was now a black fox-like Pokemon with rings around its ears, tail, legs and center of its forehead, which thanks to the night and moonlight made them glow in majestic blue. As its golden eyes glared into Zoroark's eyes with the tension being so thick you can cut it with a knife. You will not hurt my friends, Eve said as Zoroark just growled before charging in, only this time it went a little differently as Eve with speed and grace dodged a swipe, before unleashing a up-and-close shadow ball that sent her flying back. Zoroark quickly found her footing only to lose it the next second when hit by an iron tail from Eve, who continued the rapid attack which started to make her feel more pain. Soon Zoroark was on her last legs as she looked at the newly evolved Pokemon with nothing but respect, for even in her battle-crazed look she saw the will and determination shining in Eve's eyes, something she respected. Mom, please calm down. Zoro called out as Zoroark looked down at her son, finally calming down from her battle mode. Boom. Suddenly a giant bolt of lightning struck down as everyone was blown back, with Zoroark becoming unconscious and Eve being caught by Naruto as everyone else had to brace themselves for the impact. While the bolt had created a massive fire within the area as much of the wood was dried up, thus when everyone was able to get their bearings together did they realize the danger of the situation. Naruto, are you okay? Karen ran up to him as he quickly pulled Bolt out of the rubble. I am fine, but I need you, and wait, where is Erika? Naruto asked upon not seeing their third friend. Help! Erika yelled out as the two turned to find her trapped underneath a fallen beam which was catching ablaze. Erika! Yelled Naruto as he got up, holding onto Bolt and Eve with his other Pokemon gathering towards him, though some of them having trouble with their injuries. Naruto, we have to hurry, the fire is growing, Karen said as she saw the fire rushing throughout the area. We have to get Erika. Quick, all of you come back. Naruto returned all his Pokemon except for Kurama, who was looking up at him in confusion. I need you to go and get Karen out of here along with the others since they are too hurt to run. Naruto told both Karen and him as the two looked at him like he was crazy. Naruto, what are you doing? Karen looked at him like he was crazy as he handed her his Pokeballs. I am going for Erika, I need you all to get out of here right now, Naruto told them with a face that left no room for agreement as the two looked down, not liking this one bit. You better come back, all right, Karen said as Kurama nodded his head in agreement with Naruto, giving them his goofy smile. I will now go, Naruto said before rushing over towards Erika, with Kurama leading the charge. Out of Karen's bag popped out Celby, who looked around at all the fire, before seeing Naruto heading straight for it as an image of someone appeared in her mind, and with a loud cry as she flew towards him. Celby! Karen yelled, only for a piece of burning wood to fall in her way, blocking her as Kurama pulled her back. We have to go back for them. She struggled to escape his grasp, but Kurama turned away, taking her with him as she tried to break free, all the while Celby was racing towards Naruto. With Naruto, hang in there Erika, I'll get you out. Naruto stopped in front of the trapped girl who was struggling to free herself as Naruto tried to lift the beam, but found it to hit as he struggled each time. And while he was doing that, Erika looked over to find Zoroark unconscious with Zoro underneath cuddling next to his mom as fire spread around them. Naruto, look! Erika pointed over to them as he saw the fire getting closer and closer to them. Shit, I'll help them once I get you out of here. Naruto tried lifting it once more, but specks of fire fell on him as he quickly put it out. Naruto, by the time you help me, they will be. Erika left it hanging as Naruto stopped moving, looking down as the decision weighed heavily in his mind. I can't leave you here. Naruto tightened his fists as Erika placed a hand on his face as she stared into his tearful eyes. I'll be fine now, go help them, Erika said as Naruto grinded his teeth, before rushing off to help the trapped parent-son duo. Help my mommy, Zoro said. It's okay, just give me a second. Naruto touched the stump as he felt his hand burn, before grinding his teeth, and with as much strength and pain tolerance he lifted the beam out from the two as he grabbed Zoro, putting him in his jacket and lifting Zoroark. Erika, I got them now, I am. But whatever he was about to say was stopped as a loud crack was heard, before something was blown off, and as the two looked up to see the rest of the beams come crashing down. Naruto realized they would land on Erika as he reached his hand out to her, with Erika closing her eyes, accepting her fate as she gave one final smile. Celbii. Then in a bright green light that illuminated the room and the rest of the burning building as Karen and Kurama stopped upon noticing the light, which quickly engulfed them as Naruto only saw a small green blur before darkness. Time. What happened? Naruto opened his eyes to only close them again as the light around him was too bright and he needed to adjust, with his vision returning and showing him in some kind of white cloudy area as he got up, before in an instant everything came back to him. Erika. Do not worry Naruto, she is fine. All of them are. Suddenly a small white ball of light floated down from somewhere and shaped into Celby, who giggled at his confusion. Celby, what are you? What happened and where am I? He once again asked. This is time, also known as the place of passing, where those of deceased Pokemon are brought to move on to another life. Of course I am in control here, but I can't touch nor direct them as I only control time, she said. Well, you are known as the time Pokemon, Naruto said. Yes, and as one I must make sure I am kept safe. Though as you could tell I didn't do such a good job, Celebi laughed. I could tell though luckily Karen helped you, Naruto said as Celby gained a serious face. Karen is not all she appears to you Naruto. She might not have given you the full details, but trust me when I say that once she does tell you, your feelings for her might change, Celebi spoke. What is that supposed to mean? Asked Naruto. That is something for her to say. As for the one she rescued me from, he is not done as my powers were tampered and damaged with. I barely could use them just now to save you, Celebi said. Wait, that was you who caused the lights? Naruto asked. Yes, though it did cause some strain, I did it to save you. All of you. Celebi looked a little flustered, before Naruto hugged her out of nowhere. Thank you Celebi, was all he said as the Pokemon smiled and hugged back. No worries. But my power to be here is limited, so before we leave I must tell you of the one who captured me, Celebi said. I thought I took him down when he tried to blow up Celadon. Naruto raised an eyebrow, remembering Sasori very well. No, the person who captured me is a man who showed nothing but interest in not only my power, but all the legendaries and mythical Pokemon. The things he did to me. Karen saved me from that, and I would do anything to make sure her and her friends are kept safe, Celebi said with determination as Naruto looked down in thought. Celebi, did you ever get the name of that man? Naruto thoughts had him thinking back to a time where he met someone whose goal in life was to crack the mystery that was Pokemon mythology, and his way of doing it scared many to the point his professor license was taken. Yes, though only from his most trusted assistants. I believe he called him Real Time, as the destroyed house was still releasing the smoke from the burning wood caused by the sudden bolt of lightning striking it. Far away from it stood one man who was wearing a black trench coat with a hood that covered most of his face as his big black boots crushed the gravel underneath his feet as his yellow almost golden eyes, which were shaped like a snake, stared at the fire with a calculating look. From behind him came another man who was slightly smaller, wearing a white coat like a doctor as he pushed his glasses up with his silver hair blowing in the wind and a small blue device beeping the closer he got to the house. We have a confirmation that energy levels suggest they were here, the glasses-wearing man said. What have the excavations tram dug up, Kabuto? Asked the trench coat man. They are still digging though. Gurn says she picked up a faint signal not too far out from here and went to check it out by herself. Which is typical of her, Kabuto spoke in disdain, obviously showing his hate for the women. Now Kabuto, don't be so rude like that. I am sure she will find some trace of where that girl Karen took my prize. And if not, well, there are plenty of others who could do a better job, the man said, giving Kabuto shivers every time he spoke menacingly. What do you plan to do when we find them? Giovanni did say to bring back Karen alive, Kabuto said. Who cares what that weak fool says? He is not in charge of me and my group. For our quest, our goals is different than what he wants and for what we will achieve. Well, it requires a little bit of sneaky trust. The man gave a sinister smile as out of the ground came a Arbok, which bowed to his touch as he smirked at his Pokemon. As you wish, Lord Orochimaru. And with that, Kabuto went to check on the rest of the search squad as Orochimaru looked up to the sky with dark thoughts in his mind. Celby, you will be mine, and soon so will the rest of this world's Pokemon. 3 days had passed since the incident at the manor, with Naruto and his friends finding themselves out in the middle of the forest with the storm nowhere in sight, along with no trace of a storm. Though they also woke up next to Zoroark and Zoro, who also seemed confused on what they were doing out of the manor, with Zoroark having to hold her head as if feeling like she was hit by a building. Of course Naruto had to explain to them what happened, as he was the only one to even see and feel Celby when she used her powers to save them from the building. Of course both Erika and Karen didn't want to believe it, but upon Celby appearing in front of them in a green aura, they started to believe in his words just a little bit more, until she started to talk to them, causing them to fall unconscious once again. Now the group find themselves out of the forest and in the city of Gemstone, where after a long journey they took some times to heal not only their Pokemon, but themselves after their time in the forest, with the girls enjoying every bit of it as they were taking a dip in the hot springs which Gemstone were known for. Ah, this feels nice. Karen have a loud sigh as she fell deeper into the sweet feeling of the hot springs. After the journey we've been on, this feels real nice. Erika was glad that she was enjoying a time in civilization. You and me both, girl. Karen smiled, enjoying the feeling. I am surprised Naruto isn't here enjoying it, Erika asked. Yeah, well, he said after the recent events he and his Pokemon want to practice some skills they have been working on, and from his empty bed this morning I am assuming they are still training. Since we haven't seen them all day, Karen said. Really? I thought he would at least eat before going out. Erika was a little surprised always hungry Naruto wasn't at breakfast as she arrived a little late with almost everyone already leaving the dining room. Yeah, though I can understand, I mean they did get beat by a single Pokemon, Karen said. But Zoroark was just protecting Zoro, Erika retorted. Yeah, but even then all of Naruto's Pokemon were going against her, so it was in her best interest to fight back, Karen said as Erika looked down in thought as she knew that deep down she was right, and even Naruto knew that as he had felt bad at going all out against Zoroark, but it was all in self-defense. Also, have you seen Zoroark since we entered into town? No, I have looked around and have seen not 1 ounce of black fur anywhere. Erika sounded sad at the mention of the mother and son duo. Yeah, well, they couldn't have left. I mean, I have seen many trainers coming into the Pokemon Center with injured Pokemon claiming they were beat by a legendary Pokemon from Zapdos, Articuno, or heck even Mew. Karen had always seen 1 or 2 trainers rush into the center claiming those things, and she knew that it might have been Zoro and Zoroark. Well, maybe we could try and find them. I mean, we don't want them to always be challenged by trainers, and what if they get caught? Erika was worried for the 2 more, so for Zoro, as she could tell, he was nothing more but a pup in a big world once outside the mansion. I don't know, Erika, I mean, who's to say they won't just run away from us? Karen knew that Zoroark saw them as a threat to her baby, but Zoro's look made her feel sad as she saw the despair in parting ways with someone who wasn't his parental figure, something she could understand. As the 2 were talking about what to do after the springs, another figure could be seen in the foggy area walking up to the springs as she stopped just at the edge and with grace dipped into the springs, becoming silent and merely watching and listening to the 2 converse all the way. Her own thoughts raced in her mind. So those are his companions. They don't look like much, and without their Pokemon they are basically useless. Now all I have to do is hope those 3 idiots can deal with the boy. The woman gave a smirk as she gave a cruel smirk. Outside of Gemstone. Now Yami use Rock Smash. The little frog Pokemon jumped up as his glowing fist made contact with one of many boulders in the area as it cracked, before blowing into pieces that landed on the ground near more broken rock. Froakie. Good job, Yami, keep at it with Rock Smash, then go with Leo to help with your water move training, Naruto said as Yami gave a grunt before getting up and getting ready to use Rock Smash again. While Yami was doing that, Naruto watched his other Pokemon doing their own thing, with Leo right now using Euro Ball in the water trying to improve on its strength before slamming into the floating boulders, cracking them more and more. While his other 4 Pokemon were working together with 2 groups of 2 as Bolt and Eve were having a small sparring match with each other as Eve wanted to improve on her speed since she just evolved, with Bolt helping her as he was one of Naruto's fastest Pokemon and an evolution as well. It was also a way for Bolt to get his mind off what happened 3 days ago. The other 2 Pokemon having a training session were Garo and Kurama, as the 2 were clashing against one another, with Flame Wheel clashing with Flame Charge as the 2 were trying to improve upon the other. Though the mindset of the 2 Pokemon were the same. To get stronger, but with different reasons, as with Garo he wanted to make sure his friends would never get hurt again as he was switched out with Annie, as Samuel was worried and wanted to make sure she was safe. So when Z asked who wanted to go with Naruto, he immediately came up asking to switch in, plus he wanted to get out into the world more. Though with Kurama it was a different story, as he felt embarrassed upon his rash charging against Zoroark and his ultimate defeat. It ate inside himself every day, knowing the one weakness he had was again his rash temper, something he realized got worse when he evolved. This he found himself against Garo, who was keeping up with his increasing speed, something that pissed him off as he was getting faster, thus he should be dominating him, but he wasn't. Naruto saw the 2 clashing flames as he was sitting on top a huge rock in the middle of the field, as he was in a cross-legged position watching his Pokemon train their moves to be second nature to them so that they could use it with more power. And as they trained their bodies, he was training his mind as he closed his eyes, taking small deep breaths, letting his body keep a steady rhythm as everything around him was tuned out until the only thing he could hear was the beating of his own heart. So you came back. Naruto opened his eyes with the beating heart disappearing and silence taking over, with Naruto staring into the black soulless eyes of his inner darkness. Just like him in any way in both body and appearance, though their inner mentality was different, as Naruto could sense the hate, the rage which he himself had buried deep inside to move past it. But you can't bury the past, only accept it. Which is something he has been trying to do for the past 3 days. With little to no success. I mean, honestly, did you think this would be easy, that you would have your hate conquered in one go? Inner Naruto spoke as he laughed at his other half, who glared at him. You were a part of me, so learning to cope with you, I would think, would be easy. Although you have spoken more to me, so I assume I am chipping you down. Naruto stared into his counterpart, feeling how opposite they were. He wondered how they could communicate with each other. MMH, you still don't get it, do you? Inner Naruto smirked as his counterparty looked at him with a raised eyebrow. What do you mean? You say we don't have anything in common, that there is nothing binding me to you. But what you still fail to realize is how much you hate is inside of you. I don't hate them anymore, Naruto spoke. Don't lie to me, we are basically one body, so as you feel my emotions I can feel yours. Your hate is strong, it's the reason I am here. The reason I am alive. Inner Naruto saw the glare he was being sent and gave a sly smirk in return. All your emotions, I can feel them mixing in and causing you to become confused at random times, whether in battle or during your dreams. I am surprised others haven't noticed though with how you are. I guess I can understand. Though the incident with Zoroark would kinda unravel it, huh? Shut up, you know it was all in self-defense. Naruto got up, looking down at his content part. So what would you call a mother defending her child then? Naruto stopped whatever he was about to say upon realizing he had been caught. She hurt them. Naruto looked away as his inner self could feel all his emotions and the look in his eyes as his inner self stopped smirking upon realizing what he was thinking. You couldn't have saved her, you know. Naruto snapped back to reality, looking at his counterpart in confusion. What? You couldn't have saved her? Not after what Menma did, not after what Menma did. Upon mentioning his brother did Naruto realize what he was talking about, and anger filled his eyes. Shut up. He hoisted him by his shirt as they were inches apart from each other. You know I wasn't born from your sadness. No, I was born from your anger and rage at your family and those who looked at us as outcast. Since the day you could understand the world around you, I have been there, and when you came across me you tried to help, but of course you were only 5. Shut up, I said. What could a little 5-year-old Naruto do to an already injured Mew? Oh, go ask his parents. No, they don't care for their youngest at all. Maybe your siblings. Oh no, wait, they hate their brother for how meaningless he is. Oh wait, Auntie Shizune. Stop, please. Naruto fell down to his knees, holding his head as memories from long ago started to play back in his head from a time long ago. Yes, you remember, don't you? Inner Naruto stooped upon feeling someone trying to get his attention. Seems our time has come to an end. And here I thought I could break you. Naruto wasn't able to respond as he started to disappear and come back to conscious. Naruto, are you okay? Naruto opened his eyes and was taken aback from the closeness of all his Pokemon, as Kurama had worry written all over his face along with even Bolt, while the others were confused, which made him question why they were looking at him like that. What's wrong? Why are all of you looking at me like that? Naruto asked. You were crying. Eve spoke up as Naruto felt around his eyes, feeling the wetness. I was crying. Damn. As Naruto was about to respond to them, Kurama's ears straightened up as he turned around and growled, alerting the other Pokemon as they turned around as well to see the bushes starting to rustle before out of them came a small red cricket Pokemon that had a mustache on it, and its eyes scanned the area before settling upon the group of trainer and Pokemon. Is that a Kricketune? Naruto raised his Poke Watch. Kricketune, bug, the cricket Pokemon. It crosses its knife-like arms in front of its chest when it cries. It can compose melodies and lives. What's it doing here though? Kurama questioned as about him. Bolt and Leo glared at the Kricketune. Maybe it got separated from its pack. Naruto spoke up, but suddenly another sound caught his attention as a buzz was heard and they looked up, seeing a flying Yanma hovering above them. A Yanma, to what's it doing here? Bolt questioned with him, and Kurama becoming more on edge with the others following suit. I mean, they're bug types, so maybe they. Naruto stopped talking upon hearing flapping behind him and turned around to see a flying blue fur bat that had its giant pink nose in the middle as it gave a sly smirk. Oh shit, Naruto and his Pokemon said upon realizing they had them surrounded. Use round, a voice said as all 3 Pokemon started to sing real loudly, with Naruto and his Pokemon yelling in pain as all 3 Pokemon had them within range to take the full of effect of 3 Pokemon using the attack. Wow, that was easy. Another male voice spoke. And here I thought he would be difficult. A female voice spoke up as out of the bushes came three figures all wearing the same gray and black long-sleeve shirt along with vest with a musical note on them. As the middle of the three was wearing bandages around his face only exposing his right eye as he slouched ahead of the others staring down at the kneeling Naruto. Enough you three, there is a reason our boss is interested in him. So let's make sure him and his Pokemon are down, the bandaged man said. Oh, calm your horses, Dosu. Him and his Pokemon can barely move. The other boy, a spiky-haired man with metal cylinders wrapped around his wrists as he laughed at Naruto's pain. Stop laughing, Zaku, or else you'll end up like last time, the only girl of the three said as she stared at the down boy, finding him intriguing. Oh, shut up, Kin, if you had taken care of your guy the first wouldn't have gotten beat, Zaku said before Dosu raised his hand to stop any further argument. Seems someone is struggling to break through the attack. Dosu pointed at Kurama, who was getting up and walking towards them, struggling with the sound. Ha, seems he need a little push to be a good boy. Yanma use Shadow Ball, Zaku called out as his Pokemon stopped singing before charging up a dark ball of energy and shooting it at the now standing Kurama. Kurama, yelled Naruto as he tried to get up, but the sound was too much and he fell off the boulder as Yanma realized his attack. Suddenly a black blur hit Woobat, sending it falling down and causing it to stop from singing. As the blur jumped up and slammed into the Shadow Ball, sending it flying back into Yanma, causing it to fall on top of Kricketune and stopping the sounds. What the hell was that? Kin said as all three of them looked on in shock as the black blur landed in front of Kurama on all fours, showing his sly smirk and black and red fur. Sneak attacks are something I am accustomed to, but from you three I won't accept. Zorua smirked as he growled at the three, with Woobat flying to her trainer as the three teens looked at the mystery Pokemon with intrigue. What is that? Asked Zaku. It's a Zorua, Kin spoke with surprise. A rare and very special Pokemon. I know we are to deal with Naruto, but it wouldn't hurt to bring something back as a bonus, Dosu said as the three grinned at the little fox Pokemon evilly. Oh no you don't. Kurama, you okay? Naruto was able to quickly recover along with Kurama, who stood by Zorua along with Bolt. You to Bolt. Alright then, let's get them. Naruto saw that his other Pokemon were still recovering. You think your injured Pokemon can handle our full yes healed Pokemon? Zaku said with a sneer. Oh, you'll see how strong my Pokemon truly are when I am tough situations. Naruto smirked as his two Pokemon gave sounds of approval, with Zorua smirking as well. You three sure you can keep up? Zoro said. Easy kid, don't want your mother to blow a fuse when you get your ass whooped, Kurama said. Coming from you, foxy boy. You're gonna be eating dust when I am done with them, Bolt said as he showed his excitement. Enough from the old timers. Let's fight, Zoro yelled as he charged forward, with the two taken aback by his bluntness. We're not that old, both thought as they rushed behind Zoro, who jumped up towards the Yanma, choosing it as his opponent, with Zaku smirking. Ha, foolish Pokemon you have there. Yanma used Sonic Boom, Zaku called out as his Pokemon started to send fast-paced waves at the charging Zoro, who didn't change course. Zoro, watch out, Naruto called out, but was taken aback by Zoro disappearing and appearing in front of Yanma as a dark energy collided with it, sending it flying down. What the hell? Zaku was taken aback, but what happens? That was Sucker Punch, Naruto thought at seeing Zoro learning such an impressive move at a young age. Damn, stay focused, Zaku. Now Kricketune use Night Slash, Dosu called out as his Pokemon moved in its blades covered in black energy. Kurama, quick flame charge, Naruto called out as his Pokemon charged in a burst of flames as Kricketune used its attack to block Kurama from hitting it full force with its attack. Woobat, don't let them have all the fun, use acrobatics. Kin's Pokemon suddenly glowed white as it started to fly around the field. Bolt, don't let it get close, use Thunderbolt. His Pokemon charger up before releasing its attack, but Woobat expertly dodges the attack. Now Woobat use Confusion, Kin called out as her Pokemon stopped right in front of Bolt, making him jump and unable to dodge the attack as he was sent flying back into Naruto, who caught him. You okay, bud? Naruto petted him as he shrugged off the attack and jumped in front of him, ready for more as Zoro and Kurama jumped to his sides as the three trainers smiled at the trio. Huh, you're more trouble than we thought. Though I guess our boss taste in people is exceptional, Dosu said. Enough of this, we are wasting time. Let's just finish them, Zaku said, obviously irritated. I agree. Gurren should be done with her objective right about now, Kin addressed as Naruto perked up at that info, before getting ready as their 3 Pokemon stood in front of them. Get ready guys. Naruto looked behind him to find his Pokemon recovery and looked in front only to widen his eyes as the 3 opened their mouths. Round. The 3 said as their Pokemon unleashed the combo move. Oh, I don't think so. Zoro jumped in front of the group as a green dome appeared around them and the Pokemon in front as the attack collided with the shield blocking it, but not with Zoro struggling to hold back the attack. Don't stop, keep attacking, Dosu said as he saw Zoro struggling. Zoro, you gotta stop, you can't hold it anymore, Naruto said as he saw the little fox struggle with holding back the attacks. No RRRR. I can still hold it, Ba-ak. Suddenly his shield was broken and he flew back as Naruto caught him. Ha, take that you little fur-all. Now Yanma use Shadow Ball, Zaku called out as his Pokemon unleashed a ball of purple energy. Quick Kurama use. Suddenly in a balaclava blur the Shadow Ball was cut in half and Yanma was struck so hard it was sent smashing into the ground, knocked out as Zaku jumped back in both fright and shock at his Pokemon being KO'd. You hurt my baby. The voice of one angry Zoroark made the 3 stiff up as their 2 remaining Pokemon backed up in fear as Zoroark had angry eyes trained on the 5, before looking back at Naruto who stiffened up. Hey Zoroark, how you've been, Naruto said as he shakily waved. Keep my son safe, was all she said before rushing towards Woobat and Kricketune. Shit, Kricketune use X Scissor. Dosu quickly got out of his fear-induced state and ordered his Pokemon to attack the oncoming threat as Kricketune rushed in raising its pincers. To slow, was all Zoroark thought as its claws became shrouded in darkness and in a flash appeared behind Kricketune who stopped running, before falling face down knocked out. Kricketune, yelled Dosu. Woobat use Air Slash. Kin tried to help by sending her Pokemon to attack from its blind spot, but Zoroark just smirked as he turned around quickly and shot off a Shadow Ball tearing through the Air Slash and hitting the Woobat head-on, knocking it out. Woobat, this isn't good. Zaku backed up only to feel a little hot and turned around only to jump back upon seeing Kurama standing behind him grinning from ear to ear. I don't think so. WHWRE, do you think you're going? Naruto walked up to the 3 as him and his Pokemon surrounded the 3. What do we do? Our Pokemon are taken out and he's got us surrounded, Kin asked their supposed leader Dosu who tried to think of something. What you can do is call your Pokemon back and take them to the Pokemon Center, Naruto said, shocking the 3 and causing some of his Pokemon to raise an eyebrow. What do you mean take our Pokemon to the Pokemon Center? Dosu asked, confused on the question. Well, I thought it was simple. Your Pokemon just got done battling and need medical attention. Take them to the center so they don't become sick from their injuries. Naruto turned around walking towards Zoroark who was looking on with Zoro in her hands as his Pokemon looked at him, before looking at each other and they all followed him. Why are you letting us go after attacking you? Dosu asked as he and his friends returned their Pokemon to their Pokeballs. With Naruto stopping and turning to look at each of them. Because unlike me you 3 are confused on the path you have taken. I can see it in all 3 of your eyes. Naruto said. How can you be sure this isn't something we fully commit ourselves to? Zaku said. Because I've seen those eyes in myself and trust me when I say. That following down a road that's not what you want isn't always fulfilling. Naruto turned around as the 3 looked at him for a bit longer before they ran away, retreating back from where they came. You are an interesting human, Zoroark spoke hearing the conversation. I've seen far too many people follow a path they didn't want to follow. In fact, I am sure you've seen those types of people before, Naruto said as he started to pick up some of his stuff. Humans that pass by our mansion are too scared to enter, but to those that do enter their will is something else and the path they follow. Well, it's one they fully encompass, Zoroark said. So you're saying those who enter your mansion are ready to face their dreams head-on? Naruto asked. No, they are ready to go beyond their dreams. They are ready to conquer their greatest challenge, themselves. Zoroark looked into Naruto's eyes as she saw everything from his first moment of sadness to his first moment of anger. I know how you feel, Naruto, and I know how much it takes for you not to succumb to your anger. To your pain. Zoroark's words caused him to freeze as he saw himself in Zoroark's eyes, how the two shared almost the exact same childhood, one filled with sadness, anger, and longing. To To think I would find myself sharing something as deep with someone I attacked out of my own emotions. Naruto gave her a light smirk as Zoroark smiled back, before looking down at her child. As for you little one, would you like to explain yourself? Zoro looked away with an innocent look. Don't be mad at him Zoroark, he was a great help, Naruto said in the little boy's defense. Battled great, Bolt said walking up. It would seem he packs as much a punch just like his mother, Kurama said walking up to his side and giving him a big smile as Zoro smiled at the praise. Now don't give my sons any ideas or else he might wind her off even more, Zoroark said as she glared lightly at both Zoro and Kurama with one looking away sheepishly while the other gave Zoroark a foxy smirk that made Zoroark smirk as well. Suddenly a green light engulfed the clearing as everyone covered their eyes upon seeing the light with it dying down and everyone opening them to see Celby falling down on the ground as Naruto with speed faster than any human jumped caught her before she fell. Celby, are you okay? What happened? Naruto quickly asked upon seeing her with so many injuries. Karen, Erika, help them, was all she was able to get out before falling unconscious. Hey Celby, stay with me, it's gonna be alright, I promise. Kurama, quick, hold her, I need to make a call. Naruto handed the unconscious Pokemon to him as he quickly used his Pokewatch to call Erika, which rang for a few minutes without no answer. With him cursing and calling Karen hoping she would answer, and after the first ring someone answered, but it wasn't Karen. Hello Naruto, it's nice to meet you at last. It would seem my subordinates have failed in catching you. Though I expected it, the voice feminine to Naruto's ears was speaking to him as if they had been friends for years. Though the voice did sound familiar to him. Who are you and what have you done with my friends? Naruto glared at the dark screen as the voice let out a small sigh. Listen Naruto, I know you would do anything to get your friends back. So here's what I am going to let you decide, either your friends or the Celby, and seeing as I have never failed in my missions I suggest you make a rational one. The screen turned off as Naruto was taken aback from the cutoff as a message was sent to him giving him a location. Where are they? Bolt asked as he growled, ready to thrash whoever took their friends. At the big rock statue on the far side of Gemstone, Naruto said. So what are we waiting for, let's go get them back, Eve said, pumped for some action. We can't, it would seem she has them hidden. And this location is just to meet up with her, for a battle, Naruto said. A battle? Why would she want a battle? Bolt was confused on what her motives were. I don't know, but she has my friends and I can't let her just get away with them. Naruto put on his hat as he started to make his way back into town, but a paw stopped him in his tracks. I think a plan is in order, don't you think? Big Rock. 1 hour later. This kid is taking his time, isn't he? A lady with light blue hair was sitting on top of a giant gemstone, one which symbolizes the name of the city and its popularity. This woman was named Gurren and she was the leader of the sound team, which consisted of a group of individuals who specialized in sound-based Pokemon, and for her leading this team was in a way of showing her how capable she was and if her skills are up to par with the rest of the group. Though she knew why she was sent on this mission, as it was a way to confuse their target and gather more intel of how much a danger he posed in their goals. I still wonder how Orochimaru knows Naruto. She has wondered that thought from the beginning. When he had brought the information of who Celby was traveling with, she had gotten intrigued and thus it led to her being a part of the operation. She suddenly looked up upon hearing the sound of footsteps approaching and looked up into the lit park as out of the shadows came her target, who had a serious look upon his face. A face which has grown up since the last time she's seen it, as she saw him walk with more grace and calmness, almost as if he knew what the goal was and that he would succeed in it. So I am here just like you wanted. Now where are my friends? Naruto spoke with more authority than he thought he had. Oh, poor Naruto, talking in such a voice, thinking you're the one in control, Gurren said. I mean from where I am standing kinda. Naruto smirked as Gurren chuckled at his response before jumping off the rock. Well, your friends are safe. They are being watched by my trustworthy people, Gurren said. It wouldn't happen to be those 3 trainers I beat earlier, Naruto spoke. Ha, guess you'll have to beat me to find out. Gurren took out one of her Pokeballs that was both white and red with a snake symbol on the top of it. A one-on-one battle is what you said, right? Naruto took out one of his Pokeballs, though Gurren noticed there was only one Pokeball on his waist, but put it to the back of her mind as to focus on the battle. Yup, a one-on-one battle. Winner takes all, you can say, as if I win Celby comes with me and if you win. Then well, your friends will be set free. Gurren smiles as Naruto smirked a foxy one as he threw his Pokeball up into the air. Go Yami. Out of his ball game the blue frog who yipped ready for battle. Cute little guy, but you're gonna need more than cuteness for this battle. Go Sneasel. And out of her Pokemon came a black bipedal Pokemon as it swiped at the air with its sharp claws. I see, well then Yami, let's get them. Naruto punches the air as Gurren raised an eyebrow at his movement, but his Pokemon somehow understood it as Yami rushed in fist glowing ready to hit Sneasel with his move. Seems both you and your Pokemon are a little too reckless. Sneasel, dodge it, Gurren called out as her Pokemon smirked, ducking underneath the fist as Yami's eyes widen. Now Sneasel, use Metal Claw. Yami, dodge. Yami wasn't able to dodge in time as he was hit with sharp metallic claws which sent him flying back, but Sneasel didn't stop her onslaught as she rushed in ready to unleash more of her attack. Yami, dodge. Naruto called out again as Yami righted himself and started to bob and weave from the sharp claw attacks. Dodging won't help you win this battle, Gurren said with a downcasted smile as she expected more from him, especially with the rumors going around. Yami, jump back, use your fist once more, Naruto called out as Yami jumped back from one more claw strike as his fist glowed once more and went in for a punch. A punch, oh please Sneasel, use Icy Wind, Gurren called out as her Pokemon was faster than Yami and unleashed her move, causing Yami to be slightly frozen and blown back. Yami. Suddenly Sneasel was in front of him, stopping him from moving forward. Who are you? Gurren asked. I am Naruto Uzu, but was stooped by Sneasel, who glared into his eyes as Naruto growled back with Gurren smirking a little bit. I know Naruto Uzumaki and you may look like him, but you're not him, Gurren said as Sneasel inched the claws a little bit closer. Damn, seems you found me out. Suddenly Naruto's voice became more feminine as he started to shimmer and turn into Zoroark. A Zoroark? Well, I didn't know he had one. Gurren said, a little surprised. I am not just a friend helping him find his friends, Zoroark said. Oh really, and how well is that going? She asked. Pretty good. Now Kurama Iron Tail. Suddenly Sneasel jumped back, dodging the Fire Fox from hurting her as she jumped back in front of Gurren. So you finally showed yourself, and it would seem you were able to rescue your friends. Gurren saw him and some of his Pokemon carrying Karen and Erika on their backs. Yeah, though I had to stop your trio of Sound Team again in order to get them. Naruto said, knowing he didn't want to, but had no choice but to do it. Well, since you are now here and Celby is with you, I think it's only fair you give her to me, Gurren said. Sorry, but you're getting none of these things, Arturo said, standing in front of the still unconscious Celby. Well then I guess I am taking them by force. Sneasel, use Metal Claw, Gurren called out as her Pokemon rushed in with her sharp claws. Kurama, go in and use Iron Tail, Naruto called out as his Pokemon rushed in, clashing tail with claws. You can't stop us, Naruto. Now Sneasel, use Icy Wind. Her Pokemon jumped back from a swipe and unleashed a breath of frost. Kurama, counter with Flamethrower, Naruto called out as his Pokemon unleashed hot flames that burned the ice away and consumed Sneasel. Don't think it's over just yet. Sneasel, Dark Pulse. The flames were then blown away as a blast of dark energy was sent towards Kurama. Kurama, quick dodge it with Flame Charge and rush in. Naruto quickly called out as his Pokemon burst into flames before jumping to the right, dodging the attack and charging straight towards Sneasel at incredible speeds. I don't think so. Now Sneasel, low sweep. Then right before he could hit, Sneasel used his momentum to make him trip and slam into the floor. Now Sneasel, use Metal Claw to end it. I don't think so, Kurama, Fire Fang. Then with mouth ablaze, Kurama caught the claws which started to burn, spreading onto Sneasel, who yelled in pain. Sneasel. Now Kurama, Iron Tail and finish it with Flamethrower. Naruto watched his Pokemon smack the Sneasel away before shooting a torrent of flames that burnt the Pokemon and knocked it out in front of Gurren, who just looked at her Pokemon with a sigh and smiled, returning her Pokemon to its Pokeball. You did good, Sneasel, next time well get him. Gurren looked up to see Naruto, his Pokemon and Zoroark ready for any more tricks she had for her. Good battle, Naruto, and I have to say it was all I expected, and I am pleased with not only you, but your Pokemon. Gurren then turned around and started to walk away. Wait, where are you going? Naruto asked, confused on why she was walking away. I have come to see what I have come to see, so I am off. Gurren said. But what about your mission and Celby? asked Naruto, confused on why she was walking away, especially when she was this close to her target. Well, my mission wasn't to capture Celby. Oh no, that's someone else's mission. Mine was to see your progress and report back. For you see, you're part of a bigger plan, and whether you like it or not, you're already at the center of it, so you better be prepared for what is to come in the coming days, Naruto. You and your Pokemon. Then she threw down smoke, blocking their view of her, as when it disappeared she was gone without a trace. That was very strange. Zoroark spoke, confused on the whole matter. Indeed, but at least we know now to be prepared for what's to come. Naruto said, as him and his Pokemon would need to train even harder to prepare for whatever they had, not just for themselves, but for Celby as well. Unknown location. Gurren and her 3 lackeys were sitting in a circle as a small homo device laid in the middle of them. Before it bummed a light blue, and a pop was heard as a hologram appeared of a tall man with white hair and wearing clear glasses as he stared at each of them thoroughly. So how did the mission go? The glasses man questioned. Just as you would expect. He has the target, and his strength only seems to have grown with time. As all his Pokemon have power unknown to their own kind. Not to mention the bond they all share. Gurren reported. Entering, and what about you 3? The man asked. Though we were able to ambush him, we were unable to subdue him, as a surprise Pokemon had stopped us. Dosu said. Oh, what kind of Pokemon? He asked. A Zoroark, Zaku answered. Interesting how he has managed to gather such powerful Pokemon. Orochimaru indeed has an eye for talent. Well, you 4 may return to base, as we will keep monitoring him, and when the times arises we shall enact our plan. The man then disappeared, the plan set and the 4's mission completed. You really think they will be able to pull it off? Kim asked. Only time will tell, Kin. As for now, we must return and train to be prepared for next time. Gurren said as she looked up at the night sky with Naruto on her mind. You better get stronger, Naruto. If you are to stop the coming storm. A few days had passed since the incident at Big Rock, and ever since then both Karen and Erika had been weary of any more trouble going after them. So after telling the authorities of a dangerous group in the area, did they decide to leave and head on to the next town on their journey, though with a little bit of resistance from the 2 girls, as they both felt that traveling would make any attack on them bigger. With Karen becoming the most trouble as she refused to go along, but with a little percussion from Naruto and Z, who had finally decided to continue on their journey after staying at the professor's lab. She went along with the journey, as Celby was in even more danger than before, so they hurried to where they could find answers and possibly get her him. So you say this person was familiar? Z asked through the telepathy she and Naruto had to talk about the 4 people he battled back in Gemstone. Yes, though I can't quite place where though. Naruto and Z had been having small convo with her inside her Pokeball, but ready to jump out at a moment's notice. I don't know how Naruto could be so calm, especially with the danger of someone hunting us. Erika had the most worry of the group, not only because she was basically kidnapped, but also because she hadn't dealt with stuff like this. I wonder what Gurren had told him. It must be not been much if Naruto hasn't questioned me or anything. Karen was worried for something unlike the other two, though she couldn't tell them, as her attention was drawn to the sleeping Celby in her arms. Don't worry, Celby, I won't let them get you. I promise. As the 3 were having their own inner thoughts, they didn't notice a small little buzz hovering above them, as a small little ball was flying just above the 3 to keep out of hearing range, but to also keep its eyes on them. With those watching having various thoughts running through their minds, but one man's mind was thinking differently, as his eyes were not on the Celby, but upon the blonde-haired boy. It's been far too long, Naruto-kun. I wonder if letting you go was the wisest move on my part, or did I make a mistake? Coo, only time will tell. The man gave a wide smile, chuckling at what future plans he had for the boy. 2 hours later, after a long journey, the 3 had found a small town where they could rest and relax, with the Pokemon Center having only 1 room left, but with it having 4 beds, so of course the 3 felt uncomfortable. Until Naruto told his 2 female friends that he was actually gonna step out for a bit to go for a walk while they settled in, and he didn't have to see any of them naked. The 2 agreed, though wondered what he was thinking if he wanted to be alone, as they all sat down and Erika released her Pokemon that her mother allowed to bring with her, as she would only send her with 1 Pokemon and the others she must earn, though so far this journey she hasn't been able to use her Pokemon, as she didn't know how she would react to the others or Naruto's Pokemon. Come out everyone. Naruto said, releasing all his Pokemon with all of them being the same from Gemstone. Hey Erika, why don't you release your Pokemon? Karen looked at her as she was broken from her thoughts and looked up at her. Oh no, I don't think my little girl would be okay with all these other Pokemon, Erika said, holding her only Pokeball close to her. Oh, don't let her be all cooped up in there, Erika, bring her out, Karen said. She's right, Erika, I mean my Pokemon are friendly to all others. Naruto looked at all his little buddies who nodded their heads, with Eve nudging Erika to let the Pokemon out. I mean, I guess I can let her out. Though she is kinda shy when around new Pokemon, Erika said as she released her grass-type Pokemon whose small leaf on top of its head shook, before opening her red eyes. Chica, a Chikorita. Oh how cute. Karen went to grab it and smithed it with cuddles, but she jumped up and started to smack her face as Karen jumped back in shock. Seems she isn't a big fan of you, Karen. Ha 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 ha. Naruto laughed as Karen got up quickly and glared at the small grass type, who looked away in a huff. Joel. Bolt came up and introduced himself, but got a huff from the Chikorita as Eve came up and tried her hand in being friendly but got denied as she jumped into her trainer's lap, sitting down and ignoring all others in the room. Sorry guys, Chikorita is only nice to the Pokemon back at the gym. Erika stroked her Pokemon's back as she snuggled more into the touch. It's okay, Erika. Guess that means we'll have to get her to slowly buckle down and settle down with the group. Naruto smirked down at the small little grass type. Then he felt a small buzz and looked down at his wrist that held the poke watch as he saw he was getting a call. Seems I am getting a call, excuse me for a second. Naruto walked out of the room, leaving his Pokemon and the girls alone to discuss current events. So how has he been holding up? Erika asked Karen. He's been on edge all the time. Even his Pokemon can feel it. Karen petted Yami, who was looking out the door along with the others, worried for their trainer. With Naruto. Naruto here. What's up, Gramps? Naruto opened the call as Professor Oak was on the other end, though he noticed that he wasn't alone. Hello Naruto, my boy, it's been a while since we last chat. I hope everything has been going fine since Gemstone. I've actually called in help from an old friend to come and see if he can offer his assistance. The professor moved to the side to show his guest, who Naruto immediately recognized. Hello Naruto, my name is Lance, and from what the professor has told me, you were able to handle members of Team Rocket along with their associates very easily. Very impressive for someone your age. Naruto was of course a little shocked by the champion of Johto talking to him. Thank you, sir. I mean, my Pokemon are also to thank, he said, a little embarrassed. Yes, I have seen all your Pokemon here on Oak's Ranch roaming around. They are quiet, powerful, and well trained. Naruto blushed even more hearing that from Lance, but got serious when he asked him something. So I am sure you talking to me isn't about praising my Pokemon, he asked as Lance got serious. Yes, unfortunately for you, your journey hasn't been a pleasant one from what Professor Oak has told me. Luckily I can shed some light on your current situation. Suddenly the video of Lance got smaller as files started to show up on his screen. What are all these? Naruto asked, seeing random drawings and scripts. What you see is what Team Rocket has been researching for a while now. You see, back at their peak, Team Rocket was feared all over, and I and the other Elite Four along with other league officials tried our best to put a stop to their schemes. Though it was in vain, as they had spies within us, and so every time we would try something they would stop us, thus they went unopposed. Lance had a regretful look in his eyes as the previous champion of Kanto he felt like a failed every time, not able to stop Team Rocket and save all the Pokemon they stole. But they were stopped by the current champion of Kanto and the person who helped fill the entire Kanto Pokédex for you, Gramps. Naruto had been told this story by Oak when they first met as a bedtime story for him to go to sleep. Yes, and with the defeat of their leader they quickly fell, with Kanto becoming a safe region once again. Though of course there were still remains of the group that soon joined together 5 years after their defeat to try and locate their leader to make Rocket rise again. Though this time they were stopped by another new trainer. Lance spoke about the time he helped a young boy and his Pokemon stop the group. Yeah, I read up on Ethan and his Typhlosion. They not only did they beat them, he also became the champion of Johto. Till he decided to take some time off from his duties recently. Naruto said, knowing about each champion previous and current. Yes, and thanks to him Team Rocket was beaten once again. Though what history doesn't know is the events after their defeat and the return of Giovanni. Lance said, catching Naruto's full attention. What do you mean? I thought Giovanni disappeared and was reported dead. Naruto had read up on some news reports on how the leader of Team Rocket was dead. We led everyone believe that, in fact we ourselves believed it for a long time. Then, Lance stopped talking as a grim look appeared on his face. One which Naruto took notice of and raised an eyebrow about. What happened, Lance? Asked Naruto, but Professor Oak decided to butt in. Naruto, you remember that old burned house not too far from the Ketchum residence? Oak asked. Yeah, you told me that a small kitchen fire sent the place ablaze. But you told me those inside made it out and have moved somewhere else. Naruto said, wondering what he was getting at. That old house belonged to an old friend of mine. A young lad and his mother, 2 people I saw as part of my family. I even gave that young man his starter, and out of every trainer he was the one who surpassed all my exceptions. In fact, much of what he did and discovered we still try to understand to this day. Oak spoke with such praise that Naruto almost thought he was gonna cry. Who was this kid, Gramps? Naruto asked. His name was Red and he was the Kanto champion and is the strongest trainer in the world. This news shocked Naruto to the very core, almost making him speechless. Red was always an excellent trainer. When we battled I saw the bond he had with his Pokemon that went far beyond any other I've seen. So when I heard he took down Team Rocket, my respect for him grew. Lance decided to join back into the convo. Wait, what happened to him? I heard he disappeared shortly after he became champion, Naruto asked. He did to train and hone his skills. Though he did come down after an extended amount of time, but it wasn't because of some trainer beating him. No, it was because of the death of his mother. Lance said as Naruto widened his eyes. Red made himself #1 enemy for Team Rocket, and for the small amount of that remained they decided to get their revenge. By killing his only family, and on that day the anger of the world's strongest trainer knew no bounds. Oak recalled that day as it was engraved into his mind. And ever since that day neither me nor anyone close to Red has seen him. Lance said, remembering only his aftermath from the damage he had done to Team Rocket. But wait, what does this have to do with my current problem? Asked Naruto as he had learned a lot more about Pallet Town and the greatest champion in history. Evil doesn't just disappear, it just reforms into something more. Though Team Rocket has gathered back their numbers, it isn't as powerful, nor is it the same organization. Lance pulled a file onto his watch showing the letter R, a musical note, and a mysterious snake coiled around a stick. Team Rocket now has 2 other groups working with it. Them being Team Sound and Team Snake, with each having their own specific members with Pokemon that could give you just as much trouble. Naruto looked at all the info they were presented with and rubbed his chin in thought. So I assume that there is more than one leader then? Naruto asked as he felt that one person couldn't trouble all 3 groups. That's the thing, the ladder reaches in so many directions that I have not been able to identify who is in charge of who. But I have been able to find out who is a part of which group, and this one person who is gunning for you and Celby is not someone pleasant. Naruto was then sent a photo by Lance of who it was, and when he saw it his eyes widened. Orochimaru. I assume you know him then, Naruto? Oak asked. Yeah, he was someone I was close with back in the day. Naruto had a far-off look, remembering something. Well, he is in charge of a group hunting for Celby, and from what other rumors I have heard, they want you and your Ninetales as well. Lance spoke. Kurama. What would they want with him? Asked Naruto. Well, as we have spoken before, Naruto, your Ninetales is different a lot more than others. In fact, its abilities are still a mystery to me and the other professors. Oak said. Yes, I know, and I myself have been trying to find something about him. Naruto said as he had been trying to find more info about Kurama since he evolved. Well, luckily for you there is someone who I know that can help you with determining that in Cornerstone Valley. His name is Chisky and his knowledge on evolution might help. Oak said, sending him directions to the place. Thanks, Professor, I'll check after we hit the road tomorrow. Naruto said. Naruto, I just want you to know that our information is still little and unknown, as I cannot confirm if this info is true or not. But if you ever need my help with anything, don't be afraid to call for help. But in the meantime, be safe and enjoy your journey, for I can't wait to see you in the Indigo League. Lance have him a wink as the call ended, with Naruto sighing before hearing a beep and seeing he has Lance's info now. He sighed for what felt like the umpteenth time that night, as all the information he had acquired today was a little too much for him. The fact that the world's greatest trainer lived in Pallet Town and his sudden departure from society after his revenge-filled path. But also that Orochimaru is hunting him and Celby along with Kurama was something that didn't help his nerves. Why can't things be simpler for me? Was all he thought before heading off to bed. 3 days later. Alright guys, it seems we have finally arrived. Naruto and the girls walked up the hill and looked down, seeing Cornerstone Valley just down the single road leading to the small, but large village as he saw it was sitting in between 2 cliffs as small huts were built into the cliff, obviously for those who like better views. But to the 3 of them they saw it as more of a hazard risk. Though they didn't want to complain with the locals, and so they made their way into town with Celby inside of Karen's backpack as Kurama walked alongside Naruto with Yami atop his head taking a snooze. So where is the Pokemon center of this place? Karen asked. She stretched her arms. From this guidebook, Cornerstone only has a small hut for healing of Pokemon. Erika said, reading off a book of famous places in Kanto. Seems we will have to get a hotel then. Naruto said as they started to walk around trying to find a place to stay. As they were walking through town they noticed the streets were a little busy as vendors were yelling out into the walking past buyers trying to get them to shop their product. Though it wasn't working for many, for the few that came to see what they had it worked pretty good as they left with a hefty amount of items. With both Erika and Karen finding their own places to snoop around as Naruto sighed at their antics. Suddenly one of his Pokeballs shook as out of it came Kurama, shocking Naruto. But before he could ask what was up, a black blur came out of nowhere crashing into him as he was pinned down, giving off a groan as he looked into Red Eyes and felt the soft fur of a Ninetales as Kurama growled at the new Pokemon, with the latter doing the same. Whoa there Kurama, calm down. The both of you calm down. Naruto tried to ease the two but they looked like they were about to get into it. Ninetails. A loud voice yelled as the Ninetales stopped its growl and turned around, as did Kurama and Naruto. To find a man with red blazing hair as he ran towards them as his white lab coat blew in the wind and he stopped in front of the trio. Sorry for what my Ninetales has caused you. She gets wild sometimes, especially in front of other Pokemon like her. He suddenly stopped and widened his eyes upon seeing the weird-looking Ninetales and then stared at the blonde-haired boy as recognition showed in his eyes. Naruto. Who's asking, mister? It's me, Chisky, Professor Chisky. Oh Professor, sorry, it's just I haven't met you before and Gramps hadn't really showed me a photo of you. Naruto gave a sweat drop. It's okay my boy, I am usually busy so photos are the last thing on my mind. But right now this a better time than any. Follow me my boy, Chisky said as he started to lead both Naruto and Kurama back to his lab after returning Ninetales to her Pokeball. After a small trek they had finally arrived at his lab, which in Naruto's opinion was a bit smaller than Gramps, but made up for it with its magnificent backyard where Pokemon of different kind roamed around as Chisky led Ninetales out to go and roam around as well. Come my boy and bring your ingesting Pokemon, the red-haired man said as Kurama jumped up onto the table as he started to boot up a machine. So what have you been able to understand with the info Gramps has been sending you? Naruto asked. Well, I wouldn't say it's his, moreover yours, as you were his assistant for a long time and helped to discover much in old studies. Thought it'd be nothing more but mistype of words, Chisky said as Naruto blushed at the praise. Well thanks Professor, but I couldn't have found it without Kurama's help. I mean even he doesn't know what he's capable of. Naruto gave his fox a small pat as he enjoyed the treatment. So Kurama can not only do fire-type moves, but they are much more powerful than the average fire move. In fact, from what you told me, a small move like Fire Fang causes twice the damage and causes much more added effects. Though from what you told me, water types don't affect him as much, neither does ground or rock. Chisky was looking through the notes Naruto had written down for Professor Oak. Not only that, but his new move, Beast Bomb, is unknown in type and the strength is limitless from what you gathered. Strong enough to destroy a whole mountainside from what your tests gathered. Chisky was becoming more awed at its power. We would have tried it in real battle, but we don't know how much damage it would do to a Pokemon in battle. I mean, we did try it, but that was against a gym leader and she used her strongest attack. Naruto said. Understandable, though maybe we can find a way to see how truly powerful this attack truly is. Chisky said as he started to type on his computer. As the two were discussing all types of ways to test out the new move and to see if Kurama can use any other new moves, the Ninetales from earlier was walking through the open field, avoiding all the Pokemon roaming around as she was just enjoying the sun's rays hit her and the soft golden fur. Suddenly a large shadow started to cover the field as Ninetales opened her eyes, finding the lack of sun annoying. After finally finding her spot though, was taken aback when she looked up and a giant net came down and wrapped around her, trapping her as she quickly struggled to get free from the net, finding it was getting tighter the more she struggled. "Aw, struggle all you can, but you'll find it kinda impossible." A voice caught the fox Pokemon's attention as she looked up as the tall man who was wearing a gray shirt underneath a purple vest which held 4 Pokeballs as the man pushed up his glasses which reflected the sunlight. Soon more Pokemon started to be caught by the same net as they cried out in surprise, with others quickly running away. Though that brought a smile to the man's face as he snapped his fingers and the shadow which was blocking most of the field started to move and started to fire small objects that hit all the running Pokemon as they jumped a little, before slowly collapsing. That seemed a little too easy," the man said as ropes dropped down and descending from them were groups of people all with the same symbol upon their shirts, that of a snake. "Sir, the machine has captured most Pokemon, but a few were able to escape," one of the Team Snake goons said as the others started to carry the captured ones to the floating ship. "It doesn't matter as long as the amount caught right now is sufficient enough for Master Orochimaru," the glasses-wearing man said as he looked at the Pokemon getting carried into the transport. "Sir Kabuto, what about the professor of this place?" the man asked. "Don't worry, by the time that old man realizes what happens we will be out of here. Now take this Pokemon back to the ship." Kabuto looked down at the Ninetales as she growled at the white-haired man who smirked down, feeling the Pokemon's anger nothing but a pebble in his master's goals. "Yes sir," the glasses-wearing man said as he went to grab the fox, but suddenly a crimson blur came and knocked the man back into others as Kabuto raised his eyebrow at the sudden attack and turned to see odd-looking Pokemon growling at him with anger in his eyes. "Now you're an interesting-looking Pokemon. I wonder what you are though." Kabuto raised his wrist which had a sort of small machine on it as a hologram appeared scanning the growling fox as it came up with no data. "Huh, interesting, seems no data on you at all. Well then I guess we can find out when we capture you." Kabuto grinned, but suddenly a massive bolt of thunder struck his goons as they all collapsed in a heap, knocked out. "You will be doing no such thing." Naruto appeared with Bolt the two standing beside Kurama as they growled at the lone standing snake member. "Ninetales, are you okay?" Chisky said as he went over to his Pokemon and started to try and free her from her trap. "Ah, Professor, I didn't know you were having company. Especially one such as Naruto here." Kabuto smirked as he pulled one of the Pokeballs from his waist. "And who are you supposed to be, Mr. Creepy Glasses?" Naruto asked as he prepared for anything he might throw at them. "Ah yes, where are my manners? I am Kabuto, second in command of Team Snake and the head of their research development in both weapons and Pokemon. And the reason we are here is of course to capture the professor's fine collection of Pokemon." Kabuto smirked as he showed the already captured Pokemon. "You let them go, this insist." Chisky stood up with the net that surrounded Ninetales, allowing her to get up and growl at the one who trapped her. "Sorry Professor, but these Pokemon are gonna need to come with us. And I was told to use any means necessary to get them." Kabuto held one of his Pokeballs as he gave a smirk all too creepily. Now Alakazam, show them your power." Out of his Pokemon came the Psy Pokemon who floated above the grass fields as it floated for a few seconds, before opening his eyes as he unleashed his psychic powers which forced them to cover his eyes as they were blown back a few inches. "This doesn't look good," Naruto said. "You might wanna let the rest of your team out to help." Chisky said. "Good idea." Naruto went to go for his other Pokemon, but suddenly a pink aura surrounded him as he was lifted up into the air. "I don't think so. Now Alakazam, get rid of him," Kabuto ordered as his Pokemon sent Naruto flying. "Shit, Kurama, quick," Naruto called out as in a quick blur he was caught by his fox friend who set him down. "You have some very trustworthy Pokemon, Naruto. Shame I am going to have to beat them down." Now Alakazam, use Psychic," Kabuto called out as his Pokemon held up his 2 spoons which had the pink aura which was sent out in a small wave. "Quick Bolt, Kurama, dodge." The two quickly dodged the attack as Bolt took the quick lead, going in fast, becoming a blur as he was using Quick Attack to hurry his pace, but Alakazam predicated it and raised its spoons as a pink wall was put up blocking Bolt's attack as he was forced back. Good Alakazam, now use Shadow Ball, Kabuto said as his Pokémon took down the shield only to fire a ball of dark energy which was too fast for Bolt to dodge and was blasted back as he landed on all fours, though with a little trouble. Bolt, you okay? Naruto asked with worry in his voice as Bolt nodded his head, quickly running back into the fight. Bolt, Kurama, quick, go in and help him. Alakazam, use double team. Suddenly multiple Alakazam appeared as both Bolt and Kurama stopped and growled at the duplicates. Bolt, quick, use discharge, and Kurama dark pulse to get rid of them all. Naruto called out as his two Pokémon shot out a loud electric charge while Kurama shot a dark beam of energy that got rid of the duplicates in a second. Though it made the two Pokémon confused as they saw no sign of the real one until a buzz behind Bolt drew their attention as the fox turned around only to be hit with a ball of dark energy as he was sent flying into a boulder, cracking it. Bolt, yelled Naruto as he and Bolt ran to Kurama to check if he was okay. Here I thought your Pokémon were a lot more resilient than that. Guess it was just the subjects overestimating you that got me to go at you with my second strongest Pokémon. Kabuto said as Naruto glared daggers at him, with Kurama also doing the same as the two got up with a dark red energy surrounding Kurama as Naruto looked at Kabuto with burning red eyes. You'll pay for that. Naruto's voice was much darker and his tone showed his anger. Oh, is little Naruto mad? Well, come and show me what you're made of, Kabuto taunted as Kurama growled like an animal, with Naruto growling as well. Naruto, my boy, you have to calm down, Shisuke said as he saw the fury in his eyes and wanted to calm him before he rushed in recklessly. No, he hurt Bolt. He hurt these Pokémon, and there is so much more he did, a part of Team Snake, and I am don't being playing nice. Naruto's voice became not of his own as he raised his head, showing his hate and malice. Roarrrrr. Kurama gave a mighty roar as the energy burst out and he rushed in with Alakazam widening his eyes as he quickly put up a shield to protect himself, but Kurama broke through it with little effort as Alakazam was hit with an enhanced quick attack, sending him flying back and landing in a huff next to Kabuto. Oh, seems like your Pokémon got a little boost, Kabuto smirked, but inside he was sweating a little as he felt the power not only Kurama was putting out, but also Naruto. Although it got him intrigued as to what this power was, and with a flaming aura he pushed up his glasses hiding the fear. Alakazam, let's make this quick, use double team followed by Shadow Ball. Kurama flame charge. The two Pokémon made quick work as Alakazam became multiple before firing off dark balls of energy, with Kurama becoming a blaze in crimson fire that burned the ground around him as he ran towards the duplicates, dodging each attack with speed unparalleled as in a blur 5 Alakazam were gone, with the remaining others getting a little worried till Kurama appeared in front of them. Now, Alakazam, use Psychic, Kabuto called out as all but one Alakazam disappeared, with the one firing off a pink wave only for it to do nothing as it disappeared the moment it hit Kurama. What? Kurama, use Beast Bomb. Kabuto was in shock and became even more shock upon feeling the massive output of energy from Kurama as the small purple ball before he ate it as small steam came out of his mouth. That he expelled, with Alakazam snapping out of it and using Reflect to block it, but it barely stopped it before sending the Pokémon flying into the ship, causing it to drop to the ground, snapping Kabuto out of it. But as he turned towards Naruto he was suddenly lifted off his feet and slammed onto the ground as Naruto held him down with strength he found impossible for someone his age. You'll hurt no one again, Naruto said as he started to choke the life out of Kabuto. Naruto, stop, yelled Shisuke as he tried to stop Naruto, only for Kurama to jump in front of him, stopping himself. You can't stop what he deserves, Naruto spoke as he increased the pressure, with Kabuto losing strength very slowly. This isn't the way, Naruto, don't do this. If you cross this line, then you won't be any better than them. Shisuke tried to get to him as Kurama growled at him more, but suddenly Ninetales appeared in front of him, stopping Kurama from doing anything. I am nothing like them. They hurt the innocents and take Pokémon from those who earned theirs. They are crooks, they are murders, and you are about to be one to Naruto. Please, my boy, don't do this, Shisuke begged as Naruto continued to choke Kabuto, but suddenly his eyes started to flicker as a voice inside his head started to talk to him while another egged him on. Don't be like them, Naruto, be the one you want to be. Be not a trainer to them, but a friend to all your Pokémon and those around you. Naruto let go of Kabuto as he was barely conscious, with Naruto getting up as the energy around him started to disappear, with Kurama also starting to become less hostile as the two looked at each other, knowing the feeling each of them had was not unlike them. I am sorry, Professor. We don't know what got over us, it's just that when he hurt Bolt we both became angered, almost as if something snapped. Naruto held his head, knowing that what happened wasn't him, but his darker half, and though he could have held some control he didn't, and it seemed it affected Kurama. It's okay my boy, you got yourself back in control and were able to stop them. Now we have to get the rest of the Pokemon out of here and call Officer Jenny. Chisuke said. I am afraid I can't let you do that, a so stern voice said as both Naruto and Chisuke turned to the source, only to be hit with a small dart that caused them to jump back before falling down into unconsciousness, as both Ninetales quickly turned around only to be shot with darts as well. Seems you had a little difficulty with the job, Kabuto. Out of the shadows walked a tall man wearing a trench coat with a large snake wrapped around it, as his metal boots clanked on the ground and his pale skin shone in the light, and his snake-like eyes looked down at the unconscious Naruto. Sorry Lord Orochimaru, I didn't expect that type of power from him. Kabuto said. It's okay, neither did I, and I am glad I tagged along, for I was able to witness that power. And what a magnificent power it was indeed. Orochimaru said with a wicked smile. Would you like us to gather the Pokemon, sir, while they are unconscious? Kabuto asked. No, leave them and take just that one, Orochimaru said, pointing to Kurama. Why not the others? Kabuto asked. Because not only is this a different Ninetales, but the power from both of them was a connection, and it was triggered by anger. Something I know he will be feeling, and when he does we can run the tests needed to look into what this power is. Orochimaru laughed silently at the possibilities of this power and what he could do with it. Kabuto nodded and obeyed his master's plans as he returned his Pokemon to his Pokeball, before waking the others up and got some to take Kurama as they started to board the barely functioning ship, which took off, leaving behind the knocked professor and trainer to wake up later to find a new world of trouble. As Team Snake had made its name known in Kanto. I lost. 24 hours had gone by since they lost. In that time a few things had happened, with one of those being the immediate danger of Team Snake to the Kanto region. As many reports of trainers and faculties being attacked by members of the group aided by Team Rocket, making the jobs of police very difficult. The other problem was the injuries to those at the lab, with some of the search Pokemon needing immediate treatment and others becoming more hostile towards their trainers and any other human. But the other problem was the kidnapping of Kurama, which didn't go well with Naruto, as he had blown a nerve upon being told his companion was taken. We will find him, Naruto, I swear, Erika said, trying to console him as Karen was looking to the side, looking out the window with a faraway look. How? The police can't help as they The police can't help as they are dealing with the rest of the attacks in Kanto. Plus Professor Chisuke is dealing with the rogue search Pokemon at his labs. I just don't know what we are going to do. Naruto looked down in sadness. We can't give up, we gotta do everything we can to find him and put a stop to Team Snake. Erika said. She's right, Naruto, we can't give up. Z entered through the door with the rest of his search Pokemon, all of whom were giving him worried looks. But Z, I've tried to connect with Kurama just like I have with most of my Pokemon, but I just can't sense him. Naruto looked down at his hands, feeling the failure of keeping his search Pokemon safe. You haven't tried everything, Z said as she stood in front of him. What do you mean? When you and Kurama connected during the battle, the two of you were in sync, and in a sense both of you were one. Something like that has not been seen for many eons. For a search Pokemon, it's a myth passed down from our ancestors. Until yesterday I thought it was a myth. Z spoke as she became lost in memory of a time long ago. It's not the first time you've done it to Naruto. Bolt spoke up as he wobbled a little, but Eve quickly helped. What do you mean? He means that you have been connecting with us in more ways than one. Our bonds as trainer and search Pokemon have been getting stronger. On the battlefield and off it, I am sure you've sensed it among us and our new companions. Z said as she looked at each of his search Pokemon, their family. Eve was making sure Bolt wasn't putting too much weight on his injured leg, a cute scene in Z's eyes and something her and the others could tease them about later. Leo and Yami were playing with the floating Celby, who was having a great time with the two water types. Keith, on the other hand, was munching on food served to him by the nurse Joy of the Search Pokemon Center, and though he was being a slob, it was cute in a way that made Z smile. You see, all of us are a family and we want to help to make sure we are whole again, Z said. But how, Z, if I can't even connect with Kurama? Naruto had a face of hopelessness, though Z didn't take kindly to it, but Erika was there to help the situation. Now you two, we can't go and getting angry. We gotta find a way to find Kurama, she said, getting between the two. Well, how do you propose we go about it then? Asked Naruto. I can find them. Karen finally spoke up, silencing everyone as they looked at her with Celby floating near her. What do you mean, Karen? Asked Erika. I mean, I know where Team Snake is located, or more precisely, I know where the main base facility is. Karen didn't need to turn around to see the questioning faces. And how would you know that, Karen? Naruto questioned as he got up. Because a long time ago, before my time with Team Rocket, I was once a part of Team Snake and the head researcher in charge of search Pokemon mutation. Karen spoke as she looked down, with everyone looking at her with shock. Unknown area. Darkness. That is all what Kurama could see, and what he has been seeing for the past day as he floats in the nothingness all alone. With no Naruto and no friends around to help him, as he could only imagine what was happening to them outside his mind. Just imagining the things Team Snake is doing to them brought anger to him as he growled into the void, shaking everything around him. The air started to get hotter as he tried to force himself to awaken. Whoa there, it seems it's getting a little hot in here. A voice spoke up as Kurama stopped in his anger as he looked around him, trying to find the mysterious voice. Who's that? Who said that? Kurama asked. Wow, I am surprised you don't recognize my voice. Suddenly a bright light appeared in the darkness and a figure emerged, showing Kurama someone he thought he wouldn't see. Naruto. Not exactly my little foxy friend. I might have his appearance, but my mind is my own. The fake Naruto smirked as his glowing red eyes stared into Kurama's red eyes. Who the hell are you then? Kurama asked. Naruto never gave me on, as I am nothing more but a construct or a being made from his hate and anger. Thus when I felt a large amount of anger, I followed the connection leading me straight towards you. Inner Naruto said. Wait, if you're a part of the real Naruto, then you can tell him where I am and to come save me. Kurama called out. Sorry, but I can't. Wait, why not? Kurama asked as he glared at the fake. Because as far as I can see, I am only allowed to talk to you mentally. I can feel someone or something blocking me from seeing everything around you. In fact, I am surprised I was able to get into your mind, though I can only guess it's because of the real Naruto. Wait, what's happened to Naruto? Kurama asked as worry took over his mind. Such a worried Pokemon. Well, if you must know, he just found out something big, and right now his emotions are in a daze, all becoming jumbled. Though the main one I can feel is anger and betrayal, something that allowed me to probably cross over and talk to you. In fact, I am sure you can feel his emotions right now. The fake said as Kurama stopped for a second and felt around himself until he felt the anger. We have to help him. We can't not unless he allows us to. Or what? Kurama asked, not liking what he was implying. He deals with the problem to his anger. Search Pokemon Center. Naruto, stop. Erika yelled as she and Z tried to hold back Naruto, who was trying to get at Karen, who was now leaning against the desk nursing her hurt shoulder, where Naruto forcibly grabbed her. No, she lied to us. She was working with them all along, weren't you, Karen? He asked. No, that's not true, I swear I didn't plan any of this. Karen pleaded. Why should I believe you if you couldn't trust us with who you were? Because I knew how much you hated Team Rocket, and if you found out about Team Snake and that I used to work for them. Well, you are seeing my point, Karen argued. You still should have told us. You should have told me, Karen. Erika spoke with a hint of hurt in her voice. I am sorry, but I couldn't take the chance. Karen didn't bother to look her two companions in the eyes. Enough, all of you. Now is not the time for fighting. Naruto, you go and keep your emotions in check. Now. Z gave a firm glare to Naruto, who was still glaring at Karen, but relented as he went and sat down in a corner of the room. Starting a calming meditation, but showing he was paying attention by not turning away from them. Now, Karen, I think we would all like an explanation on how deep your connection with Team Snake is. Z and everyone present, including the search Pokemon, leaned in as Karen sighed. My tale begins not here, but on the islands of Uzumaki and with my former family. Flashback. 10 years ago, I was barely the age of 5. Yet my skills and unique ability made me stand out from the other kids. A young Karen whose hair is just barely past her jawline was seen running around the woods with the wild search Pokemon around her following her and playing with her as she laughed and smiled. Then she stops as she found herself in a clearing and there she saw Pokemon huddled around a big red search Pokemon with a ring around his backs and gold outlines. The young Karen walked closer, but jumped back when the mysterious Pokemon moved, though that gave Karen a chance to see its injured right side which made her run to its side. The Pokemon growled at her, but couldn't do nothing with his injury as Karen gave the large Pokemon a big smile. I promised Volcanion that I would heal him. For you see my ability I unlocked at my young age was Aura and a strong one that helped to heal those around me. More specifically search Pokemon. I connected with the wildlife around me in ways that impressed everyone including myself, though everyone saw it as a gift others didn't. My parents were one of them, with my father seeing it as nothing more but a nuisance and a waste of time. Not seeing the potential in healing others when you must only worry about yourself. My mother was a little more caring, but again just like my father only saw it as something of a nuisance. You shall never use it again, Karen. Do you understand? The words of my father echoed in my head for years to come, and it would have made me lose all hope with the world, had that one man not come to me in my time of darkness. A young Karen was seen crying in the forest as the steps of a young and mature adult man wearing his long hair in a ponytail as his white skin gleamed in the sunlight. His long-sleeved shirt and right vest showed his many items including the Pokeballs which held his search Pokemon as he kneeled down next to the crying Karen, comforting her and making her not only believe in herself, but in a better future. Of course Orochimaru wasn't one to take the peaceful route. In fact his words were nothing but lies to lure me away from my family and home to his evil slithery hands, where he used me to hurt search Pokemon and make them his to either control or to study. To him they were the world's greatest mystery and something he wanted to dissect and understand. To him Pokemon were the future of not only us, but everyone. Of course as someone with a young mind I listened to his words and never doubted them, until the day it happened. Karen along with other members of Team Snake were walking down the halls of their main base. All of them were either elite trainers, admirals, or special in scientific or mechanical categories with missions of the future each instilled into their minds. And as they walked into the dark laboratory in which was their leader's secretive place of use, it was a big honor for them. They stood in front all confused on what they were doing here as out of the shadows came their leader Orochimaru, and beside him was another man, one in a black tux suit with a red bow tie. Today we celebrate not only because of an achievement of great proportions, but of our partnership with Team Rocket of Kanto. Then in a flash of brilliance the lights came on, blinding everyone except the two in front for a few seconds, and as Karen slowly opened her eyes they quickly widened as a giant tube was in front of them bubbling with water as a lone object floated inside of it. Meet the future of man and search Pokemon. Meet the first of any kind. Meet Mewtwo. Cheers were all that could be heard as Orochimaru basked in his excellence while the other man walked up to the shocked Karen. You must be Karen Uzumaki, it's a pleasure to meet you. I am Giovanni. I am your uncle. That was the second biggest shock for me that day. Finding out the head of Team Rocket as your uncle was not something I would jump for joy about. In fact that day changed me for who I was and who Orochimaru was, as soon we were not only hunting wild search Pokemon, but legendary and mythical ones as well. With Mewtwo's help we were able to achieve much from it. Though in terms of capture rate it was low, and it didn't get any better when Mewtwo escaped and the destruction of Team Rocket. In fact it tore Orochimaru knowing his creation was gone and his ally was no more. It drove him not mad. Well sorta, but it drove him to do unspeakable things, and soon Tram Snake was truly turned into a deadly force, remaking havoc over all regions. Then it happened, Team Rocket's rise and fall, but not its demise, as the few members within were able to capture something that no had seen before, but was heard about. A Celby. Of course this one was unique in a way that intrigued Orochimaru to the point he wanted it no matter what, and ordered for me to go undercover and to steal Celby for him. Something I was a little hesitant to do, given how my uncle was our allies' leader and that they were not our enemy, but for him having Celby meant even ruining the partnership we had established. If you shall succeed, Karen, then all of your wishes will come true. End flashback. Present time. As you can tell I didn't quite go through with his offer. Karen looked down, not bothering to look anyone in the face. With a few tense seconds until footsteps could be heard and a hand was placed on her shoulder as she turned around to stare into the eyes of Naruto. You went through a tough time as a kid and it was never easy even with those you trusted around you. It was a life of survive or die and it was wrong of me to think you would betray us. Just because your past is full of sun doesn't mean you can't be redeemed. Naruto gave a big bright smile as Karen shed tears. We are here for you, Karen, and no matter what we will solve this together. Erika said, standing with on her other side. Together, Z along with the other search Pokemon thought as they huddled around them. Now the question is, where are they located? Erika asked. Well, it's not easy to get to as it's not located anywhere on the mainland. She quickly ran up to the map of the Kanto region, bringing it to the table. Then it's on one of the remote islands around the region. Like any of the Orange Islands. Naruto suggested. Not exactly. She then started to triangulate with a few pencils until she figured it out by circling where it will be. Ah, Karen, that's the middle of nowhere, Naruto said, confusion in his voice. Exactly, for you see, my young companions, the main base of Team Snake is not only a fortress, but a flying one. Unknown location. Are the preparations set? Kabuto spoke as he was looking through the glass window as many Team Snake scientists were typing away and rushing around to get certain things set up, as Orochimaru stood a few feet behind him looking on, with the center of their attention being a large testing tube filled with gallons of liquid, and in the center of it stood a crimson-red fox with many devices connecting to him. Soon all will be perfected and the world a better place. As so you have envisioned, Lord Orochimaru. As the two prepared for the upcoming future that Orochimaru has envisioned with Kurama at the center of it. Our three heroes pack up their things and set out with their search Pokemon hearts of trust and determination within themselves, as they know of only one thing, and that is to bring back their family member and make themselves whole once again. They say evolution is a process that takes years upon years to occur, and for most of humankind it took eons for just a simple thing as speech and movement to occur for us. But Pokemon were different. They not only evolved faster, but became something more and became something of a higher species. For even when humans see themselves as the higher life form on this planet, they are nothing compared to the flying birds. The large sea dragons are the walking disaster Pokemon roaming around the earth, waiting and stalking around with no chains to hold them back. While humans are placed with limitations and chains that hold them back from ascending and becoming one with the gods of this planet. But now that changes. Here and now we change those limitations and unblinded the chains that hold us down. Orochimaru thought as he looked at the screen which showed an unconscious Kurama, as many of his scientists ran around the lab typing away at machines and making preparations for the new experiment. Lord Orochimaru, the tests are yielding success rates and we should have a strong backdrop for the test to be successful, Kabuto said, showing the results of practice tests, with most being unsuccessful until halfway through, where about 65% success rate was shown until it became 70% and then 72%, with the numbers continuing to grow. Good, Kabuto, have everything ready by the day's dawn. I wanna have everything ready and prepared for the future of humankind. I think we've waited enough for it to begin. Orochimaru said as the doors behind him closed, leaving his top scientist to work as he made his way throughout the halls of Team Snake as he passed by his many grunts and their rooms in which they slept. He smiled to himself, knowing that they were all here for many reasons, with some following in his ideals, while others did it for power, out of fear, and all of it because it was in their nature. It was human nature. Something he can attest to, as in his earlier years he had felt those emotions. The fear, joy, sadness and the utter feeling of failure, in which has led him down different paths, but through it all he has changed in more ways than one. Now he stands at the pinnacle of his achievement, one that will allow mankind to finally break its barriers. As he walked into his private study, he took a seat down in his chair as he slowly turned around and stared out his one-sided window which looked upon the beauty that was Mother Nature. It brought him back to a time long ago where, as a young trainer fresh out of trainer school, he was heist upon the world with peers of his age. Each just as skilled as him, with each becoming known in their own right as he followed the footsteps of the previous generation. It was a happy time, and one in which Orochimaru relished in, and see him becoming a champion or possibly an Elite Four member back in his home region. Live a happy life, one as great as those around him. Though that future path for him was nothing more but a vision of what could have been, as the future and its path always change, and for him it changed to one of pain and misery. With it taking away his parents and stripping him of the happiness he once had with them and could have had, as his path didn't take him up, but down, with his lose to the current champion of Konoha being the one to stop his climb to the top and the lose of his pride. Once that happened he felt nothing but the jealousy and hate of any human being. Thus as a result his battles become a lot more dangerous, with his opponent's Pokemon becoming too damaged to continue and ending in him having his trainer license revoked. He thought his life had ended then and there, that he would become a forgotten stain in time. Then he showed him a new way. He showed him that humanity is not lost and that there are ways for them to evolve just as Pokemon have done. In fact, for them it can be as easy as taking a Pokemon from a child. Which is something they did, and now his Pokemon will be the key to their evolution. Too bad that child won't be here to enjoy it. Boom. What the hell? Orochimaru said as he felt the shaking of the entire building as he quickly pulled up video of other sections of the base, seeing everyone getting up in shock, before he turned it to the outside camera of the entrance only to see a giant hole of searing flames. Lord Orochimaru, a voice yelled out as said person was looking down at his small intercom. What is going on down there? He asked, showing his unpleasantness. Sir, the door was blown open and we are being attacked by multiple ag. The grunt said before a thud was heard as the line went dead for a second until the faint sound of breathing could be heard. You have my Pokemon. The angered voice of Naruto said as Orochimaru flinched after the sudden tone, but smirked at realizing who it was. You have Gale Kid, I'll give you that. Though you're a fool to come alone. Orochimaru said, masking his anger at his operation being interrupted. Who said I came alone? Naruto's smirk made Orochimaru face fall as he scowled when the other cameras went down one by one until the last one, which showed a smirking Naruto, also went black as Orochimaru growled as he found these children a pest and a blocking stone from his greatest achievement. I have let you live this far, because I saw you as someone who could be a great asset to me in our future. But I guess the outcome was always inevitable with you considering who you are. Orochimaru smirked as he pushed a button that was an alert to his elite team as another monitor appeared, this one showing a man with almost pale white skin, white hair and a red dot right above his left eye as his appearance was frail, almost as if he was sick. Lord Orochimaru, are you okay? The code red alert is on. The white-haired man said. Yes, I know, and I can only assume you and your team are already on the move. Orochimaru asked, knowing the answer, but wanting to get his point across. Tayuya and Jirobo are already heading towards the disturbance. They should be able to handle it before we get there. The white-haired man said. That should be enough to handle that boy. But he is unpredictable and that is a danger even to you 5. Kimimaro, I want you and the others to find the girl Karen Uzumaki. She is here along with the boy, and if she is here, so is that blasted Celby. Capture the two and bring them to the southern hangar. Orochimaru was giving no room for failure at that last part. Yes, my lord, it shall be done. Kimimaro said as the monitor went black as he went to go do what he was assigned. While Orochimaru went over to his wall that opened a small hole where he placed his hand as a blue scan was seen, before it stopped and a large portion of it opened, showing a large room with a small briefcase in the middle. It's a blessing to have such loyal subjects, makes me involving myself even much better. Though that boy has shown he is no pushover and has been a thorn in my side all too much, I think it's time I teach him what it means to lose. He opened up the case, showing 4 Pokeballs, each of different design, with one being a pure black ball with purple outlines of a snake around it, as the one next to it had a dark green coil with white bottom as if showing a beauty. The one next to it was a bit bigger with gray top and black bottom as a white center was at its core. Though the final one was different and unique, as the final one was pure white as a small black outline circled it until it met with the large button as a purple M was at the center of it. As he grabbed each Pokeball, memories began to fill his mind, each one treasured as much as the next, for in each contained his Pokemon, ones which he had caught and or been given. The ones he had tracked with, fought with and suffered defeat with, as these were his one and true partners who through everything had stuck with him. Though he may sometimes show no emotion around these 4, he was a kid again, going on his journey through each region. But not today. Today I am the man who will evolve the human race into something greater. And you 4 will help me with that, especially you, my greatest catch. Orochimaru held up the almost white Master Ball as he gave a chilly smirk. Mankind's time is at hand. Back with Naruto. Blaze, now use Fire Blast. Naruto yelled as his flying fire Pokemon unleashed a large blast of fire that blew up more of the facility, along with scathing away more grunts as those that stayed were forced to fight not only the intense flames, but the big charging king who was tanking each attack and the things he was running into as he busted down another door with Drill Run. Watch out, yelled one of the grunts, before a yellow blur had knocked each of them on their butts, before unleashing a large burst of electricity that knocked each and every one of them out, before they could get their Pokemon out. Good job, Bolt, it seems that leg of yours is doing better. Naruto petted his small yellow fox as he had a bandage wrapped around his back leg. Kurama would get on my ass if I was limping, Bolt said as he smirked, with Naruto giving a small laugh. He'll still find a way to get on you about it. King, Blaze, let's get going, still a lot of goons to take down, he said as both of his big Pokemon smiled and nodded, following him through the large hallways. You would think they would have stronger forces than these goons guarding their main base, Bolt said as he followed beside Naruto. Maybe they are guarding Kurama, I mean it would make sense considering he is a high priority. But even so, I would think they would send someone much stronger to stop us. Suddenly, almost as if on cue, the side wall in front of them blew up as the four stopped in their tracks, each of them on edge waiting for something to come out of the smoke. Explode now, use hyper voice, a loud female voice yelled as the smoke was blown away by a loud screaming voice that caused all three Pokemon to cover their eyes along with Naruto, before being blown back further down the hall. Ah, what the heck? Naruto slowly got up, his ears still ringing. How do you like that, you bastard? Now explode, use boomburst, the female said again as she jumped out of the smoke behind her Pokemon, her red hair in a wild style matching along with her Team Snake shirt with the sleeves torn off as a gray bandage was wrapped around her right arm. As her shorts were torn at the thighs, showing a musical flute tattoo on her left thigh, her Pokeballs hanging on a rope of purple around her waist as she gave a wild feral smile. Quick, Bolt, use Thunderbolt, Naruto said, seeing Explode unleashing his attack as Bolt did the same, the two attacks clashing, creating more smoke. Shit, I can't see anything, the red-haired girl growled. To Yuya, it's not like a lady to swear, another voice spoke up, this one being male, as another second later the smoke was blown away by a rolling boulder charging straight towards them. King, Naruto yelled as his charging purple tank rushed towards the giant boulder, his horn a sliver glow as the two collided, causing a brief stalemate. But it didn't last long as the two were blown back from each other, with King taking a wobbly step after the attack as the boulder unfurled itself, revealing a giant golden rock with arms and legs. Good job, Golem, but let's make sure the next attack knocks it out. The man revealed himself to be a figure of imposing size as his orange hair was in a mohawk and his short-sleeved Team Snake shirt was seen along with a white stripe that went down his left side as he wasn't wearing shorts, but a battle skirt, along with him also having a purple rope around his waist holding his Pokeballs and equipment. Bot time, you got your fat ducking ass down here, Jirobo, to Yuya said as she stood next to her teammate, who Naruto now knew as Jirobo, as he shook his head at Yuya. Still with the foul language, well, it doesn't matter as it looks like your first attack got the heavy hitters to stumble, Jirobo said as both Blaze and King were seen panting and still reeling from the sudden attack by the two Sound 4 members. Yeah, and I don't think that little yellow shit can handle both of our Pokemon, Yuya said with an evil smirk. Shit, they're right, both Blaze and King used too much energy getting this far, and that surprise attack didn't help. I don't think Bolt can take them both on. Naruto's thoughts were running wild as beside his three Pokemon in front of him right now, the other three, or should he say four, were risky, as one was probably too big for a fight right here. The other is something he knew he should only use as a last resort, which left his last two options as he smirked. Better time than any, I guess. Blaze, King, get some rest, you earned it. Naruto returned the two before they could argue with him about it, as he also sent them back to the professor to heal them, as he asked for two others in return which would come back any minute, but in the meantime he will have to use his other Pokemon. Alright, let's do this, Bolt. Now Samuel, let's create some noise. He then sent out his large grass starter, who roared a challenge to the two Pokemon as Bolt jumped beside him, both ready for battle. Oh, you got more spunk, huh? Well, let's see how well this goes for you this time, you little shit. Explode, use Boomburst, Yuya called out as her Pokemon unleashed a loud wave of sound. Quick, Bolt, intercept it with Thunderbolt. Once again the yellow fox used its electricity to stop the attack, causing more smoke, only this time it wasn't Jirobo that attacked first. Razor Leaf. Fast moves, blades of grass broke through the smoke as both trainers quickly dodged along with their Pokemon, dodging the dangerous attack, but not seeing the fast move Yellow-Blue get near Explode until it was too late. Discharge. A burst of electricity was unleashed from Bolt, who was able to hurt not only Explode, but also Tayuya while Golem stood in front of its train protecting it from any harm. As Tayuya yelled in pain, but when the attack stopped she still stood along with Exploud as simultaneously the two looked down at the yellow spiked Pokemon with rage. "Now, you, die," Tayuya slowly said, before Exploud yelled out creating a shockwave that sent Bolt flying, but Naruto jumped up and caught his Pokemon. "You should NT have pissed her off like that," Jirobo said as him and Golem backed up from the slowly fuming Tayuya. "Oh shit," both Bolt and Naruto said as Tayuya along with her Pokemon yelled causing a massive shockwave, but Sam quickly jumped in front of them blocking them from the attack. "You won't make it out of this, kid." Exploud hyper voice, Tayuya said as her Pokemon sent out a loud voice causing large cracks in the surrounding area. "Sam quick use bide," Naruto said as his Pokemon stood its ground and took the attack as a white energy surrounded him. "That won't stop us now go Exploud Hyoer voice," Tayuya said as her Pokemon continued its attack except with even more force. "Hang in there Sam," Naruto yelled as he and Bolt were still behind the giant plant Pokemon who was tanking the attack with the glow around him growing with each passing second. "Tayuya I would watch out it looks like it's not going down," Jirobo said as he saw that Samuel was not moving one bit. "Shut up, I got this," she growled back as Exploud unleashed more causing everything to break even more. "Shit I gotta stop her or finish it up before she exerts herself and her Pokemon," Jirobo said as he nodded to his Pokemon, but it seems Naruto saw this as he smirked. "Too late, now," Naruto yelled as Samuel opened his eyes seeing red as he unleashed a full blast of power that overpowered the hyper voice, before slamming into Explouder who couldn't block it and took it full force sensing him flying into Tayuya who had a shocked look upon her face, before her and her Pokemon were crashing into the wall at the end of the wall knocking both of them out. "Shit Tayuya you really toyed with him too much," Jirobo said shaking his head at his rash teammate. "Good job Samuel you did a great job," Naruto smiled at his tired and heavily hurt Pokemon as Samuel was panting having taken a lot of damage, but smiled at his trainer feeling him spray some potion on him to make sure he wasn't too damaged. "Guess that leaves just you and me huh," Jirobo said as he and Golem stood ready to attack, but Bolt stood in protection of both Sam and Naruto. "Bolt don't you're too injured," Naruto tried to get Bolt to come back, but Bolt stood his ground growling as yellow sparks came off him. "You should listen to your trainer little guy the first mean you against my Golem isn't exactly the perfect match," Jirobo said as Golem smirked and growled down at the little fox trying to intimidate him, but he didn't budge in fact he became even more agitated. "He's right Bolt you don't stand a chance against Golem," Naruto said. "You always told me that I could do anything and that I could be so much more. Be something unlike other Jolteon, for a bit I didn't think so. But recently I have seen it and not only did I see myself changing, but I saw you changing as well. Growing with me with all of us and no matter how much you change physically we all know deep down you will stay the same even when you have your own demons to face." Bolt spoke to him telepathy as Naruto had wide eyes as he had a brief flash of all the adventures he had with not just Bolt, but also his other Pokemon his battles with them, their hardships and training. That wasn't just him it was all of them and through it all each of them believed in him as he believed in them. Alone they are strong, but together they are invincible and right not it was just Bolt against a giant foe. "You're right I do have demons in my closet. So why don't we get rid of them together huh Bolt?" Naruto stood up as he made sure Sam was okay, before moving to stand side by side with Bolt as he smiled the two of them standing side by side. Both of them believing in one another as their eyes sparked with a certain flare as Naruto's became red for a split second, before turning into a bright orange as Bolt had his eyes glow blue as an aura surrounded both of them and connecting to each other as Naruto felt a certain power within him swell, while Bolt had his yellow electricity turn blue. The two smiling in anticipation for they truly felt invincible. "Let's do this," the two yelled both in sync in power and bond. Another part of the mountain. "Come on Erika we are almost there," Karen said as the two of them were running throughout the base going towards where she knew they were keeping Kurama. "Are you sure you know the way? I mean it's been a while since you were last in this place," Erika asked wondering if they were going the wrong way. After their first attack and Naruto basically making a big entrance like he always does, drawing most of the attention away from this part of the base and to him it was easy for them to sneak in undetected. Though they still had to watch out as it seems there were a lot more guards left in the area. Though both assumed it wouldn't be complete empty as they did have someone important to guard and Orochimaru wouldn't be too kindly to the ones who lost another important Pokemon to him again. Don't worry, it's an easy path to the labs after we get past the barracks, Karen said, but just as they turned the corner the two stopped in their tracks upon seeing a group of Team Snake who were discussing the sudden attacks. Their attention quickly turned to them as a stare-off occurred for a split second, before one of them coughed as the grunts all grabbed their Pokeballs. "Oh shit," Karen said, taking a step back. "Don't worry Karen, I got this, go Oddish," Erica yelled as she sent out one of her other Pokemon that she decided to get back from home as a small blue orb Pokemon with two small little nub feet and leaves coming from the top of his head. The grunts stopped from sending out their Pokemon as for a split second they were taken aback by the small Pokemon in front of them. But then it was broken by laughter as each one of them started to laugh and the small little blue Pokemon who gave a blank stare, then an angry face as he started to bounce up and down yelling at the laughing men. "What the hell Erica?" Karen asked with confusion. "Wait for it," Erica said with a smirk as she saw Oddish stop jumping and getting angry, before pointing his leaves at the group who were laughing too hard to notice until a spray of yellow powder came out of Oddish's head covering them all as they stopped laughing, each of them freezing up as they started to cough and fell down one by one until they were all on the floor paralyzed and barely moving. "And that's how you deal with a big group of dumb boys." "Ha ha, very funny," Karen said as the two smiled at each other, before Erica went over and picked up her little plant Pokemon as the three continued on their way, not noticing a small camera watching them walk over the paralyzed men. "They are heading to the laboratories," a voice spoke into a secure line. "Good, they are heading right for me," another voice said as he smirked and waited in the shadows. Back with Naruto. While the two girls were dealing with getting to Kurama, Naruto was with Bolt, both of them having a dark blue aura around them as the two had their bodies being powered by energy that was unknown to them, but they didn't push it away nor did they accept it. The two let it flow inside and outside their bodies as the two were a dynamic duo, and right now Jiraiya was gonna feel the full force of their one shared mind. "Get ready for a real fight," Naruto said. "Ha, we shall see boy, now Golem go in and use Mega Punch," Jiraiya said as his giant boulder Pokemon rushed in, fist glowing. "Bolt, let's do this," Naruto said as both of them smiled and in a yellow and blue blur rushed in as Golem stopped in his tracks, not able to track the Pokemon's movements as suddenly he was hit from behind as Golem took a swing only to hit nothing but air. "Stop messing around Golem and hit him," Jiraiya said as he saw his Pokemon failing to hit the smaller Pokemon. "Your Pokemon might be big and strong, but it lacks something." Naruto started as in a few more yellow and blue blurs Golem is hit with one strike to the knee, taking him down onto one leg. And that is the bond between Pokemon and trainer. Something that is a lot stronger than anything you'll have. Naruto and Bolt both smirked as suddenly he appeared in front of Golem as he spun in the air before giving a multitude of kicks that sent Golem reeling back. "You think just because you're faster means you've won? Ha, well show you now Golem Flamethrower," Jiraiya said as his Pokemon stood back up, though a little shaky, and unleashed a volley of flames throughout the hall, blocking them from seeing and getting to him. "Try to get through that," Jiraiya smirked, thinking he had the advantage. But Naruto didn't say anything as he just smirked, and the two who didn't notice the small cracks in the floor until it was right beneath them as they looked down only for the ground underneath Golem to burst open and Bolt to come out, hitting him with a dig which hit Golem full force, sending him rolling into Jiraiya. Bolt and Naruto laughed at the two, but that just made him angrier as he got up reeling with rage at his embarrassment. "That's it, I don't care if you are someone important to Orochimaru, you're going down one way or the other." Jiraiya then took out a strange wristwatch as he put it on his left arm. Suddenly it turned on as he pointed the machine as his Golem, who could only look at his trainer in a daze. "Jiraiya, what are you doing?" "No, wait," Naruto yelled. But it was too late as he shot his wrist laser at his Pokemon, who glowed in a black and purple color as marks started to appear on him, before the machine on his wrist started to glow and release the same marks on him as well. "Yes, this is the power I crave and the one I was promised," Jiraiya said as the marks spread even more until they were all around his body and his skin had become darker, with his eyes having a golden glow to them with slits almost making him look demonic. "What have you done to yourself?" Naruto asked as he looked at him and his Pokemon in shock, seeing Golem become bigger, breaking the top of the ceiling as his Pokemon roared, shaking the whole faculty. "You're about to find out now, Golem Flamethrower," Jirobo said as his voice was darker and more bass, before his Pokemon unleashed a massive torrent of flames on in which Naruto knew he couldn't dodge. "Oh shit," was all he said, before getting in front of Samuel, who was still wounded and waiting for the blast to hit, but Bolt appeared in front of him and unleashed a massive blue thunderbolt that was able to hold back the flames. "It would seem your mutt still got some fight to him. Let's see how long it can last." Golem use Heavy Slam. Jirobo called out as his Pokemon charged in, body aglow with energy. Bolt quick, let's use Quick Attack to charge in and then go in for a speed booster double kick. Naruto quickly called out as his Pokemon rushed in once again faster than before and jumped spinning to get himself more momentum, before slamming into the charging Golem as the two collide, causing a even stand, only for Golem to smirk as he grabbed Bolt by the leg. "Got you. Shit, Bolt, quick, get out of there. Too late now, Mega Punch." Bolt could do nothing and Naruto could do nothing as Bolt was hit with a massive punch to the face that sent him flying into the wall next to them as it caved in and Bolt was laid out in another room with more open space, with it being a large storage area. Naruto along with Sam quickly went into the room and rushed to make sure Bolt was okay as he groaned and tried to get up, but was unable to as Naruto was making sure he didn't move too much. "You have to rest, Bolt, you took a massive hit, okay?" Naruto said. "No, I can still keep on going." Bolt slowly started to get up even though Naruto was trying and failing to hold him down as he didn't want to injure him further. "So he's still up even after an attack like that, huh? You know your Pokemon are stronger than I took credit for. I mean, here I am with my ace and you couldn't even phase it. I guess that little rodent is as useless as the rest of your Pokemon." Jirobo said as he was laughing along with his Pokemon as Naruto glared at him, finding his insults to his Pokemon something he couldn't stand and it pissed him off. "They aren't weak." Bolt's voice snapped Naruto out of his trance as he looked at his Pokemon who was struggling to stand. "Bolt, we aren't weak. We are strong. We are a family." Suddenly the blue sparks around him increased until his whole body was glowing dark blue, before it died, done revealing his new look as replacing the yellow was a dark blue shade of ocean as the white was now black and his eyes shone with a fury unlike anything both Jirobo and Golem had seen. A fury which was about to be unleashed on them. He went beyond his limits and achieved something just like Kurama. "I can feel it flowing through me. It's just like his, but still different. Almost like a wave of determination." Naruto looked at Bolt and smirked as he decided to stop trying to hold back his Pokemon and himself. Time to truly become a dynamic duo. "So you're gonna come at us again, huh? Well, make you regret it," Jirobo said as he laughed with Golem roaring. "We are never gonna give up. Now Bolt, let's go and show him our true determination." Naruto said as Bolt roared as well, before in a blue flash he was gone and Jirobo and Golem could only widen their eyes, before he was sent flying up. "The hell? Now Bolt, go and use double kick rapid succession." Suddenly Bolt appeared all around Golem, becoming blurs as he was hit from one side to the other, becoming nothing more than a giant pinball as the attack kept on coming. "Golem, don't let him get the upper hand on you, now use rollout." Golem in the middle of the attacks quickly curled itself and started rolling in mid-air as Bolt kept up on his attacks, with Jirobo about to call out another attack, but Naruto smirked. "Now let's show him our might, Bolt," Naruto yelled as both him and Bolt had the aura around them return, with the blue lightning becoming bigger and growing till it took the shape of a giant face. The giant face being Bolt as Golem had wide eyes as Jirobo could only say one thing. "What the hell? Now Bolt, let's go." The aura around him grew into a similar portrayal of himself, only this one was more demonic. Lightning Bite Force. The rolling boulder Pokemon could do nothing as the giant visage of Bolt came and chopped down on him as though it looked like an electrical attack. The attack was more and it was felt in Golem as his whole body was lit, and though he was far stronger and durable he couldn't handle it for too long as he soon crashed into the ground, shaking the area as Jirobo fell on his ass while a large crater was formed with Golem at the center of it. "What the hell just happened?" Jirobo said as he suddenly got down on one knee when he felt the connection of power severed between him and his Pokemon as his body started to return to normal along with Golem. "It's called payback and now it's time for you to go nighttime," Naruto said as Jirobo turned towards him only for his eyes to widen as he saw the visage of Naruto with red eyes, before his world went black from a punch to the face. "Guess Orochimaru was right, this kid is a wild card," were Jirobo's last thoughts as he passed out. Naruto looked down at the fallen Sound 4 member as he sighed, before the aura around him started to dissipate, but not fully disappear as indicated by his still glowing red eyes along with Bolt still having his super form as he walked up next to Naruto. That was a bit too close of a call in my opinion, Naruto said before turning towards the approaching Sam. Thank you Sam, but I think it's time for you to rest. No, I am fine now. I used Leech Seed on the crazy red-headed along with her Pokemon that helped me heal along with keeping them in check. Sam said as he dragged the two named individuals. Nice job Sam, didn't think you had it in you. Bolt said with a small laugh. Didn't think you had this in you. Though giving who are trainers I guess I shouldn't have expected any less. How you feel about the new look? Sam asked as Bolt just smirked and sparks came off him as Sam just shook his head. Alright you two, we got to keep moving. Gotta make sure the other two make it to Kurama and we are there in time to provide support. Naruto walked up to them after making sure the two Sound 4 were tied up and their Pokemon were inside their Pokeballs. And it seems Oak sent me two more for help as it seems Blaze and King are a little injured to come back. Who did they? Boomerang. Suddenly a fast-moving object came hurling into and smashing into Bolt, who was caught off guard as he was sent flying into a wall causing a massive indent as both Sam and Naruto had wide eyes and turned towards where the flying object returned to as it was caught by a small white bipedal creature who swung its bone around, before resting it on its shoulder. The biggest feature that took the cake was the large skull on its head, as the only thing peeking out of its skull was its eyes, which had blood-red eyes stare into their very soul. You defeated both of them. I knew Tayuya and Jiroba were weak compared to the others, but I guess I mistook their abilities. Out of the shadows behind the white skull Pokemon came a tall man with white hair, pale skin, Team Rocket on his shoulder as he wore no shirt, allowing Naruto to see scars all around his body. He wore the same purple rope around his waist, was his boots stepped on the broken rubble, his eyes shone nothing but annoyance then curiosity. I guess I was wrong about you, you are worthy of Orochimaru's praise. Who the hell are you? Naruto said as he glared at the tall man, all the while making sure Bolt was okay as he saw that he was still conscious, though he couldn't move as that attack was strong enough to get him down and out. I am Orochimaru's sword and his shield. I am the one who makes sure his vision for the world is set and envisioned. My name is Kimimaro and your end is tonight. The white-haired man said as he and his Pokemon stared down Naruto, who glared back as he stood up and got in front of Bolt with Sam standing right by him making sure he was safe. Well, we shall see about that, won't we? Naruto and Sam both prepared for the fight they know will test them in ways they never dreamed of. Now you shall bow before Orochimaru. Kimimaro said as his Marowak charged in, bone already signing as Sam widened his eyes and used his vines to block each blow with the force of a truck bearing down on him as he winced at each attack. Sam, quick use Razor Leaf. Naruto called out with sharp and fast leaves flying towards the small little ground type. Now use Bone Club. Kimimaro said as his Pokemon simply stood its ground and knocked the leaves to the ground, shocking the two. What the heck? Both thought. You seem surprised. Well, don't worry, there is more where that came from. Now Marowak use Stone Edge. Kimimaro called out as his Pokemon punched the ground, causing blue stones to come towards Sam. Sam, quick dodge it and use Leech Seed. Naruto quickly called out as his Pokemon, even with its size, was able to jump out of the way, before firing off small seeds and snaring the little ground type. You think that could hold us? Pitiful. Now Marowak, break out of those and use Brick Break. Naruto was further shocked as Marowak showed no pain and easily broke out of the trap, showing he wasn't hurt that much by the grass attack. This shocked both Sam and Naruto as they saw it break it apart like it was nothing and thus couldn't react to the oncoming Marowak, who threw his bone into the air above him, with Sam coming out of his distracted phase only to take a chop to the head, then to the side, followed by even more hits to his face as he was pushed back further and further. Sam, quick use Razor Leaf. Naruto called out as seeing it as his only option, with Sam ducking underneath a chop and unleashing a close-range barrage of sharp leaves. They hit their mark, but Marowak showed no pain as it flipped in the air, grabbing its bone, before spinning around and throwing it right into Sam, who took it full force. Your Pokemon may be strong, but strength isn't everything. It lies with how your Pokemon handles things beyond their might, Kimimaro said. What the hell is that supposed to mean? Naruto asked as he tended to his down Pokemon who struggled to get up. My Marowak was raised to be different. Not unlike any other one of his kind, and as you can see he is different, stronger, more agile, more durable to super effective attacks. My Marowak has gone through things you wouldn't believe and stands before your fully evolved Pokemon, the strongest one in this current battle. Kimimaro said as his Pokemon let out a battle cry, shaking Naruto as he stared at the red eyes of Marowak, seeing that it did go through something. But not anything it was okay with, and just the thought of what they did to it made his blood boil. No, not again. Sam spoke as Naruto snapped out of his stupor, looking down at the green plant Pokemon. Sam, we came here to save Kurama. To make sure he wouldn't be hurt, not again. Not by another group of evil people. I promised him he wouldn't be taken, and I won't break my promise. Sam yelled to the heavens as a small yellow ball came out of his back. Sunny day, Naruto said as he saw his Pokemon use that move, when suddenly Samuel started to glow with a green aura. Interesting. Kimimaro thought, seeing a move he hadn't seen Samuel use before. As Naruto was also shocked when his poke watch dinged, signaling a new move. Synthesis. You learned a new move. Naruto was both shocked and confused, not knowing where he learned it or if his emotions allowed him to unlock the new move. You didn't think I was sitting back at the farm doing nothing now, did you? Sam said as he gave a smirk, with Naruto mimicking it. Then let's show him some new moves, huh? Naruto said as him and the healed Samuel stared down the two opponents. So it would seem you would like more. Kimimaro said as his Marowak twirled his club ready for round 2. With Karen and Erika, the two girl companions were running down a narrow passageway as they reached a glass door with a keypad. As Karen looked at the keypad for a few seconds, then at Erika and her Oddish as they looked at the glass door. And in the next instance the glass door was busted open as Oddish playfully walked through the damaged door with the two girls behind her. You know, for an Oddish he's quiet strong. Karen pointed out. Mom did say he was a little rascal. Erika laughed a little as she picked up her little joy. The lab should be down past these labs, and then Suddenly as she turned a corner into the labs, did a white string attach to her hand as she was dragged away and slammed into a wall as more web was wrapped around her until she could barely move. I think that will be far enough, ladies. Out of the shadows first was a large four-legged spider creature with two legs coming out on top of its large circular body, as its head had one large horn and two smaller ones, with its piercing black eyes staring at the surprised Erika. Who the hell are you? Erika asked as Oddish growled at the large arachnid. I am just a random person passing by, seeing two lovely ladies running around all alone in this creepy building. Out of the shadows came a tall tan-skinned man wearing a similar clothing like other Snake team members, only the pants were cut to be shorts along with the sleeves, as he had a purple bandana around his head and a spider's web tattoo going across his right arm. Well, whoever you are, you made a mistake. Oddish, you ready? Erika said as her Pokemon growled at the larger foe, who just stared at it with no care for the small plant. Oh, I am sure I did. Ariados, show her what fear is. Suddenly the spider was already moving in upon the smaller Pokemon, who was spooked by how fast and how close the spider was to it. Thus Oddish wasn't able to dodge the spider's two legs crossing and sending Oddish flying back, crashing back into Erika. Oddish, she yelled as her small little Pokemon had swirls in its eyes as she rested in her trainer's arms, knocked out. Ha ha ha, is that really your best? The Spider-Man said as he walked over to the struggling Karen, helping to free the webbing around her face so that she could talk. Kidomaru, you bastard, Karen said as she tried to headbutt the now-named man. Sorry, Little Red, but you know I can't allow either of you in there. Not in a time where Lord Orochimaru is close to his goals. Kidomaru said. You can't let him do this, Kidomaru, please let me go. Karen pleaded, trying and failing to free herself. Sorry, Red, but I am not gonna let you talk me into one of your crazy ideas. We both know what happened last time, Kidomaru said as he flinched slightly, holding his right arm. Go, Chikorita. Erika's yell drew his attention back into the battle as she had returned her injured Pokemon and had already sent out her next one. With her main Pokemon coming and looking around confused, before looking at the scary face of the Ariados, with Chikorita jumping up and into her trainer's arms. Is that really the Pokemon you sent out? Ha 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 ha, it can't even face my Ariados. Kidomaru was laughing at the scared Pokemon, but as he did, Chikorita was looking at him as her fear was replaced with anger, and she did a 180 jumping out of her trainer's arms, before unleashing a volley of Razor Leafs. But Kidomaru's Pokemon quickly blocked them with its pin missile. Your Pokemon seems a bit angry. Don't worry, me and Ariados can fix that, Kidomaru said, before his Pokemon rushed in X-Scissor at the ready. Quick Chikorita use Reflect, Erica called out as her Pokemon reacted quickly, conjuring up a pink wall that blocked the spider's attack. That won't stop us. Now Ariados use Cross Poison, Kidomaru called out as his Pokemon had its shaped legs turn purple before starting a barrage of attacks on the pink wall, blocking it from Chikorita. Oh no, you don't. Now Chikorita use Energy Ball. Her Pokemon charged up a small ball of green energy that she held onto until Ariados broke through the wall with her, sending it right into his face, creating a small explosion as both Pokemon were sent skidding back. Ariados, don't let up, use Poison Sting, Kidomaru called out, with small purple needles being sent right through the smoke, clearing some of it away as they headed towards Chikorita. Quick Double Team, Erica called out as her Pokemon multiples with the attacking move going through some of them as Ariados looked around trying to determine which one was the real one. Don't waste time, Ariados, and use Sticky Web on all of them, Kidomaru quickly called out. His Pokemon listened and quickly sprayed out webbing all around the area, covering most of the laboratory with it as most of the Chikorita started to disappear one by one until all of them were gone. As Ariados and Kidomaru looked around for the small green Pokemon as Erica smirked, before Ariados small the light started to darken and looked up as Chikorita was above him, falling down towards him as she smirked, before she hit him with a body slam. Ariados, yelled Kidomaru, don't let up, Chikorita, and use Razor Leaf, Erica called out as her Pokemon jumped back and unleashed another volley of leaves towards the down Pokemon, who couldn't dodge the attack, thus got hit full force and was blown back into Kidomaru, who caught his Pokemon before he could crash into anything. Ariados, come on, get up, he said, trying to get his Pokemon to get back into the battle. Now Chikorita, use Energy Ball, Erica called out as her Pokemon created a bigger green ball than usual, sending it straight into the duo, with Kidomaru having wide eyes, before an explosion occurred and he was sent flying into a small cabinet as it crashed and it was everywhere. Nice job, Erica, Karen called out, a smile on her face seeing her friend beat an Elite Four member. All the credit goes to Chikorita, it seems those spare times of training did both of us justice, huh? Erica said as her Pokemon jumped up, taking the congratulation with hugs and kisses. I don't wanna interrupt the lively moment or anything, but can someone get me out of here? Karen called out as she struggled to escape her binds. Oh right, my bad, haha. Chikorita, do you mind? Erica asked her Pokemon, who jumped down and used Razor Leaf to cut the webbing as Karen quickly squirmed out of it. Finally free, whoa, was that gross? Karen said, trying to get any remains of the web out of her hair. We can worry about that later, let's hurry up and stop their experiment. Who knows what they are doing with Kurama? Erica said as Karen nodded her head as the both of them ran towards the door, but as Karen walked through them, Erica was stopped by a large web blocking the entrance as she stopped with Chikorita and her turned around to find the Ariados already up, only this time Ariados looked different as its eyes were pure black with purple lines all around its body, taking over every color beside the red as it shined even more. Its legs were sharper as they cracked the ground with each step, and the horn on its head grew an extra inch. I didn't hear no bell, little girl. Kidomaru suddenly appeared, showing the same purple glow going throughout his veins as his eyes were completely black except for the small red swirl in them. What the heck did you do to yourself? Erica asked as she looked at both him and his Pokemon with confusion and worry. Wouldn't you like to know? Though seeing as how you won't last long, I'll show you what I am truly made of, Kidomaru said as he and his Pokemon tensed up. Alright Chikorita, let's go, Erica said as she and her Pokemon were ready for another round, only this time she felt it would turn out completely different than before. Back with Naruto. Marowak use Bone Club. Sam match it with Vine Whip. Both Naruto and Kimimaro called out to their two Pokemon as they unleashed both of their own moves. Marowak with his club as he charged in, twirling it around, before going for a strike as large vines came out of Samuel's side, clashing and blocking the strike. Both of them having their attacks clash back and forth, clashing in a will of strength and power, with the stalemate becoming clear, thus a change of tactics was needed. Quick Sam, wrap your vines around his bone, Naruto called out as Marowak went for another strike, but was instead grabbed by both vines. What? Kimimaro said as he and his Pokemon had wide eyes, before his Pokemon was lifted into the air. Now slams him down and use Leech Seed, he called out as his Pokemon raised the ground type into the air, before slamming him down, causing him to create a deep crater. Though Marowak wasn't given time to recover as small seeds were sent his way wrapping around him and draining him of his energy. Marowak, don't let that keep you down, Kimimaro said as Marowak gained a certain look in his eyes as he started to slowly get up. What the hell? Naruto said with shock, and both him and his Pokemon had wide eyes seeing the ground type get up with almost no difficulty as his energy was being drained. You think just because your Pokemon holds a type advantage it has the upper hand? Kimimaro said as his Pokemon in a simple flex of its biceps broke the vines. Who decided that? Now Marowak use Boomerang. Quick, Samuel use Poison Powder. In that next instant purple powder covered Samuel as he moved out of the way of the flying bone. Suddenly Marowak burst through the poison hands aglow. Brick break. Samuel was hit in the head, before a series of chops continued to hit him as he was pushed back. With his vine coming out and trying to whack him away, but Marowak simply dodged and blocked it, before jumping away from a double smack as he grabbed his bone which spun around back to him. Dropping back down and unleashing a massive bone club. Sam. In the end it all ends the same. Now it's time for your time to end, Kimimaro said as he gave Marowak the go-ahead, who charged in his bone raised to smack down on the injured Samuel. Samuel quick use bide. Too late now, Marowak use bone club. Marowak was about to swing down until a flying bone hit him in the face, causing him to freeze in his motion. With both Naruto and Kimimaro looking at the source of the attack, finding the small brown ground type the one responsible. Leave him alone, Annie said as she swung her bone in a defensive manner. Seems your little Pokemon wants to get in on the action, Kimimaro said. No Annie, stay back, it's too dangerous, Naruto said as he went to put her back in her Pokeball, but she jumped away and in between Samuel and Marowak. No Annie, stay back, Samuel tried to tell her, but his injuries were catching up to him. No, you can't fight anymore. You need time to heal, so let me handle this, Annie said as she prepared for a fight with Marowak still having his head to the side until he slowly looked towards Annie, giving her a small scare as she saw the anger in his eyes. If you wanna fight, little one, then you got it. Marowak bone club, Kimimaro said as Marowak rushed in and Annie in a show of reflex jumped to the right, dodging the attack. Fast, little one, but let's see how long that can last. Marowak then went on a swinging rampage trying to hit the small and fast-moving Annie, who was dodging left and right, making sure to use her small stature to keep a distance and try to find any openings. With Naruto looking on, noticing that Marowak was putting a lot of power and strength into those blows, but was quick to notice one major thing. He's not taking it serious. No, it's not that I think his Pokemon is hurt. Naruto watched the bone-wielding Pokemon having a hard time swinging the bone full force and see it wince once. Now Marowak, switch it up, Kimimaro said as suddenly his Pokemon stopped swinging with his right and switched to his left with the show of speed being seen instantly as Annie found herself being unable to dodge all the hits, and upon receiving one to the leg did her speed decrease as she found herself being hit from all over. Annie, yelled Naruto seeing his Pokemon being beat on by the bigger foe. Now Marowak use brick break, Kimimaro said, already finding this tiresome as his Pokemon raised its hand which glowed white. Annie, no, Naruto yelled as Sam had his vines try and block the ground type, but Marowak was too fast as he appeared in front of the downed Annie, who had his eyes shadowed as in a blur his hand came down, causing a brief moment of shock as no one could move. Your Pokemon was fated to lose, Kimimaro said as Marowak backed away only for Annie to shoot up and slam her head into his face, shocking everyone present. Not yet, she yelled with a voice of determination and a raging spirit that Naruto stopped in his tracks as he felt the wave of power flowing around Annie. That last move had more power than the ones used on Sam. Yet she took it on no problem. Guess Samuel wasn't the only one to grow. Naruto closed his eyes as he took a deep breath, letting all his pent-up issues come flying out as he opened his eyes, giving Kimimaro a new look, one he has seen during his intense battles. So you are finally getting serious, Kimimaro said. All this time I have been more worried for my Pokemon, underestimating their abilities and not believing that they grew in strength by themselves. Guess that shows me as a trainer. Naruto stood behind Annie, who looked up at her trainer as he smiled down at her, petting the top of her head as she felt a jolt of energy enter her. Your compassion in your Pokemon is something I applaud, but foolish thoughts of a child. Kimimaro grabbed something from his pocket as he started to put it around his arm with Marowak raised his skull mask pulling down a sort of small red gem which suddenly sank into its skin with it showing only a slight flinch. You are barely at the age to think what you fight for is right. In fact, as you are now the only mindset you have is the well-being of the Pokemon you have in your care and believing that together you two could achieve heights with the power of friendship. Unfortunately for you I am here to bring you to reality. Kimimaro showed the device, something Naruto immediately recognized as something almost resembling a mega bracelet with some kind of keystone in the middle of it. The difference being that it was pure black with a small red and green spiral in the center as Marowak showed the same band with some type of red orb. What the hell are those? Naruto and his Pokemon were in confusion not knowing what they were as Marowak didn't have a mega evolution. Orochimaru could best explain the details behind this, but he'll simplify it. It's a form of evolution almost similar to Mega, but in a way you could say it's not about the bonds, but pure power. Kimimaro tapped the stone as black and purple energy started to surge forth with the same energy coming from the stone on Marowak as the two slowly converged till combining as a purple surge of energy flooded into the two with Kimimaro veins being seen pumping with energy as his hair grew longer turning black and his eyes became a deep shade of purple with his whole body growing. Now towering over both Naruto and his Pokemon while Marowak was much bulkier. Having his skull nearly bust open from his grown head and muscles which could crush Annie's skull. What have you done? Naruto had a shock look on his face as he saw what the power had done to them as it was nothing like what Mega Evolution had done to trainer and Pokemon before. This is the true step in evolution. And I will show you its fruit. Kimimaro said. This isn't evolution. This is just madness. Naruto stood up as he stepped forward with Samuel stepping up to the plate next to him as Annie was being protected by Samuel's vines. And just how do you plan to do that? As you could barely stop me, before the evolution. Kimimaro said as Naruto smirked and pulled out a bracelet with a familiar stone on it that he recognized. With good old teamwork. Ready Samuel, Naruto called out as he revealed the mega stone just below his giant plant. Yes, let's. Keystone respond to my call. Let our bonds show through this conflict and help us in guiding us through to our goal. Mega Evolve Mega EVOVLE. Kimimaro didn't even flinch as the familiar power of Mega Evolution was felt as Samuel started to glow in the familiar evolution glow. Till it died down showing the Mega Samuel, who growled at Marowak who gave a growl much more animalistic than intelligent. Yes, let us fight to see which of us is truly right. Your bonds of evolution are my power of evolve. Kimimaro smirked finding it quite amusing. Let's show him Samuel, Naruto said as the two prepared for the final round in this fight. With Erika, while things with Naruto and Kimimaro were reaching their boiling point, Erika and her Pokemon were in a situation of their own as they found their opponent to be much deadlier with their evolution than without as Kidomaru and his Ariados even in close quarters were much faster and stronger than her and Chikorita. As evident from the exhaustion in her Pokemon who had been on the defensive this whole time since he had gone into that state. You can't keep running forever. Soon your Pokemon will be too weak to dodge and my Pokemon will strike. Kidomaru laughed as Erika glared at him thinking of a way out of this as she looked down at her beaten down Pokemon. Chica. Erika looked back at her Pokemon seeing it give her a look she had seen many times, before in battle, training and whenever she had personal problems. It was always that look she gave her, one that showed either concern or encouragement and this was one of encouragement. Erika smiled as she nodded her head and looked at the terrifying spider duo as she decided to do what Naruto does and trust in her Pokemon and their bonds. You're right Chikorita, let's not call it the end till the final move is made. Erika and Chikorita smirked as their passion once again was lit. Inspiring words for a foolish girl. Now Ariados use cross poison. Kidomaru said as his Pokemon with quick feet jumped from the ceiling coming upon the unsuspecting green leaf Pokemon. Chikorita reflect. She quickly called out as a pink barrier was put up above her as Ariados clashed with it creating a backlash which made his attack null and void. Leaving him vulnerable to an attack which the two take. Chikorita use Energy Ball. Ariados no. Kidomaru yelled as suddenly his Pokemon was sent flying into a wall creating a small crater, but was able to jump out of it though had a noticeable limp. Don't let up Chikorita. Double team and go in and use Body Slam. Erika didn't let up as her Pokemon rushed in at speeds she hadn't shown before shocking Kidomaru and Ariados, thus they weren't able to do anything about the amount of body slams that hit Ariados, who tried to attack each clone though he wasn't able to find the right one and kept being attacked when he missed. Ariados, stop playing around and use pin missile all around you. Kidomaru called out as his Pokemon growled and started to unleash a hail of needles which started to take each and every one of the clones around him. Though by the time all the clones were gone his attack had not hit the real one. What the hell? Where is that green little shit? Kidomaru and his Pokemon looked around trying to find a sign of the Pokemon, not noticing Erika smirking. Now Chikorita. Kidomaru and Ariados turned towards her as she was looking up, and suddenly the room was lit by a green light as the two looked up, seeing Chikorita hanging on the steel beam above using synthesis. Quick Ariados, don't let her heal. Use pin missile. Kidomaru called out as his Pokemon quickly unleashed white needles at the hanging Pokemon. Quick Chikorita, dodge it. Erika called out as her Pokemon used her leaf to jump out of the way of the attack, dodging it and heading straight for the prone Ariados. With Kidomaru noticing where she was gonna land. Quick Ariados, stop her with sticky web. Kidomaru called out. I don't think so. Chikorita, quick use razor leaf. Erika called out as her Pokemon spun in the air, sending out sharp leaves that cut apart the web heading for her as she used her spinning motion to hit a body slam, causing Ariados to shriek. Ariados, quick get up and beat her. We can't lose to someone like her. Kidomaru said with anger in his voice. Chikorita, now use energy ball. Erika called out as their combine would end with this final attack, but they didn't notice the look in Ariados' eyes until it was too late as Chikorita sent her attack with Ariados in a show of surprise. Energy got up with his stingers ready, sliced the ball of energy in two, with Chikorita having a shocked look, before being slammed in the face with a smart strike which sent her flying into the wall, creating a massive crater. Chikorita, yelled Erika as she saw her Pokemon fall down onto the floor, barely conscious as she struggled to stand up. Guess you were just playing possum. Good boy, not if you would kindly. Kidomaru said as his Pokemon was back up, showing slight signs of injury, but not the amount that Erika thought they made. Ah, Erika yelled as Ariados tied her up with its web. You see, this power which was given to us gives not only grants us incredible power, but gives our Pokemon a sort of durability which makes it difficult for you to even damage us. So I do commend your power and skill. It wasn't enough in the end. And in the end this is your fate, as the string you have been given cannot be cut nor changed. Kidomaru approached the downed Erika, who tried to escape, couldn't even budge the web. No, I can't let this be the end. This can't be the end. Erika had a brief flash of her life, of what she had done and what she had accomplished to lead her to what she is now. All her time spent being in the gym, being watched over by her mother, worried upon by all the ladies, and of course never having a chance outside to interact with the others in the city or make friends with some people her own age. Instead she sat and waited until her time to be gym leader came, but it didn't. Instead it changed with that loud boy and his never give up attitude. He came and brought her along on an adventure she would never have thought she would get, and now here she was on a mission to repay him by saving his friend and Pokemon. And she would give it her all, because she knew he was already giving his all. No, I won't let it end here. She glared at Kidomaru, who laughed at her face. Oh, someone is a little mad. Don't worry, Ilarg. Kidomaru was cut off by an energy ball hitting him in the face as he was sent flying back. What? Erika looked behind her to see Chikorita standing up only barely, breathing heavily as she glared at the smoking Kidomaru. Why, you little shit. Kidomaru got up soon after with anger in his voice as he looked at his Pokemon, who looked on in curiosity. Don't just stand there, get rid of them. Ariados quickly obeyed as he charged up his Hyper Beam, letting it loose upon both trainer and Pokemon. Chikorita, watch out. Erika jumped in front of her Pokemon, ready to take the full brute of the attack, with the attacking getting closer and closer. Chikorita, no. Erika watched as her Pokemon jumped in front of her and taking the attack as she reached out her hand, only to be blown back as an explosion occurred, creating smoke everywhere. It seems your Pokemon still had a little energy left in her. Too bad, she was pretty strong. Kidomaru gave her Pokemon credit, as it did give him a challenge he hadn't had for a while. Chikorita. Erika shed a tear as she couldn't believe her Pokemon did that for her, as she felt sadness unlike any other. Don't be sad. I don't like it when you're sad. Erika froze as she heard those words as she looked up into the smoke only for a bright light to make her cover her eyes as Kidomaru and Ariados stepped back in shock as the smoke was blown away and in front of the small crater where the attack happened a small figure could be seen as it started to glow and grow in a bright blue. As the body grew until it was about as big as Erika with the light dying down and showing a new Pokemon, but someone Erika knew from just one look in her eyes. Chikorita, you evolved, Erika yelled as her Pokemon smirked at her, before turning to the two surprised figures in front of them. You are becoming a pain in the ass here. Ariados, go in and use cross poison. Kidomaru said as his Pokemon rushed in attack ready only for vines to come out of Bayleaf's back to catch the attack, shocking everyone there. What the hell? Kidomaru was shocked at the sudden strength, not believing an evolution could give her that much strength, but suddenly a blue aura was seen around her as it started to float and connect with another aura from Erika, who felt the sudden energy. One in which gave her the strength to break out of her bides as Kidomaru was shocked even more. Well, it seems the ties have changed. Hey Bayleaf, Erika asked her Pokemon, who smirked back, making Kidomaru pissed off. You haven't won yet. Ariados, quick, use Poison Sting. Kidomaru said out loud, but Erika knew it was already coming as she acted quickly. Bayleaf, quick, roll him out and use Vine Whip. Erika called out as her Pokemon quickly followed through and sending Ariados up in the air, before unleashing her attack to slam him down hard. Shall we try our new move? What the? Bayleaf. Yes, it would seem our connection has grown and I can finally speak to you. Awesome. Alright Bayleaf, let's do it. Erika called out as Bayleaf started to gather energy, which gathered the rocks and rubble around, with Kidomaru noticing what move they were gonna use. Oh no you don't. Ariados, quick, use Hyper Beam. Kidomaru called out as his Pokemon quickly gathered energy before firing off his massive attack. I won't let you win. Erika called out. Go to hell, bitch. Bayleaf, quick, jump up. Erika called out as her Pokemon used Vine Whip to jump up in the air, dodging the attack from Ariados and thus giving her a clear opening for her attack as both Kidomaru and Ariados shone for the first time in the battle fear. Now feel our bond. Ancient Power. Bayleaf unleashed the super-powered move, which was sent flying at incredible speeds, one in which the two couldn't dodge and hit them dead on as both collided against the wall, crashing through it and falling into darkness as the two were defeated and unconscious. With both Bayleaf and Erika standing tall as trainer and Pokemon smiled at each other, before slumping down onto the ground, finding their strength drained. Guess that sudden surge is gone, huh? Erika said as she petted her newly evolved Pokemon, who hummed towards the touch. Yes, but it's not over yet. Yeah, I know. Erika looked towards the door which would lead to Kurama. Suddenly the whole building shook as they felt some kind of shockwave as some rubble fell down, having cracked from the pressure. It would seem Naruto is not holding back. Yeah, and neither should we. You raring for more action? Erika asked her best friend, who smirked back at her, and the two headed to their final destination and to end this madness. With Naruto. The aura around each Pokemon was felt throughout the area as the two cracked the ground with each step and each punch. But the area around them was broken up even more from the clashing of these two Pokemon, as Marowak with her bone was swinging like a wild animal, while Samuel was using his vines and leaves as both offensive and defensive forces, which once clashed would cause the area around them to shake and crack. With the trainers being silent and simply staring at each other, with the other not breaking eye contact and letting the other know what they were thinking. Their words reaching their Pokemon through the power of their evolution. Samuel, with speed that would not be possible for anything of his size, was able to keep up with the evolved Marowak, using his vines to keep the destructive bone from hitting him and attacking with sharp leaves that would hit Marowak on all sides, forcing the large ground type to growl in pain, but use that pain as energy to continue his attacks. Both Pokemon giving everything they had, not allowing the other to one-up the other. A standoff as both trainer and Pokemon caused the once small hallway to become a large battleground. Marowak, it's time to show him what true power is. Bone Rush. Kimamaro's words seemed to resonate with his Pokemon as he tightens his grip on his weapon. The power surging throughout his body, suddenly going into his bone as it cracked and glowed with dark purple energy. It can channel that energy into its weapon. Both Naruto and Samuel said through their mental link as Marowak charged slower than before, but when he swung his bone, Samuel quickly jumped back, already guessing that the attack was charged up for more damage. Crack, smash. And he was right, as both him and Naruto saw the bone smash right through the floor and breaking it up as pieces were sent flying everywhere. With Naruto showing a face full of worry as he now realized just how much more dangerous Marowak had become. Now you will fall and the rise of Lord Orochimaru will begin. Kimimaro said as Marowak charged, swinging his weapon around widely with Samuel now on the defensive. Dodging each attack and not knowing just how much damage it will do if he tried to block with his vines. Naruto, we have to gain some distance. Samuel spoke through their link, finding he was running out of room to dodge as he felt himself hit the wall. Samuel, quick poison powder. Naruto called out as he spewed a large spray of purple mist into the charging Marowak, who couldn't dodge and ran right into it as Samuel quick jumped to the side, allowing the attack to smash the wall right behind him. Clever move, but unfortunately not good enough. As Kimimaro spoke, the bone came flying out of the mist, hitting a surprised Samuel, who was sent flying into the wall. Samuel! Naruto yelled as he ran towards his downed Pokemon, who deformed back into his regular form. No matter what you do, no matter the outcome of the situation, and no matter how much belief you have in your Pokemon, it will end the same. Marowak started to walk towards the downed duo as his bone glowed once again. Samuel! Naruto! Run! As Naruto was trying to get Samuel to get up so he could run, he saw that the last attack hit his leg and thus was preventing him from getting up and running away. With Samuel showing pain in trying to stand, Naruto gave a small smile as he looked into his Pokemon's eyes and putting the worried Annie into his side as he stood up and turned towards the dangerous Pokemon. I won't let you hurt them anymore. Naruto raised his arms, not allowing Marowak to continue its track towards Samuel. I commend your actions. Some would call it loyalty and possibly brave. Though for me it is the foolish ideals of a child. Kimimaro gave his Pokemon a nod as Marowak raised its bone club. Power surging through it as he raised it, locking eyes with Naruto, who didn't flinch and merely stood his ground, not letting the fear nor power of Marowak get to him as he finally realized that his actions thus far led here, and if this is how it ends for him, then it will be protecting his Pokemon. Bone club. Everything became something of a slow crawl as Marowak was in the motion of bringing down its weapon. Naruto not once budging as he awaited his end, with Kimimaro turning away, not bothering to witness his end. Instead sending a prayer to whatever god there was that he would be find peace in the next life. Smack. What? Both Naruto and Kimimaro had their eyes grow wide in surprise as Marowak's attack was stopped by another bone, this one smaller and held by its previous and smaller evolution. Annie holding her bone in a defensive stance as he glared with anger that could rock mountains as he showed no struggle from the attack, shocking the two even more, but none more so than Marowak, who had wide eyes. I won't let you hurt my friend, Annie screamed out as suddenly she was lit in a bright blue glow, blinding everyone as Marowak was taken aback and forced to take a few steps back, with Annie starting to grow and its body taking a different shape. With the glow dying down and revealing the now fully evolved Annie, who was now a Marowak, standing a bit short from her fellow Marowak. Her skull looking a lot thicker and slimmer as it fit more on her head, as her skin was a lot brighter as the bone in her hands was a lot bigger too. Annie, you evolved. Naruto was both in surprise and happiness. So your Pokemon evolved. It matters not, for in the end your fate is all the same. Kimimaro said as he walked closer to his Pokemon, the two even more focused. I have just been standing by all this time. I want any more. I'll surpass my own limitations and give it my all. Annie, you really have changed in more ways than one. Naruto smiled as he had a small walk down memory lane, with Annie growing into a scared child to the grown Pokemon. One who has surpassed her own expectations and his own as well. Now let us finish this once and for all. Marowak, go in and use Bone Club. Kimimaro called out as his Pokemon rushed in, power surging through its body and into his weapon. Let's show him our true power, Annie. Naruto said as she nodded her head and rushed in her speed, shocking both Marowak and Kimimaro as he leaned his head back, dodging the fast-moving bone, before trying to hit her from behind, only for Annie to jump forward, allowing him to sail over her as she used her momentum to hit him twice in the face with a double kick, sending Marowak stumbling back, dazed by the sudden attack. Marowak, stop messing around and use Bone Rush. Kimimaro called out as Marowak shook itself out of its stupor. Now Annie, use False Swipe. Marowak didn't even know what hit him as he suddenly found Annie blur right in front of him, before she was standing behind him. with everything being still for a second, before time resumed and he was down on one knee, a large slash on his chest. Marowak, get up and use Stone Edge. Kimimaro realized that the battle had suddenly had a changing point, with the power from the evolution suddenly wearing off as he felt the course of power from the stone becoming less and less. I don't think so. Samuel now. Naruto yelled as vines sprouted from the ground wrapping around Marowak, who stopped its attack to deal with the vines, but being too distracted to notice the charging Annie. Marowak, watch out. Iron Head. Marowak turned just in time to get slammed full force with a steel bone head in the gut as he was sent flying and deforming as Kimimaro caught his Pokemon, the power leaving his body and no longer coursing through both him and Marowak. It's over, Kimimaro. Give up and maybe you'll have a chance with the police. Naruto said as both of his remaining Pokemon cornered him. It's never over. In fact, life is just a reoccurring cycle. One which you have seen. I know, for I have seen it as well and have been blessed to have my own, will be challenged by people like you and Orochimaru. So I thank you for this great battle. But next time we will not let it end like this. Kimimaro pulled out a small purple ball that he slammed on the ground, blinding his movements, before Naruto and his Pokemon could do anything. Damn, he got away, Naruto said. At least that gives us a little bit of a breather. Samuel said as he suddenly deformed, before kneeling down as both Naruto and Annie rushed to his side. Samuel, take it easy, that last attack did a lot more damage to you than I thought. Naruto said as he pulled out a potion, knowing unlike Erika and Karen his knowledge of Pokemon healing was not as knowable. Don't worry, I can still move. Now come on, we have to save Kumara. Ah. Samuel tried to stand up again, but was once again down on his knee. I don't think so, big guy. We got to get you to a doctor. Annie said, making sure that Samuel didn't move around too much. No, we can't. We got to go after Kurama. Samuel said, trying to get them to hurry up after their goal. Well, we can't do that if you got one injured leg. Sorry, Samuel, but it seems I am going to have to send you back to the lab. Naruto said. No, let me help, I can help to save Kurama. Samuel tried to get up once again. Only this time Annie was in front of him as she stared down at him, finding himself frozen by the mean stare of Annie. With it being even more effective as Annie was now bigger and scarier. You have to trust us. I promise we'll save him. But we can't if you're injured too, so please, Dad, go get healed up. Annie, even though you couldn't see it, was smiling as Samuel smiled back, before Naruto petted his head as he returned him back into his Pokeball. Before the ball was sent back to the lab as another one was replaced on his belt. His face showing a smile, seeing which one it was as he turned towards Annie. Let's go end this. Naruto and Annie nodded as the two headed to their final destination. Their goal so close and their bonds closer than ever. Experimental Lab C. So it seems your two new friends were able to beat my Sound 4. With that Naruto fellow even holding his own against Kimimaro. I must say I am impressed. I always knew you were special, and bringing these people into my home was something unexpected, but not predictable. Though seeing them push past the limits they were given is something that puts more intrigue into them and their Pokemon. So I thank you for bringing them to me, Karen. Orochimaru looked down at the barely conscious Karen, who had cuts all around her body, as beside her lay a Pokeball and on her other side was Celby. Already passed out, as Karen held her close with a growl emitting next to him as he petted his Pokemon, calming him down for now. I won't let you get away with this. Karen managed to breath out as she tried to move, while also protecting the unconscious Celby, her pain clear in her voice. Really, and how can you stop me? Your Pokemon were never meant for battle, and the bonds you tried to have with them is basically non-existent. So tell me again, little girl, what chance do you have against me? Orochimaru asked as his Pokemon growled once more, ready to pounce on the two. Because I didn't come alone. Boom. The wall behind her was blown apart as two figures could be seen walking out from the smoke and debris as Karen smirked, with the two walking to stand beside her as the smoke was cleared and showed both Erika and Naruto, the two having their Pokemon by their side growling at the enemy. Orochimaru smiled as he saw and felt their passion, finding it the most intriguing of any he has ever met, and smiled as his plan was close to fruition. Finally the real battle can begin. The power of bonds. The snake. So you finally made it. To be honest, I was thinking Kimimaro would be too much for you to handle. Orochimaru smiled at the glaring Naruto, who was glaring daggers at him. Orochimaru, it's time to end this. Naruto said as next to him both Leo and Eve appeared with the small black Pokemon giving a glance to the tube holding Kurama. Ah, it would seem the time is near. Orochimaru said as he stared at a small screen showing a rapidly growing bar as next to it said 90%. Karen, are you alright? Erika was next to her fallen comrade as she struggled to move. Bot time, you two Bakas showed up. Karen said as she winced when Erika was feeling around for more wounds. Hang in there. Bayleaf, would you mind helping? Erika said as her Pokemon rushed to her side and leaned her head as her body started to glow, before touching Karen as the energy started to pour into the fallen redhead. Bayleaf, I guess I wasn't the only one with a Pokemon to evolve. Naruto said as he walked next to them, still keeping a close eye on Orochimaru and his Pokemon, who was slithering around him almost as if a shield ready to defend her master. Yeah, I guess our bonds are stronger than I thought possible. Erika said as she pulled out some rap. That's good, because those bonds are gonna save Kurama and kick this creep's ass. Naruto said, spitting those last words out. Oh, I am hurt, my boy. I mean, I was the one to allow you to escape your previous life. I would think that the next time we met you would be grateful for it. Orochimaru said. You didn't care about me leaving. I know you, Orochimaru. I mean, your old teammates never stopped talking about you. And what you did after you left is something I wouldn't congratulate you for. Naruto said. How sad it would seem. You need to learn some manners. Orochimaru gave a nod as in a blur his Pokemon rushed towards the trio. Leo, quick, use Water Pulse. Naruto called out as his large turtle Pokemon shot small orbs of water that changed the fast-moving Pokemon's movement as it slithered away, before turning around and slithering by her master's side. Don't let him get any movement, Eve. Use Shadow Ball. The small black fox charged up her attack and unleashed a rapid succession of attacks, each forcing the Pokemon to dodge in zigzag pattern. Leo used that opportunity to get up on high ground as the fast Pokemon kept dodging the fast attacks. With Leo waited until it got close, before jumping off and biting down on the scaly Pokemon as light shined upon it, showing it to be a Seviper, who gave a loud yell of pain. Thrashing around and trying to get the turtle Pokemon off of her, wasn't able to see the approaching Eve, who jumped in the air, before hitting the top of its head with an iron tail. As she was silenced by her head slamming into the ground as both Eve and Leo jumped back, before unleashing a Water and Dark Pulse combination, both of which formed a dark blue vortex that sent Seviper flying into the machines behind Orochimaru, who stood there still with a smile on his face. Good job, you two. Ready to give up, Orochimaru? Naruto said as the said creep kept his smile as he slowly clapped. Impress for someone your age. All your Pokemon are so strong, but I expect nothing less from someone born from a great family. Orochimaru smirked as he saw the glare intensify in his eyes as he slowly pulled something out from his. Why don't we see how strong you really are? Superior, help out Seviper. And out of the Pokeball came out another snake-like Pokemon, this one being bigger and with a more hunter facade in her eyes as she growled at the two Pokemon in front of her. Sorry to say, but I don't think your Seviper is at 100. Naruto said. Oh, boy, you don't know my Pokemon. Orochimaru raised his arm, showing the same device the other Sound 5 were using. Only this one was much slicker as it extended to halfway down his arm, before the large green orb glowed as two power surges came forth and wrapped around both of his Pokemon as Seviper roared back to life, with both snake Pokemon growing in size and becoming much bulkier. Oh, shit. Naruto had wide eyes as both of his Pokemon dwarfed his by several sizes. How is he able to do that to two of them? Erika asked, knowing that kind of power, even if it wasn't Mega Evolution, was still very draining. You two obviously don't know what power runs through these brackets. For you it might take energy from both Pokemon and human. But for my special evolution, it all focuses on the Pokemon and using its energy and that around it to strengthen it. Orochimaru then waved his hand as both his Pokemon in a blur raced towards Naruto's Pokemon. Quick, Leo, Eve, dodge. Naruto yelled just as Seviper appeared behind them, tail already poised to strike as the two jumped to either side, the tail breaking the ground they once stood on. Naruto, behind you. Erika yelled as Naruto grew wide-eyed as he felt something behind him and on instinct ducked as Superior tried to bisect him. For someone so young, your senses are already as sharp as most veteran trainers. Orochimaru gave a creepy as Naruto got back up only to be wrapped up by Seviper a second later as his friends and Pokemon yelled his name with Leo shooting towards him only for Superior to use Leaf Storm. As Leo was thrown up and attacked from all around, before a tail slammed him hard into some broken machinery. Leo. Naruto ran to his Pokemon and pulled him out as he grunted in pain. With Eve quickly by his side, worry in her eyes for her companion. You may have beaten my elite, but you face a foe who trumps even your greatest challenges. How do you react in such a situation? I can make the choice very easy. Orochimaru gave a wave of his hand as his two Pokemon rushed towards him. Your death. Eve quickly stood in front of its trainer and friend only for Naruto to push her back as he jumped in front of them, arms spread. Eyes burning with something that made both Eve and Leo have wide eyes as they felt the heart and passion to not let them get harmed. I'll take you both on full throttle. Naruto yelled as both snakes swung their tails. Boom. Naruto. Yelled Karen and Erika. It's too bad you didn't join me, Naruto. We could have done great things for the world. But in the end, just like your father, you are a fool. Orochimaru laughed only to be cut off as two blurs were sent flying out of the smoke, crashing, cutting his laughing off as he stared in shock as the dissipating smoke with two figures standing side by side. Glad you could finally make it, Z. Had a little bit of trouble handling the grunts. Especially the ones in the command center. Z smiled as she glared daggers at the mad scientist. So you had a secret Pokemon we haven't encountered before. Clever, and it's one I've never seen. Only you become special day by day, little Naruto. Orochimaru smirked as he looked at this new Pokemon, not having a signal clue as to what it is, but noticing its aura of power and the way it moved gave him chills. Don't think this will be easy anymore, Orochimaru. Naruto said. Oh, on the contrary, boy, things only become much harder from here. Orochimaru said as both his Pokemon came flying out of the rubble and shot straight towards Naruto and Z. Alright Z, let's do this. Naruto and her smirked as a small spark surged through their eyes. In a blur, Z was already in front of the two snake-like Pokemon, surprising them enough that she was able to land two Thunder Punks that sent them flying. As Naruto smirked, already sending his next follow-up attack to Z via their mental link as she jumped up in the air. Getting in between the two mid-air, Z started to punch and kick the two with her paws as Seviper and Superior tried to bite at her, but her speed made it impossible. Don't just let those attacks hit, use Leaf Blade and Poison Tail. Orochimaru barked as the two swung their tails only for Z to catch their attacks. What? To slow now, Z use Thunderbolt. Naruto called out as she unleashed a wave of yellow electricity on the two falling Pokemon, sending them crashing into even more destroyed equipment. I thought with those new powers they would be more of a challenge. Z said as she landed back beside Naruto. Seems your Pokemon is more troublesome than I thought. Though with you I expect nothing less. Orochimaru returned his two unconscious Pokemon as he slowly walked to the only remaining panel intact. Give up, Orochimaru, and you won't be going to the police beaten and chained. Naruto said. Oh my boy, I have many cards up my sleeve. So never assume I run out unless I myself am the one surrendering. Orochimaru pushed a single button as suddenly the lights around Kurama turned green, then red as machines ringed, blaring the room in a repetitive voice. Commencing awakening. What the hell? Eric said as she looked around, before the sound of something opening was heard as suddenly water was pouring out of the large container with Kurama being released from his restraints. Kurama. Naruto rushed towards him the moment the glass door opened as Z tried to get him to wait. What is Orochimaru doing letting Kurama go? Erika said as Karen was looking down at a small tablet that one of the scientists dropped. Oh no. Karen's eyes widened upon seeing what was on it. Hey bud, wake up. We are here to save you. Naruto said as Kurama slowly started to get up. Naruto, get back. Karen yelled. Huh. Naruto said, looking at his friend, not noticing Kurama, who looked up, his once crimson eyes now green with veins popping off as he growled and lunged at Naruto, who slowly turned shock evident, before he was pulled back by Z, who stood defensively in front of him. That's not Kurama, or at least not in his right mind. Z said, looking at the glowing green eyes of Kurama as he growled at them, Orochimaru chuckling behind him. You can do a lot with the information given to you by the world. And thanks to years spent on my research, I was able to finally figure out the perfect formula for evolution. Orochimaru held up a different device, one that was embedded into his right hand. Kurama roared as red and purple energy surged from his body and coiled around him, before slowly floating towards the glowing purple stone as the two connected and Orochimaru growled in pain, but soon it turned into laughter as the veins popped around his body. His physique becoming bigger while Kurama became much more wilder with his claws and teeth growing. Kurama. Naruto looked at his Pokemon now turned into a weapon by the monster in front of him. Calm down Naruto, we have to think of a way to stop Kurama, before we can save him. Z said, feeling the emotions coming off of Naruto, rage and sadness, the two major ones, as she tensed up ready for a tough fight. Now my pet, show them your strength. Orochimaru said, his voice mic more darker and full of malice. Kurama took one step, before in a blur he was in front of both Naruto and Z, who had wide eyes as his tail flowed with power, before swinging it around and nailing Naruto in the gut and Z in the face as they were sent flying into separate corners. Naruto. Karen and Eric yelled as they were at his side, seeing he was unconscious. Seems this new power improves the Pokemon more than I thought, Orochimaru thought as he waved his hand, and Kurama rushed towards the three as Eric stood in front of her two friends. Bam! Kurama was halted in his rush as Eve hit him in the face with her iron tail. Though if Kurama felt it, he didn't show it as he slowly looked at face. One with sadness and worry, the other with nothing but rage. Kurama took one step when he jumped back, dodging a thunder punch. What do you think you're doing, Eve? Z said. I am trying to get him to snap out of it, Z. I know he's still in there. Eve said. Listen Eve, we can help him, but right now he's kinda on a rampage. Z suddenly ducked as Kurama went for a bite as Z used that opening to go in for a thunder punch. Only for one of his tails to wrap around her forearm and sling her against the wall. Eve quickly shot off a shadow ball, trying to force Kurama to back off. But one of his tails flicked it away without a second glance. As he charged up a small beast bomb, unleashing it up close, causing the whole area to shake and smoke to blow everywhere. But Kurama found himself face first as Z was behind him, his electrified paw hitting him in the back as he skidded a few inches, before jumping up and unleashing a stream of fire. With Z sprinting through the area as flames burned all around her. Before unleashing a thunderbolt that Kurama jumped away from the attack as he fired back more flames. I can't do anything. He doesn't even notice my attacks. Eve was beside Naruto and the others, watching the battle unfolding as flames were split everywhere. Ah, what happened? Naruto said as he slowly sat up, only to wince as he felt pain on his right side. Naruto, calm down, you got a broken rib, let me heal you. Karen said as she was applying some medical cream to the area as he grunted in pain. Where's Kurama? Naruto asked as he looked around them to find the very Pokemon trying to burn Z, who was jumping all over the place. Z is trying her hardest, but it seems Kurama is keeping her at a distance. Erika said. I gotta help her. Ah. Naruto held his side in pain. You can't with that type of injury. Karen said, pushing him back with Eve by his side. I can feel him. What? Naruto asked Eve through their shared thoughts. Kurama, I can feel his thoughts. He's in pain, Eve said. Naruto looked up at the raging Kurama as he stared into those green eyes. Once they were crimson and brimming with energy and happiness. Now though all he saw was rage, something he had seen on Kurama only a few times, but this one was different. This held no emotion in them. Naruto. His eyes widened when he felt it. The plea of from deep within Kurama, and his voice something he could recognize anywhere as he looked at Kurama, who looked over at him, and for a second he saw at the old Kurama. I won't give up on you, bud. Because I know you wouldn't give up on me. Naruto with new energy got up, surprisingly the two girls as they saw him get up, his jacket on the ground and his shirt torn, as he slowly walked towards him before being stopped by his small black fox. Who gave him a determined look when he returned. Let's save him together. Naruto and Eve smirked at each other as both of their eyes sparked and auras appeared around the both of them. Gonna try and fight again, little boy. Your Pokemon now belongs to me. Orochimaru said as Kurama launched another tail. Gonna try and fight again, little boy. Your Pokemon now belongs to me. Orochimaru said as Kurama launched another beast bomb, with Z going for a dodge, only for the attack to split into 9 small orbs as Z quickly held up her arms as the attacks hit and she was sent flying down, but was caught by Naruto. Thanks for holding him off, Z. Take a break. Because we are about to show Orochimaru what bonds we have. Naruto said as Eve stood up. Kurama, deal with that pitiful Pokemon and end them, would you? Orochimaru said as said Pokemon charged up a beast bomb. You ready, Eve? Let's do this. Both of them had their auras shift from blue to a dancing violet as Eve had her golden lines glow with her skin becoming a abyss color as in a blink of an eye. She disappeared with Kurama halting his attack, trying to locate Eve only for his small ball of energy to be cut in half, before being blown back. What? Orochimaru said, anger shone in his eyes. Eve now used Dark Pulse. Naruto called out as she appeared above the staggering Kurama, unleashing her move, only this one was more purple and bigger as Kurama quickly dodged it, but not the aftermath as he lost his balance. Stop messing around and finish him. Orochimaru growled as he saw what should be his ultimate goal being beaten by something so insignificant to him and his goal. Eve now used Shadow Ball. All around the room, Naruto said as Eve shot the attack around the room, only these were different as they floated around almost as if gravity held them there. What are you planning? Orochimaru said as he saw more and more surrounding him. Now Eve use Iron Tail. Naruto spoke as in a blur Eve shot to each ball and smacked it towards them as Kurama started to jump around each attack. Don't let him get the upper hand and end this with all your power. Orochimaru, having had enough, increased the energy as Kurama roared even louder, before yelling and creating an air force that blew everything back. He then charged a beast bomb, one that grew bigger and bigger as the whole area started to shake. Orochimaru, stop this, you'll take the whole damn place down. Naruto yelled, feeling the pressure from the attack. It doesn't matter, as long as you are buried with me. Orochimaru finally showing his madness as he laughed almost as if his mind broke. Quick Z, get them out of here, Naruto said as he saw both his companions looking around at the shaking facility. No, we aren't leaving without you, Erika said. We're getting out of here together, Naruto. Karen said. Sorry, but this ain't up for discussion, Naruto said as he looked at Z, who had a concerning look, but a nod from Naruto forced her to sigh and accept it as she quickly grabbed the two, who jumped in shock as they told Z to put them down, but it fell on deaf ears. You better come out safe, Naruto, Z said before jumping out of the large hole created from the battle. I will, and with Kurama, Naruto said as he stared at the ever-growing attack. Too bad your friends left, for now you shall have your life extinguished by the Pokemon you care so much for, Orochimaru said. I won't fall here, Orochimaru. Not now, not ever. I'll stay standing for myself, for those around me, and for the bonds of my Pokemon, Naruto yelled as he gave a roar like no other, with Eve following suit as the two had their auras shift and move, before connecting as she had her whole body glow in a dark aura, one that brought peace and love. You fool, die, Orochimaru yelled as the bomb had grown to be almost the size of the room. Eve, let's go. Super Beast Bomb. Midnight Spiral. Boom. Outside facility. Z, we have to go back, Erika said as she struggled to escape her grasp. We can't leave him. That attack is too much, Karen said. He needs us. Let us go help. As they kept trying to get her to let them drop them, Z kept ignoring them. Knowing that look that Naruto gave her was one of trust, and that she knew he cared for his two friends a lot and trusted her with getting them to safety. So when they got a far enough distance, he set them down as they both turned to run for Naruto, but Z held her arms out as both parties stared at one another. Please, Z. We can't leave him. Not after everything he's done to help us this far, Erika said, a tear sliding down her face. I realize this, but I won't let him face regret if something happened to you too, Z thought as she stood her ground. Boom. The three looked behind them at the large explosion that just blew half the mountain away as they watched in shock as the whole side came rushing down and fire was everywhere. Erika was on her knees as she shed tears for a fallen friend, as Karen could only look away while Z kept staring at the fire. Something comes flying out and quickly rushed to where it landed as the two girls were confused on where she was going and followed her. As the three found themselves in an open area next to a lake, as Z was upon the bundle as Karen and Erika walked up and had wide eyes upon seeing what it was. Naruto, yelled the two as they were next to Z, who put out the remaining flames as something came rolling out of Naruto's pocket. Are these? Z pushed them as out of the two Pokeballs came Kurama and Eve, both of whom were unconscious and back to their regular selves. Make sure they're okay, Naruto spoke up, getting their attention. His voice one of tiredness, pain, but also relief. Naruto, hang in there, Karen said as she pulled out some medicine she was able to take. Chikorita come out, Erika said as she let her grass Pokemon heal the two injured Pokemon. You stubborn boy, putting yourself in danger like that, Z said as she held onto her friend. The sounds of something approaching made them look up as they saw a helicopter approaching and the sounds of sirens, indicating the police were finally here as Z smiled and patted Naruto's head, before returning to the Pokeball around his neck. As Karen looked at the ball, before smiling as she helped to bandage the nasty parts of Naruto while Erika tended to his Pokemon. I'll do anything for my friends. Naruto's last thought before he entered blissful sleep. Thanks for watching.